Once I have, are you going to tell me all of your sexual experiences? Eric repressed a smile. Her bratty mouth was going to get her in so much trouble. He delivered 3 more smacks, these a bit harder. When he'd finished, he pulled at the waist of her pants, lowering them over her backside and exposing it to the cool air. He loved the way she gasped and shuddered when he touched her hot skin. I'll answer any questions you like later, but tonight is about you. We need to know what you're seeking, Belle, what you respond to. I'm not asking you these questions to embarrass you. I know it's not polite, but it's necessary. So start spilling, and don't you dare give me sarcasm. Tell me why you waited. She hid behind her smart mouth. He'd figured that out a long time ago. She was bright and quirky, and she usually made him laugh, but this wasn't the time or the place for her sharp wit. A long moment passed, and he worried she would ask to be released. Finally, she sighed. I didn't mean to. It just happened. Belle relaxed again, likely because Tate and Kellen were both stroking her. Kellen rubbed her scalp and massaged her neck over and over. Tate kissed her shoulder as he put his hand under her shirt and eased the muscles of her back. The touching seemed to ease her. No high school boyfriends? Eric couldn't deny his curiosity about how a woman as beautiful as Belle managed to stay a virgin for so long. I dated a little, but my father died when I was young. My mom needed help around the house, so I often did laundry and started dinner. I also worked a part-time job at the library, and I went to school. I was on the debate team, and in high school I got involved in academic decathlon. It took up most of my time. His heart softened further as he imagined a teenaged Belle, so sweet and studious. You were a mathlete? Tate grinned. Me too. That doesn't surprise me, Belle chuckled. But I was more of a history and literature expert. I dated a guy on the team, but we mostly studied together. He gave her 3 more smacks just for fun. Keep talking. Tell me about college. It was more of the same. I dated, but I didn't find the right man. I don't know. Maybe I had an unrealistic vision of what a relationship should be. I wanted to be in love, but I'm too practical to fall easily. I've always wanted something that lasts. Eric wanted that too, and he knew he'd found it with her. He just had to make sure she saw it that way. So there's no particular reason you chose not to have sex? Her head came up a little. There's no dark past that made me avoid sex, guys. I just wanted it to be special, and I didn't find it. Kellen eased her back down and petted her. Good. We were worried there was, so we all backed off. I'm pleased to learn it was just you being your picky self. How are you feeling, Belle? It was something Kellen had taught him. Always ask where the sub was emotionally. I feel achy and a little scared. I want to feel the way I did the other night. Can't I have it? I'm not asking for more. Belle, I want to give you more, Tate said. A whole lot more, baby. There's more to this than an orgasm. Eric soothed his hand over her flesh. But you'll certainly have that too. How do you feel now, knowing that? Better, she admitted. Talking about my past wasn't as hard as I thought. I just don't have that much experience, so it's embarrassing. I mean, I've kissed before. I've had some heavy make-out sessions. Did you let a man touch your breasts? He wanted to know everything she'd experienced so they could do it better, make her forget any touch but theirs. I don't know that I'd call them men. I had a couple of boyfriends squeeze my breasts in the past, but it usually hurt. They'd likely moved far too fast. A woman had to be aroused to really enjoy rough play. Once they got Belle hot enough, she would accept clamps on her nipples. Without proper preparation, she'd likely just slap them. How about your pussy? Ever had a man finger you before the other night? No. I never let it get that far. I didn't really want any of those boys touching me there. I thought it would be messy and nasty. Kellen chuckled. It is messy and nasty. It's also fucking hot. That's why I licked my fingers afterward. You tasted so good. I suppose that means you've never given anyone a blowjob, huh? No, she replied. I've never wanted to, before. Before what? Eric hung on her answer to that question. She hesitated only a moment before she answered. Before I met you three, I hadn't thought about sex for a long time. I didn't miss it. I didn't care that I wasn't having it. I certainly didn't think about spanking or letting anyone tie me up, but now I like getting spanked. Does that make me weird? It makes you perfect. Eric gave her another 3 in rapid succession, loving the way she wiggled and squirmed. It makes you perfect, Belle. And you're going to love it when we tie you up. He was satisfied that she wasn't trading sex for comfort. He could smell her arousal, but he wanted to feel it, too. Her legs were trapped, the pants holding her thighs together, but the way she was lying across his lap placed her sweet pussy on perfect display. He ran his hand down the swell of her ass until he reached the soft, slick heat of her pussy. Belle gasped, but Tate and Kellen were there to settle her down with soft words and strokes. Tate lowered himself closer to the floor so he could kiss her. His lips brushed hers as Eric started to work her pussy, spreading the arousal he found there. Did she really like her spanking? Kellen asked, his eyes on her ass. Eric pulled his hand out and showed his partner her wetness on his fingers. She can't fake that. She's ready, so I think we should give her a few firsts tonight. He didn't just want her to lay back and take pleasure. That wouldn't tie her to them. She needed to be involved. Get up, baby, Eric ordered. I want to watch you give your first blowjob. Chapter 12. Kellen watched as Belle eased off Eric's lap and into Tate's waiting arms. The big guy covered her back with his body, almost eclipsing her, as he wrapped an arm around her waist and bent to feather kisses along her neck. He fanned a hand under the hem of her shirt, skimming his palm up her abdomen, then peeled the garment off her body, apparently determined to get her as naked as he was. Eric claimed Tate had once been self-conscious about his body, but by the time Kellen had moved to Chicago, all trace of that insecurity had left the building. The upside was that it made Tate perfectly comfortable in BDSM clubs. Belle, on the other hand, curled her hands over her chest, already looking a little unsure. Don't try to hide. Tate is going to undress you, Eric said, his voice reassuring but firm. Let us see what's ours. Belle exhaled and lowered her arms to her sides again, visibly relaxing as Eric took control of the scene. Pride and desire both stabbed at Kel. Not only had Eric come a long way from the anxious kid he'd first met in college, but Belle surrendered herself a little at a time, her submissive streak so natural and beautiful. No, they hadn't asked a lot of her yet. Her emotional triggers would trip her up at some point. Kel had no doubt of that. She claimed she'd only remained a virgin because she'd never had time to pursue romance and hadn't found anything special enough. Maybe that was somewhat true, but he was a betting man. He'd put money on the fact that Belle had been scarred by her father's death. Tate had once told him that her mother had checked out after her husband's demise. Belle had been a mere child. It must have been bewildering and painful to go from being loved unconditionally to damn near being orphaned. No doubt she'd learned to hide in her shell to protect her heart. Kel vowed to make sure Eric and Tate gently pushed her boundaries and opened her up. If he were a better man, with a different past, Kellen would relish the opportunity to participate. But it wouldn't be fair to Belle to top her and build her trust in him when he had no intention of staying. So he'd simply support his friends in their efforts and envy their happiness while cherishing what little time he had with her. He watched with greedy eyes as Tate unhooked the clasp of her bra between her shoulder blades. It sagged against her body, the straps clinging to her, as he plucked at the string of her yoga pants and shoved them down the lush curve of her hips. Once they reached her ankles, Belle stepped out of them. Eric stood and drew her bra from her body, tossing it aside and leaving her gloriously naked. Kel wondered if he would ever forget the sight. Raven black hair curved around her shoulders. Her skin was the most beautiful color he'd ever seen. The contrast of its mocha tone against Tate's tanned flesh was striking. But her plump breasts, with their pert chocolate nipples, looked downright sexy. The little nubs strained for attention, begging to be taken into his mouth and sucked until she screamed with the pleasure he ached to give her. Her flat belly led to a dark pussy, engorged and lightly covered by a trimmed fringe of hair that fascinated him. With a low groan, Tate wrapped her in his embrace, plastering himself across her back and kissing her bare, delicate shoulder as he palmed his way up her abdomen. Fire shot through Kellen's blood as he watched Tate cup her breasts in his big hands. The luscious mounds just fit in his grip. Eric stepped against her, crowding her and staring down with demand in his eyes. "You're going to kiss me, Belle." She looked breathless, overwhelmed. So ready and beautiful, so perfect for them. "Yes." "You're going to give me control of your mouth while Tate touches you wherever and however he wishes." A shudder went through her body. She closed her eyes. "Yes." At her shaky whisper, satisfaction lit Eric's eyes. He plunged his fingers into her hair and tugged her head back. When he'd positioned her to his satisfaction, Belle strained up to meet his kiss, lips parted in silent but unmistakable invitation. Eric seized her mouth with his own, taking her lips and stealing her kiss, stripping her of restraint. Eric took ownership of Belle's mouth as Tate skated his hand back down her torso and right between her legs. As he strummed her clit in a slow, rhythmic circle, she tensed and gasped into Eric's kiss, standing on her tiptoes. Kel didn't know if she meant to get closer to Eric or prevent Tate from learning just how wet she was, but it didn't matter. She had to learn that she didn't have control of either man. "Flat on your feet," Kel growled in her ear. If Tate wants his fingers in your cunt, aren't you supposed to let him? She whimpered, but slowly lowered down on her heels again. Such a pretty pussy, Tate murmured in her ear. So wet, baby. Eric ate at her mouth, then drew back to nip at her bottom lip before he bestowed a lingering brush of his lips over hers and pulled back. I've wanted that for days. Sometimes I would watch you talk and just stare at your mouth, fantasizing about it, Eric admitted. She blinked, once and then again, obviously flustered. He laughed, then turned her to face Tate, who took hold of her shoulders and dragged her close. I've totally masturbated thinking about your mouth, Belle. It's perfectly symmetrical. Your full bottom lip will cradle my cock and increase the sensation, at least by 10%. Tate, Eric warned. The big guy just shrugged. Just being honest. Sometimes too much. Wouldn't you rather kiss her? A wicked grin crossed Tate's square face. Absolutely. Belle smiled up at him. Her shining dark eyes silently said that his eagerness both amused and endeared her. As Tate swooped down and captured her mouth in a ravenous kiss, she moaned and met him, opening to his need. Kel could almost see them begin to heal the wrongs of that night in Dallas and start to bond. He gritted his teeth. Fuck, he wanted to be with them. In the past, he'd always believed that he used Eric and Tate as cover, so he wouldn't have to be responsible for any woman. Now, he realized he liked being part of this weird family. He didn't want cover. He wanted partners. He wanted this woman. He couldn't have them, of course. He couldn't trust anymore. Truthfully, he didn't even know how to try. But that didn't stop him from wishing he could bond with them. For a moment, he considered walking out. These three didn't need him. Leaving later, after he'd tasted Belle, would only hurt more. As Tate ended the kiss with a little growl, Eric placed a hand on her bare hip possessively and swiveled her in his direction. What do you say, Kel? You want to teach her how to suck a cock? His breath nearly left his body. He'd likely had 100 subs get to their knees before him, but the thought of Belle being there threatened to unman him. Shit. He had to get out of here now. If he were a strong man, he would tell Tate and Eric to care for her always, never to let anything come between them. Then he'd exit stage left, so he could keep his soul intact. His feet wouldn't move. They were planted here, along with his fucking cock, which didn't care that he would be devastated later. It only knew that she was here, and she was naked, and that he wanted her more than his next breath. Just a couple of nights. That was all he could have. Belle, do you want this? The words fell out of his mouth. Do you? She bit her lip nervously. She doubted her appeal. After the way he'd treated her in Dallas, no wonder. Remorse lashed him. He'd shoved his baggage on her. For the 100th time, he wished he'd handled that night better. Since he'd been an ass then, all he could do was try to reassure her now. Kel brought her close and cupped her face in his hands. I've never wanted anyone more, but I'm leaving this up to you. Then yes. I'm nervous, though. What if I'm not any good at it? We'll teach you. Tate smiled her way. I'm a really patient tutor. Ask Eric. I got him through algebra too, but this will be way more fun. I'm going to like grading your homework. Tate's humor broke the tension in the room for a moment, and Kel rolled his eyes, then grinned affectionately. Crazy nerd. With a shrug of his big shoulders, Tate smiled. You know me. Kel did, and his friend would treat Belle the way she deserved. For now, he was just glad they were all allowing him this opportunity, this moment. All right then. Come with me, Belle. The only thing I require is your promise to tell me if you're uncomfortable at any time. He gave her an expectant look. I promise, she murmured. Good. I want this to be pleasant for you. He settled back on the chaise, while Eric and Tate brought her forward. She was a beautiful, luscious gift, and he couldn't be more thankful they were giving her to him. At least for now. On your knees, Annabelle, Kel instructed. Unzip my pants and take my cock in hand. Unlike our overeager friend there, I want you to undress me. Belle fell to her knees, her hands shaking just a little. Something inside him softened. Kel had grown so accustomed to subs who performed this task simply because they liked turning over their power, or wanted their itch scratched in return. This meant something to her. He took her hands in his own. Are you scared? The thought that she might be afraid of him crushed Kel. He couldn't accept her love, but he wanted her trust. It was imperative she knew that he would shelter and protect her. I'm nervous. I've wanted to be with you all for months. I never imagined you'd want me back. Why not? He frowned. She shrugged and couldn't quite meet his gaze. We come from different worlds. I was your secretary. Office manager, he corrected with a little smile. Her lips, swollen from kissing, curled up. Kel wanted to feel them on his own. Before he could bend to her, she said something that shocked him to the core. You're 3 white guys, and I'm beautiful to the men who think the world of you, he countered sharply. That better be what you meant to say. Come on, Kel. I don't have a problem with it. I know that attraction is attraction, and most people these days feel the same way, but not everyone. Some of your clients might have a problem with it. You haven't seen the way some of our clients look at you, then, he said with a shake of his head, because half the time he wanted to chuck them right out of the office. All they tend to see is that we have a luscious assistant. You're our lovely Belle. Period. If anyone has problems with it, they're small-minded assholes, and we don't want them as clients, Eric growled. We want you just as you are. I wouldn't care if you were purple. I would. Tate looked at them like they'd gone mad. If Belle was purple, that could indicate some life-threatening respiratory issue. They all laughed. Figure of speech, buddy. Eric clapped him on the back. Oh, then what they said. I think you're beautiful, and I wouldn't want you any other way. Her eyes slid away from them. Are you sure? Kel tugged, pulling her into his lap and settling her head on his shoulder. Why don't you know how gorgeous you are to me? He tilted her head up. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. God, Belle, you make me wish I was a better man. If you get anything out of this, know that you are everything I could ever want. I'm so sorry I made you feel bad that night in Dallas. It was about me love, not you." Belle teared up.
"That's very kind."
No, it was the truth. But words wouldn't show her how he felt. He brought his mouth down on hers, reveling in the soft feel of her body against his. He licked at that sexy bottom lip and growled, letting her know he wanted inside. Her mouth flowered open, giving him access. Kel moved in and dominated the kiss, sinking deep and drowning in her flavor, his tongue dancing against the silk of hers. She softened against him the minute he took control. Belle was so naturally giving, so perfect. She breathed into him, her nipples hardening against his chest. His cock, already rigid, turned to stone. Over and over he kissed her, caressing her back, saying without words how precious she was. She melted into him a little more. This was what she needed, to know how beautiful she was, how much he wanted her. Now that she was in his arms again, he realized that her sexual experience, or lack thereof, didn't matter. She could have fucked 1,000 men, or none at all, and she would still be Belle. That innocent light would still be a beacon to assholes like him because she was a good, lovely soul. No amount of sex would ever change that. He brushed her lips again, then looked deep into her eyes. The connection between them tugged at something in his chest. "Belle, can you forgive me for the hurt I caused you?" She blinked at him and sent him a small, forgiving smile.
"It's all right, Kellen. I understand. Will you stay with us as long as you can?"
God. He'd basically admitted he was going to use her body without giving her his heart, and she still wanted to touch him, comfort him, share herself with him. He was so fucking selfish, but he couldn't walk away yet. Later, he would find the strength to do it, but not tonight. Right now, he needed to show her just how amazing she was. "I want to feel your mouth on me, Belle. I want you to take those sexy lips and wrap them around my cock. Lick me all over, taste every inch of me. There's no wrong way for you to do it. I love everything you do to me. Are you ready?"
"I am."
"Good," he murmured. "There's one thing I need you to do."
"What's that?"
"Let go of your inhibitions. They don't have a place here. With us, you can explore safely, because you have 3 men who want you so badly. Together, we'll help you find what works for you and what doesn't. So put your mouth on me. We'll go from there." When Belle nodded, he saw a contentment in her eyes he'd never seen. She wanted to please and serve, and now he was giving her an outlet for her submissive nature. As she slipped off his lap into the floor, naturally bowing her head, Kel sighed. Shit. She really was just perfect. Out of the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of Tate and Eric, preparing the bed and ensuring they didn't have to stop later for condoms. Eric had ditched his clothes as well. Kel would have smiled at his friend's eagerness if he wasn't so desperate to feel Belle's hand on his fly and her mouth around his cock. Her hands weren't shaking as she eased down the zipper of his slacks and folded over the sides. Though he wanted to growl and demand she move faster, he forced himself to remain still. His cock strained against his boxers, but he couldn't stop her exploration. There was a look of wonder on her face as she drew his cock into her hand and stroked up, causing him to shudder. As she stroked down, he really had to concentrate on not coming in her hand like some teenager. It would be downright embarrassing. He'd wanted her for too long to end it so soon. Her fingers played over the sensitive skin of his cock, little brushes that only made his struggle for control even more difficult.
"Do you like what I'm doing?"
Belle whispered. "I love it." His voice was a guttural groan. "But you don't have to treat me like I'm breakable. Grip me. Squeeze me in your hand." Tate sank to his knees behind Belle. "I just want to touch you, but don't stop what you're doing, baby. When you're done with Kellen, I'm going to put my mouth on your pussy and eat you until you come, just for me." Belle shivered, but her eyes were dilated. No doubt about it, dirty talk did something for her. They might have to be careful with her body, but she wasn't going to run away because they showed her how hot and dirty sex could be. She gasped suddenly, and with his eyes rolling into the back of his head, Kellen could only guess what Tate was doing to her, probably rubbing her clitoris, getting her even wetter than the spanking. "Belle, he'll stop if you don't take care of Kellen, and we'll start all of this over again." Eric's voice was a firm warning as he dropped a hand on Belle's head and nudged her closer to his waiting cock. "You'll be spanked again, with less thought to pleasure and more about punishment. There will be no release for you until you take care of Master Kellen. Understood?" Kell loved the thought of being her master, but Eric was handling her well. Everything inside Kell not to take over, but he was determined to honor Eric and Tate's claim on her, since they intended to stay. Belle took his dick in a light grip, as though she was afraid of scaring or hurting him. "Eric?" His partner would know what to do. Eric tugged on Belle's hair until she craned her head back to stare at him. "Do we need to start all over? Maybe skip the orgasm Tate was planning to give you to make you understand Kellen wants it harder?"
"No."
She looked distressed that Eric wasn't pleased with her. "Reply with a yes, sir."
"Yes, sir,"
Belle said, downright breathy. The sound just reinforced Kell's cock with more blood-laden steel. "Good. Stroke him harder. He won't break." She licked her lips, obviously trying to focus.
"Yes, sir."
Her small hands tightened. Sensation immediately shivered up his staff. He hissed, then let out a breath, wrestling for control again. "That's it. So fucking good. Now lick the head of my cock." Blinking up at him, Belle watched with slightly anxious dark eyes as she leaned in and swiped her tongue across the sensitive head of his dick. Heat burst through his system. Before he'd even recovered, she enveloped the wide head of his cock into her little mouth. Watching her struggle to open wide enough to take him all in at once turned him the fuck on. Finally she managed, and he groaned at the feel of her soft tongue cradling his cock as the heat of her mouth bathed him with sizzling need. It took everything he had not to grab a fistful of her hair and thrust up and deeper past her lips. She was new at this and a little nervous. Kell knew he had to restrain himself and talk her through this, build her confidence, so her first experience bolstered and pleased her. "Suck me deeper inside your mouth." He wasn't going to last forever. Hell, as on edge as he felt now, Kell feared he wouldn't even last long, especially not when he watched more of his cock disappear between her lips, and she sucked him deeper. Oh, God. Belle, yes. Now stroke the inches that won't fit in your mouth and suck in all you can. She did exactly as instructed, and he sagged back on the chaise with a groan, losing himself to the sea of pleasure drowning him. That's a good girl. Fuck. Now use your free hand to cut my balls. He was pleased his voice remained steady, and that he didn't sound like a maniacal pervert ready to growl and fuck her throat. Later, he would. He didn't want to use Belle now, but he ached to share this experience with her. Over and over she dragged her mouth up, then slid back down his sensitive length. The wetness, the heat, that goddamn suction that had him losing his mind. All her anxiety seemed to have evaporated, and she began to suck his cock in earnest, finding her rhythm. Belle groaned as she glided her teeth across the tip of his cock ever so gently. The tiny bit of pain blended with the soft brush of her thumb over his testicles. Oh, hell. He'd never felt anyone attend to his pleasure in this particular mind-blowing way. In the middle, she wrapped her palm even more tightly around the base of his cock. The friction from that touch matched the drag and pull she administered to his sensitive head. God, she seemed to understand what he wanted perfectly. Her tongue rolled over his flesh, drawing him closer and closer to the edge. Kellen wondered how the fuck he'd ever do without this. Without her. Again. Blood thundered through his system. She sucked harder, whimpered around him, laved him with her tongue again. And he was fucking gone. Belle, I'm going to come. Suck me down. Take everything I give you. She didn't lose a beat. Just bobbed her head as she drew even harder on him. His whole body seized up as pleasure coursed through his veins, heavy, drugging, dizzying. Amazing. What he and Belle had shared was far more than a blowjob or a mere orgasm. This was pure connection that jolted him straight down to his soul. He'd never felt it before. Likely, he never would again. As she slowly drew away, Belle smiled up at him. I liked it. He smoothed her hair back. Oh, damn. Love. I more than liked it. And he more than liked her. Lila had put a dent in his heart, yes. But once he walked away, he worried now that Belle might put a hole in the damn thing that would never heal. Belle couldn't breathe, and she didn't care. She licked her lips, still able to taste Kellen there. She hoped she'd pleased him, that the act they'd just shared meant far more to him than an orgasm. It certainly had to her. The moment she'd taken his cock in her hand, she'd felt the intimacy of the moment. Not just that she'd touched the most manly part of him, but that he trusted her to give him satisfaction. She'd trusted him to guide her gently. They'd both lowered their guard to share this experience. Because of it, they'd connected on a deeper level than they ever had before. Tonight she'd seen a side of Kellen she was sure few did. That precious fact had given her confidence, and a bit of dangerous hope. Kellen Kent truly wanted her, and he cared. He'd sworn he wasn't staying and didn't intend to share forever with her, but... Belle stifled her encroaching anticipation. She shouldn't expect forever from him. Better to simply bask in the time they had together. No way she would put a halt to this night, just because she wasn't sure if Kellen would be here tomorrow. She was done with waiting for the future to happen to her. From now on, she'd grab life with both hands and live it. She gasped as Tate's fingers returned to her clitoris. It wasn't as if she'd never touched herself, but his big fingers felt utterly different and totally mesmerizing. Beside him, Eric rubbed his broad palm over her burning backside. Everything they'd done to her this evening had heightened her senses. Her skin tingled, feeling completely alive. A pleasant ache thrummed in her system.
"You did so well, baby."
Eric kissed her forehead.
"You definitely deserve a treat."
Before she could respond, he lifted her in his strong arms, cradling her against his warmth. She missed Tate's fingers on her most sensitive parts, sure, but Eric replaced that, his embrace making her feel feminine, petite, and treasured. Safe. He carried her across the room as if she weighed nothing. Somehow she'd imagined sex would be all passion and intensity, but she loved the unexpected adoration and surprising sense of togetherness. They'd even laughed some. The guys hadn't thrown her on the bed for rapid-fire thrusts and grunts. They'd chosen to take their time, and what she'd experienced so far had proven so much better than anything her imagination had conjured up. All the awkward talk in the beginning had brought them to this place. Now, Belle was greedy to experience more. Eric lowered her to the bed, and the soft satin sheet cradled her back. He loomed over her, so gorgeous, with hazel-green eyes and short sandy hair that made him look utterly sharp and masculine.
"Do you know what it did to me to watch you suck Kellen's cock?"
He stroked his own stiff flesh, his stare never leaving her. Belle couldn't take her eyes off him. From his bulging shoulders to his firm pecs, down to his stunning corrugated abs, he had an athlete's body. She kept following the visual trail down. Her gaze glued itself to his cock. His very maleness was a thing of beauty, long and thick, with a big plum-shaped head. Maybe she should be intimidated by the thought that something so large would eventually thrust inside her. Instead, she was just excited. Being naked was easier when they were, too. Tate approached the end of the bed. Every muscle in his body rippled, easy and fluid as he moved. That huge erection of his matched the rest of his sizable body. She should probably be daunted, but Belle had a feeling she was going to enjoy it before too long. "Spread your legs for me." He dropped a knee to the bed and prowled across the mattress in her direction. Why wouldn't he just grab her ankles and spread them himself? Because her men didn't play that way. They wanted her conscious of her choices and involved in everything. She had to offer herself before they'd take her. They might call it submission, but they were giving her the power to say yes or no, to decide for herself. Conscious of their gazes fixed on her, Belle tried to ignore the riot of nerves in her stomach as she bent her knees and eased her feet apart. As cool air kissed the damp folds of her pussy, she wondered exactly what they were seeing and thinking. Anxiously, she watched Tate's face for any reaction. She'd seen a few of the women they'd dated, and she didn't look anything like them. Her insecurities threatened to undo her, but then Tate gave a rough groan of pleasure. Belle couldn't mistake his approval. She let out a shaky breath of relief.
"They followed you here because they want you. Remember that. Stay in the moment."
"I can't wait to taste you, baby." Tate sank to his stomach, arms curling under her thighs, palms looping around to the top and clamping down. His face hovered right over her pussy. She felt his hot breath on her flesh. Shock and desire flared at once. Belle gasped. This position was so intimate, the space he sought to invade incredibly personal. "You've gone tense. Relax," Eric urged, smoothing her hair from her face. "You're definitely gonna like this. And if you don't, he's doing something wrong." "Please," Tate scoffed. "She'll love it. I've studied this way more than I cracked books for the bar." Which had to mean that he was an oral sexpert. Tate nipped her thigh playfully, and Belle couldn't help but giggle. Just by being himself, he had broken the tension and made her shiver all at once. "That's better," Eric praised. "Let him have his taste. Then I'll take mine." No doubt, Eric was the bossy one tonight. That surprised her. She'd expected Kellen to take charge as usual, but he'd nodded at Eric earlier, as though giving his friend permission to take over. That made Belle's heart hurt. Kell had probably only ceded control because he intended to keep his distance. What would it take to make him change his mind? How dangerous was that thought? She glanced over to find him shedding his clothes. Instead of dropping them with abandon, Kellen slid each piece off, then carefully folded it. Despite the sublime moment they'd shared, she could see he held himself remote once more. "Attention on me, Belle," Tate demanded. The moment she cut her gaze back to him, his face disappeared between her thighs. She held her breath, wondering how quickly Tate would dismantle her restraint. Then, as his tongue lapped at her pussy, she wasn't thinking about anything but the fire that flared through her body. The sensation of his mouth working her little bundle of nerves sent a shiver zipping up her spine. She tensed, spilling out his name in a moan. But Tate paid her plea no mind. He simply showered attention on her pussy with soft, repeated lashes of his tongue. His hungry groans reverberated under her skin. He overwhelmed her. Belle shook. She had no defenses to handle an onslaught so targeted and devastating. Tate hadn't been exaggerating. He was really good at this. "That's it, baby. I'm thrilled to see you enjoying his mouth, worshipping your cunt. Get used to it. It will happen a lot." Eric bent and lowered his head to her breasts. "She tastes like honey." Tate growled the words against her flesh, then parted her with his tongue again, tasting every swell and crevice. "She's so fucking sweet." Belle closed her eyes and drowned in pleasure. She would have been far more self-conscious if she hadn't put her mouth on Kellen just minutes before. But she'd loved the closeness, the direct correlation between the swirl of her tongue and his reaction, having the power to bring him pleasure. She'd known instantly that he'd enjoyed her touch, and she'd been shockingly thrilled by his taste. Tate was doing the same to her. His gusto made her feel beautiful and treasured. God, now she knew why Kinley smiled all the time, why she winked at her husbands. They shared something more than pleasure. Yes, she'd known they were in love, but now she understood the intimacy. They gave and took bodies and hearts. They'd created a bond stronger than steel, and soon they would add to their family. Though thrilled for her bestie, Belle had been the teeniest bit envious. Eric, Tate, and Kell were giving her a little nibble of that same joy now. A mouth fitted over her left breast, enclosing the bud and giving it a long pull. A zing of sensation zipped all the way to her clit and made her moan. Tate increased the sensation by flicking her flesh with his tongue. The tandem manipulation didn't just double her pleasure, but multiplied it. Her blood surged as Eric scraped her nipple with the edge of his teeth. The feeling was completely unexpected and just on the right side of pain. Belle cried out, writhed. Desire climbed and clawed, almost too overwhelming. Yet she wouldn't change a thing. Tate didn't let her divert her attention from him for too long. He redoubled his efforts, licking her, tucking his tongue between her swollen folds, sliding the tip inside her, deeper than she'd imagined possible. Fire shot through her veins. She grabbed at the sheets, mouth gaping with a silent whimper. She was on the precipice, burning and half out of her mind, willing to do anything so Tate would bestow that dazzling pleasure on her. But he knew exactly how to keep her on the edge, withholding the climax she craved just out of reach. Bracing on her heels, Belle tried to lift her hips, circle them, anything to increase the pressure on her clit. Just a little more was all she needed. But Tate held her effortlessly, with strong arms, caging her down. "Stay where you are, Belle. Let Tate have his fill. If you're good, he'll make you come. If not..." Eric let the warning hang. Then he helped his buddy by gently anchoring her left arm to the bed. Kellen circled to the other side of the bed, pinning her right arm down and bending toward her breast. As soon as he enclosed it, the suction, coupled with the rest of the stimulation, had her crying out. They had her deliciously trapped. No way to escape or move or manipulate the sensations they heaped on her. Belle could do nothing but accept pleasure, in whatever time and way they chose to give it. If she'd been in actual panic or pain and she told them to stop, they would. But she didn't want them to let her go. She trusted them. These men would never hurt her physically. Her heart was another story. But even then, she knew they'd never mean to harm her. Kell had even explained his terrible past, a feat he obviously hadn't found easy, so she wouldn't be too devastated when he left. Wishful thinking. But Belle knew one thing for certain. She'd waited for the right men. Something blunt began to breach her aching sex. A cry escaped her throat as she jerked her gaze down to see that Tate had lifted his head. Now his fingers probed her, gently stretching her opening, preparing her for what came next. Though Belle was nervous, she already felt empty, greedy to be filled. "Hurry," she begged. "Patience," Eric insisted. "You're not ready. Tate will get you there." Then the conversation stopped as he slid his digits deeper and suckled her clit once more. Eric and Kell each plucked on a nipple with their fingers, then with their mouths. The men moved in perfect harmony. The feel of them all drawing on her most sensitive spots at once had her holding her breath, euphoria, dancing just under her skin. Tate sucked her harder, fingers sinking deeper. Tingles swelled, spread. Her body tensed. Heat everywhere. God, she wondered if she'd ever recover from this avalanche of a climax when it finally rolled over her. The need gathered and grew as it accelerated, almost overshadowing her ability to breathe. "Belle," Eric murmured in her ear. "Come." Almost instantly, the ache behind her clit turned sharp and burst through her system, making her arch and scream. The hot shock of something far beyond incredible consumed her. She'd never even fantasized that the heavens could sing like this, or that anything could unravel her body so completely. Panting, she lay spent as the sensation subsided. Belle didn't even know what to call that. Orgasm seemed weak, like calling a massive quake a tremor. Before she recovered, the guys went into motion. She tried to catch her breath as Tate lifted himself off the bed, then dragged her into his arms. Thankfully, he held her up, giving her strength since her whole body had gone limp with sweet lethargy. He tilted her chin to meet his kiss and devoured her mouth. Belle smelled and tasted herself on his lips, just like when she'd put her mouth on Kel and laved him to climax. Everything felt intimate. A part of her marveled that this man could, and would, give her the sort of pleasure that shook the earth and rocked her soul. Tate broke the kiss with a grin and a wink, looking really pleased with himself. Before she could think of a reply, he turned her to face the other two. Eric's expression was every bit as hard and hungry as Kel's. Belle's stomach dipped and rolled with the knowledge they all intended to become her lovers tonight. Practically bouncing on the bed, Tate settled himself against the headboard, then pulled her between his long, muscled legs, resting her head on his thigh. She was on her back, looking up at him. He brushed a palm over her cheek and she sighed, clinging to the warmth in his stare. "Eric will do this right," Tate promised. "I'm so thrilled you're about to become ours." She was too. Through half-lidded eyes, she watched Eric at the foot of the bed as he worked a condom over his angry, vein-laden cock. Kellen leaned closer, brushing his lips over hers. "Thank you for letting me be a part of this, love." Even though he hadn't promised her anything beyond right now, Belle softened. This night wouldn't be complete without him. She threaded her fingers through his. "Thank you for being here. I know it's not easy for you." Tate brushed his knuckles across her cheek. "I can't wait. It seems like I've waited a lifetime for this. Ready?" She didn't reply. She couldn't, as Eric climbed onto the bed between her sprawled legs. Her heart pounded too hard. "Baby?" He glided a hand up her thigh to her hip, caressing it as though he couldn't stop himself from touching her. "Second thoughts?" "None." The sense of connection to all three of them bound Belle. She wanted them, felt them. After this, some small piece of them would always belong to her. And no matter what happened later, a piece of her would always belong to them. Eric smiled as he eased deeper into the V between her legs and covered her body, nudging her opening with his cock. She whimpered. This was it. She'd wanted this moment since she'd laid eyes on them. They surrounded her, their big bodies warming and protecting her. With them, she felt not just beautiful, but like the only woman in the world. "I'll be as gentle as I can, but if it hurts more than you can bear, Belle, you have to tell me. You'll do that, right?" She assured him with her smile. His voice might sound a tad stern, but concern shadowed his hazel eyes. "Women have been losing their virginity and living to tell the tale for millennia. I'll be fine." When he opened his mouth to rebut, she cupped his shoulders. "But I will tell you. I promise." Excellent. Eric didn't waste a second before he sandwiched a hand between them and aligned their bodies, then began working himself inside her. "Oh, baby, you're so tight." Gently, Tate warned his friend. Eric nodded, focusing on her completely as he lifted up on his arms and watched his cock begin to disappear into her body. The head stretched her, burning a bit as she opened to accommodate him. He inched inside her with a hiss, tensing and bracing himself above her with bared teeth.
You already feel amazing.
He sounded strained. Belle found it endearing. Some guys would only care about getting off, but his every thought now seemed focused on her comfort and pleasure. He was barely in, and she already felt awfully full. As he pushed deeper, panic threatened. She whimpered and gripped Kel's hand in hers, but she refused to say the words that would stop Eric from breaching her completely. Kellen squeezed back, letting her know he was there.
It's okay. We're going to take the time to let you get used to sex. It's only going to be uncomfortable for a few moments the first few times. Just remember, your body was made for this.
Her head knew that, but it wasn't prevailing now. Her body insisted Eric was too big, too much. Her heart thundered, seizing up further in an attempt to keep him out.
Shh,
Tate whispered, caressing her breasts, gently playing with her nipples.
Belle, baby, it's going to feel so good soon. You're so fucking beautiful. I can't wait to be the man inside you, loving you. You mean everything to me. He meant an awful lot to her, too. His devotion warmed her. His touch relaxed her. Belle forced herself to draw in a deep breath and let go of her tension. Watch what he's doing, love.
Kellen looked down her body.
Seeing you and Eric come together, witnessing your first time, it's amazing. Look.
She glanced down, fastening her stare to the spot where Eric's cock slowly disappeared inside her body. She forced herself not to think of the invasion, but of getting closer to them, of being theirs tonight. Spreading her legs wider, Belle welcomed him. He sank in just a bit more. Suddenly calling it sex seemed silly. This moment was so much more. Not only was she inviting him inside her body, but her soul. She was giving him something she couldn't give again. She was telling him without a word how much she cared. That was more than worth a moment's discomfort. His face was a mask of concentration as he nudged at her opening again, but the barrier inside her stopped him. Knowing it would cause her pain, he looked reluctant to break through. He needed reassurances, too. She let her free hand drift up, touching his face.
I'm all right, Eric. I want this. I want you. All of you. Take me.
Belle lifted her pelvis, unwilling to wait a moment longer to have him inside her. Eric groaned out her name and gripped her hips, piercing her hymen and surging into her. A flare of pain lit inside her, a tearing sensation as he thrust all the way to the hilt. She yelped as he took complete possession, filling her to capacity and beyond. She struggled against him.
Eric!
I know, baby, he soothed.
I'm sorry it hurt. Take a deep breath. That's it. Now exhale.
She did exactly as he demanded while he remained totally still. Slowly her body adjusted, stretched to accommodate his cock, softened, reshaped around him. Her mind calmed.
You better now?
He asked, after a long moment of nothing but harsh breaths filling the air.
I think, yeah,
she hoped.
Thank God. You can't know how fucking good it feels to be inside you. As he held still, forging himself deep inside her, his cock pulsed, a rhythm her heart matched. But sex involved far more than him staying stationary, with his flesh buried in hers. Now that the pain had subsided, she wanted to know just how fabulous him being inside her could feel. She wiggled her hips to entice him. Shit. Baby, if you don't stop moving, I'm gonna come. I don't want to do that yet. Let me make this good for you. The feel of him submerged inside her was already reigniting her desire. Knowing they were joined charged that desire into need. I'm ready. Eric, don't make me wait. He seemed to take forever. His head bowed as he worked to take air into his lungs and grab hold of his self-control. Tate continued his gentle adoration of her breasts, all the while telling her how beautiful she was, how much they wanted her. Finally, Eric raised his head. Anticipation thrummed through her. I'm going to make love to you, Belle. Soft and sweet. Her sex cramped. Her heart caught. Please. Oh, so slowly, he withdrew almost to the edge of her cunt, dragging his cock over the sensitive flesh inside her. He took in a shuddering breath, then eased back in, dragging over nerves now tingling and spreading pleasure throughout her. Eric repeated the motion again, giving her more of his weight, arching his pelvis against hers and twisting slightly. The motion pressed on her clit as he forced his dick higher inside her. Following her instincts, Belle worked with him, matching him thrust for thrust. The movement stimulated spots that fingers, lips, and tongues could not. Eric had barely introduced her to the gentle feel of his thrusts, and already she was soaring so much higher. Instead of someone heaping ecstasy on her, he was sharing it with her. Belle curled her fingers into his shoulders and began spreading kisses along his jaw. Between deep, measured thrusts, he took her mouth, the kiss rough, punctuated by a long groan when he completely seated himself again. More. She closed her eyes as a rush of euphoria heated her blood, wanting everything he had to give her. Eric picked up the pace. She was still so achingly full, but she enjoyed the sensation now. The contact, the friction, the closeness. This was even more pleasurable and profound than she'd hoped. Over and over, he thrust into her, and she slammed back up to meet him. They crashed together in unison. He grunted as she gasped. Then he took another hungry swipe at her mouth as he shoved deep. Tate's fingers were still wedged between them, twisting her nipples. He found a tempo to match Eric's thrust. He plucked at her, the pleasurable little pain jolting straight to her pussy. I've never seen anything sexier, Kellen growled in her ear. I can't wait to get deep inside you and fuck you, love. You won't believe how good this is, Kel. Nothing has ever felt this amazing, Eric moaned. I'm dying to be inside you, Belle. Tate's voice almost sounded like a plea as he twisted her nipples, adding more pressure and a bit of pain. The edge was right there. She held her breath, then keened out with need. The next touch would send her over. Kel nipped at her shoulder, breathing on her skin. Eric slammed inside her and ground down, finding a place deep, shocking her with an exhilarating sensation that swirled and gathered, tighter. Then it released, in a torrent like a giant storm. Belle gave a long, guttural groan, her head thrashing as the rapture drenched and drowned her, pulling her under in a consuming wave. Eric stiffened, his face contorting as he thrust one last time into her. His entire body seized up. He shuddered, cried out, then poured his body and soul into her. An electric moment later, he released a heaving breath, then fell on her chest. His heart still thundered against hers. Their bodies remained connected. Belle suspected that from this moment on, their hearts always would be. Peace filled her now. Every cell in her body exhaled as though she'd been waiting for this feeling, for them, all her life. Such dangerous thinking, but no sense in lying to herself. Finally, Eric lifted his head, his lips tugging into a satisfied grin. That completely blew me away, baby. Being your first was so special. I'll never forget it. He gave her a lingering kiss, so tender that tears stung Belle's eyes. As he ended it, he rolled away. A chill hit her damp skin, but she didn't stay cold for long. Tate slipped out from behind her, then rolled a condom on in record time and covered her body with his own. Wow, he was big and heavy, and his cock prodding at her would stretch her even more. But Belle didn't panic this time. She knew they'd all work together to make this fabulous. A wickedly sweet smile lit up Tate's face. My turn. I've wanted to offer my penis to you for a long time. Belle grinned. I accept. Thank God. He covered her lips with his own, his tongue finding its way inside at the same time his cock began to. Gasping at the sweet burn as he stretched her opening to accommodate his girth, he tunneled in deep, deeper. So deep she could almost swear he was about to hit her tonsils. Surely he couldn't fit another inch in. He did. And more. When he tilted his hips to grind into her, and she felt their bodies totally merged, she whimpered in delight and wrapped her arms around him. It was going to be an amazing night. Chapter 13. Tate stretched as he walked into the kitchen, every muscle in his body suffused with a happy ache. He wouldn't need to work out today. He'd gotten the workout of a lifetime, fucking Belle the night before. Fucking. Maybe he hadn't really known the meaning of the word until her. Strictly saying he'd had sexual intercourse with Belle wasn't accurate. He hadn't merely inserted slot A into tab B, but connected with her on a level he'd never experienced with another woman. Fucking Belle meant more than ever before, because he'd opened up and poured himself into her. He'd made love to her. His only regret was that he'd had to wear a condom. Once they got her home, they would all schedule checkups. Once they proved their clean bill of health, they'd put Belle on the birth control of her choice and toss out the condoms. He'd never taken a woman bare, but he didn't want anything to come between him and Belle again. Of course, she might not want birth control at all. A vision of Belle, round and soft with a baby in her arms, floated across his brain. He'd never considered children much in the past, but now that the concept was crossing his mind, he loved the idea of creating life with her. I suppose I should be glad you put on pants. Eric's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Tate ignored his friend's acerbic glance with a yawn as he ambled to the coffee maker.
Too many strangers in this house to be naked. I don't want to freak out some poor delivery guy, but I still think clothes are unnatural. Humans walked around naked for far longer than they've covered themselves up. Eric shook his head, clearly in disagreement. After it calms down around here, we'll have to accustom Belle to you walking around with your junk hanging out. He shrugged. They would be back in Chicago before too long. I think we should accustom Belle to walking around naked. When she's alone with us, she doesn't need clothes, man. He wasn't the dominant of the group. He liked to top a woman, but not the way Eric, and especially Kellen, needed it. But he loved certain aspects of the lifestyle. Eric's hair was still wet from his shower, but he was dressed for the day in slacks and a dress shirt. I don't hate that idea. We need to start thinking about a collar for that beautiful girl. I thought we'd go shopping and pick up a few things. I considered asking Sequoia to grab some stuff from our stash back home, but God only knows the lectures he'd give us about the plastic found in anal plugs killing the environment. But anal plugs would get Belle's sweet ass ready for play. With just that thought, his cock wasn't tired anymore. It strained against his sweats. Unlike Eric, he wasn't about to get all dressed up to spend the day in front of his computer, but he'd toss on something acceptable for that errand. I'll go with you. We definitely need to get her ready. But don't you think we should consider a ring before a collar? Eric raised a tawny brow. You think so? He poured himself a cup of coffee, hoping the answer he got matched his own. Yeah. I want to marry her. Don't you? How had they not talked about this? He'd just assumed they wanted the same thing. They'd talked endlessly about getting her in bed, moving her into their home, having a future with her. What the hell was he going to do if that future didn't include marriage for Eric? Of course I do, Eric shot back. And I think we should do it fairly quickly because she deserves to know the men she gave herself to want to marry her. She waited a very long time. She should never question that we love her. Love. Wow. Tate had never believed he would find it. He'd basically been programmed that love was detrimental to one's ambitions. But he had no doubt now that he'd totally fallen in love. This is what my mom and dad warned me about, Tate admitted. I can't think straight around her. I think love is turning me into a Disney character. Damn it. I always thought I'd be someone interesting out of a Star Trek episode, but I kind of want to break into song a little. Just a little. Eric stared at him. I've heard you sing. Please don't. Belting out a chorus of "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" might be fun, but it would probably scare Belle away. I'll hold it in. Yeah, Eric nodded. Shove it down, dude. Way down. The door opened, and Belle dashed in. His damn heart skipped a beat, because he knew they were meant to be. He'd spent many an awkward morning with a woman who didn't mind him in bed, but completely ignored him out of it, preferring Eric's company after sex. Belle wouldn't be that way. She didn't mind his quirks. He could be himself around her, and it felt totally freeing. She blinked up at them before her gaze skittered away. Obviously, she felt a little bashful. Morning, guys. She stole another glance at him. He loved the way she sighed. It made all that time at the gym worthwhile. You, look good this morning? I mean, you look well rested. You slept okay? I didn't kick or snore or anything? With a laugh, Tate scooped her up in his arms. enjoying her squeal as he hauled her against his chest. "Last night, I slept better than ever. You are the perfect body pillow." She relaxed in his arms. "I was so warm in between you and Eric." Eric grinned, looking happier than Tate could remember. He took Belle's hand in his and kissed her fingers. Even her hands were small and adorable. "We were very happy to keep you warm, baby," Eric murmured. "Now, we have to talk about those interns from the law office, because they are not returning to this house today." Belle frowned. "I've been thinking about that. I know they're an inconvenience, and I didn't want them here last night, but I really don't have time to do the inventory." Tate was with Eric on this one. "Then I'll help you. I can take the weekend and get it done." "It'll be fine. I doubt any of them wrote in pig's blood on my bedroom wall. Why would they have a beef to pick with me? I don't know them." "You don't know anyone in this town, but that doesn't matter. Someone is out to disturb you. At least. At worst." He shrugged. "I'm not taking chances. In fact, we're going to vet everyone who walks in this house, including that douchebag electrician who stares at your ass." She huffed. "He does not." "Oh, he does." Eric opened the fridge and pulled out the eggs. "And when you're not looking, he's staring at your boobs, too. Next time he does it, I'm going to kick his ass. God, I hope he has a record. Maybe he's on the lam. Then we could kill him and claim self-defense." Belle looked horrified. "He's teasing, baby. At least, kind of." Tate settled himself on one of the kitchen table chairs and looked at the mess of computer equipment, legal files, and writing implements all over the table. He couldn't see a single inch of the antique cherry surface anymore. Frowning, he made a mental note to clear off the dining room table and relocate the office elsewhere so they could all sit down and eat together. Kellen was right. They needed to behave like a family. It would just be so much easier if they were back home, in their recently constructed suburban paradise, instead of this never-ending home improvement project. "You can't kill Mike. I need him." Belle rested her head on his shoulders. "I have to get the electricity working properly. Have you noticed that power works selectively in certain rooms? And some spots are just weirdly cold." "That last problem is HVAC. The vents are probably screwed up, baby." Eric put a cup of coffee in front of her. "It's one more hassle and expense to add to the list that you don't need." "You know," Tate began, "we could hire someone to revamp the whole place. Find someone capable of handling everything." Belle's head snapped up, and he felt her whole body stiffen. "Are you saying I'm not capable?" A voice in his head told him he was walking into dangerous territory. That same voice always told him he wasn't going to get the girl or say the right thing. But he had Belle now, and she wasn't like every other bitch who'd snubbed him after sex. She didn't expect him to say the right thing all the time. That stupid voice was the product of self-doubt, and it had to go. "Of course you're capable. I know you want to stay here, but we need to get back to Chicago, baby." Hadn't they settled this last night? Yeah, she'd said a few days ago that she wanted to stay in New Orleans, but surely she wouldn't have gone to bed with them if she didn't intend to share a future. Chicago was home, and he was anxious to get back. Although, he kind of loved that it wasn't cold here yet. He also dug the nifty, weird vibe and charming architecture of New Orleans. When he jogged, he always found something new to see. The city was a chameleon, changing on a daily basis. Tate found it a little weird and wonderful. He'd even found himself running down Royal Street beside a group of dudes in red dresses the other day. He didn't know what the hell was up with that, but they'd looked as if they'd been having fun. Pretty soon, he wouldn't have anything in Chicago, except frigid temperatures and another average season for the Bears. But everything they'd worked for was there. She slid off his lap, looking incredulous. Tate wished he hadn't brought the subject up. Belle took a long sip of her coffee, her stiff body suggesting she grappled for patience as she turned back to them.
I know you need to get back. I'm glad you stayed here with me for a while. I really enjoyed your visit and appreciated your help with the house.
Tate frowned, his whole body going on alert, because he'd heard that flat cadence coming from a woman's mouth before. Just before she broke up with him. Just before she explained all the reasons it wouldn't work between them. What is that supposed to mean? Eric stood, putting a hand on his shoulder. Hey, buddy, we can hang out here for as long as necessary.
As long as necessary for what?
Belle's lips firmed. Nothing, baby. Just as long as you want us here. Eric seemed determined to keep everyone calm. Tate couldn't let it go. Dread churned an ache in his gut, and it wasn't going to go away until he knew the truth. He'd thought everything had been settled the night before, but maybe history was just repeating itself. I want you to explain yourself, Belle. I deserve the truth. I've never lied to you, not once. I've always been straight with you. What are your plans?
I've said for days that I'm going to work on this house and set up a design business.
She squared her shoulders.
Don't look so shocked. I told Eric in Dallas this is what I wanted. I quit, Tate. Just because you didn't accept it doesn't make it less true. I don't want to be a secretary for the rest of my life.
He tried to force down the panic invading his system. Keep cool. Don't blow it. She deserved the career she wanted. Her desire and his didn't have to be mutually exclusive. I understand. You've got a dream, Tate acknowledged. We'll help you find a space in Chicago. Baby, you have to understand that everything we've built is there. We can't just drop our livelihoods to move here.
I didn't ask you to.
She pressed her lips together in a grim line.
But I'm not going back to Chicago.
We don't have to decide any of this right now, Eric interjected. Tate ignored him.
Seriously?
What about last night? Making love to Belle had meant everything to him. His whole life had built up to the one moment he joined his body to hers and found what he truly wanted in life. All the hours sweating in the gym and enduring the users who'd just wanted him for sex had shaped him. Until last night, he thought he'd put up with it because that was the cost of getting some. Now, he knew he'd unconsciously done those things to become the man for her. He'd found his calling. Practicing law was great, but he wanted to make Annabelle Wright happy. He wanted to be her husband and build an extraordinary life with her and his best friends. How could she not want that too? She shrugged, her gaze sliding away from his.
I enjoyed it, Tate. But you can't expect that I would give up all my hopes and dreams because I liked what you did in bed. Can't you see that I have a chance to create my dream here?
And if I offered to move? If I gave up the practice? He hated how pathetic he sounded, like that 5-year-old he'd once been, praying that his mom would hug him, just once. Like the kid, yearning for his dad to play catch with him. Belle sighed, hesitated.
I don't think it would work.
Of course it wouldn't work. She would need to socialize with clients. She would want a wide circle of friends, and he struggled in those situations. He was a liability. He was a nerd without a filter. No amount of muscle he packed on was going to change what he was. He couldn't magically transform into Eric. He was good for sex. That had been a shocker. He'd been a sexual savant, easily learning how to please a woman because he was willing to do just about anything. He loved to eat pussy, loved the little sounds a woman made, the way she squirmed on his tongue. He had a big cock, and he'd learned how to use it. When he was in bed with a woman, there was no doubt he excelled. They just didn't want him out of bed. Apparently, he'd been naive to think Belle would be different. Tate pushed his chair back and stood, his gut heavy and knotted and dragging somewhere near his feet. How the hell had he gone from believing he was getting married to breaking up in less than 10 minutes? She stepped forward, the sympathy on her face almost too much to take.
Tate, I don't mean to hurt you. I just don't think it would work in the long term.
He suddenly realized he would do it. He would give up his practice and start over again here. He would sell his house and follow her if that's what she needed. He could beg, but it wouldn't change the outcome. Belle just didn't want him. Hey, it probably wouldn't. He wasn't going to make a bigger fool of himself. She reached out to touch him, but sighed again when he moved away.
Tate, if I asked you to move here, you would eventually resent me. I know it worked for Kinley, but I doubt Eric wants to give up his practice for a woman he spent one night with. I don't see how it works, especially since Kellen isn't interested at all.
Ah, so it was Kellen she truly wanted. He'd known it must be one of his two friends. They were smooth. They wouldn't embarrass her by doing anything painfully awkward. Now that he really thought about it, she would never have gone for their type of relationship. Almost no woman actually wanted to deal with more than one man. They were demanding, obnoxious at times. He might be the most demanding of all, following her around like a sad puppy, or the horny mutt trying to hump her leg. Most women preferred men like Kellen. He held a hand up. Whatever. It's cool. I'm going to take a shower. I'll look into flights out of here this afternoon. She looked startled.
I thought you were going to stay for a few days.
That was when I thought you gave a shit, Belle. Now I think I'll let you get on with your life. Eric tried to step between them. Tate.
So we can't be friends if you don't get your way?
Belle cut in. My way? You want to make me sound like a kid who throws a temper tantrum because I had a toy taken from me? I wanted to marry you. Build a life with you. I wanted to take care of you and make you the center of our world. But I guess you just wanted a man to pop your cherry and we were handy. Belle gaped at him.
That's not true. I never said that.
You don't have to. I know the drill, baby. So I'll make it easy on you. I won't tell you I love you again. Clearly you don't want to hear it. Trying to hold himself together, he whirled away to leave. She grabbed his arm.
Tate, stop. Will you sit down so we can talk? I care about you. I'm not trying to hurt you. Just be realistic about this. I can't let you give everything up for me when it can't work. You would hate me.
He could never hate her. But he damn straight could hate himself. At the end of the day, this mess was his fault. He was the real reason it wouldn't work. I'd rather not rehash this shit. He yanked away from her grip. I need to take a shower and get back to work. I'll be out of your hair as soon as I can. He walked out without another word, letting the door shut behind him. Tate! He heard Eric's oh-so-reasonable voice, but kept walking. He needed to be away from her, away from all of them. In his suitcase, he found a tank top. Then he thrust his shoes on, his whole body numb. In moments, he headed for the door. Kellen walked in, a white bag in his hands. Hey, I got us beignets. I thought we could sit down and figure out what we're going to do about the house situation. I have some thoughts on vetting the people who've been in here in the last 24 hours. The cops are going to be useless. They have a high-profile murder to solve. They aren't going to waste many man-hours on what amounts to vandalism. Of course, Kellen would take charge. He usually did. Often, Tate found a deep and grateful comfort in it. Not today. Instead, it was just another way he didn't measure up. Do whatever you want. He shouldered his way past Kellen and slammed out the door. Then Tate did what he always did when the world pressed in on him. He ran. Do you have any idea what you just did to him? After the door slammed behind Tate, Eric snapped around and drilled his stare into Belle. He had a point to make to her. Yeah, he'd have to go after his best friend very soon. Tate wouldn't talk about this argument now. He'd need hours, maybe days to process it. He might say he planned to take a shower, but he would find his sneakers and run through the streets until he couldn't see straight. Only when he'd pounded out every ounce of his frustration would he come back. Of course, he also might just run to the airport and leave for good. Belle shook her head, looking perplexed. What? I shouldn't be honest? I wasn't trying to hurt him. Damn it, Eric. Did you really expect me to wake up this morning and give up this house? Is one night supposed to make me believe this can work long-term? You could have mentioned how you felt last night. Eric forced himself to take a deep breath, because he was brutally angry too. Of course, he and Tate had already written the fairy tale ending in their heads, without telling her either. Still, hadn't she felt the magic between them when they'd made love to her? Hadn't it made her rethink staying in New Orleans at least a little? Kellen pushed the door open and walked in, looking deeply concerned. What the hell happened to Tate? He took off running. The last time he was that upset, he'd just watched the last Star Wars film. No jokes. It's not helping right now. Eric ran a frustrated hand through his hair. He knew Kellen wasn't intentionally being insensitive, but now, sure as hell, wasn't the time for a ribbing. Kellen stared, then cut his gaze to their aloof lover. His face lost all amusement. What happened? His eyes narrowed. What did you do, Annabelle? She loosed an exasperated huff. Why do you think I did something? Because there's only one person in the world with the power to crush Tate like that, and I'm looking at her. Kellen set his bag down and prowled toward Belle. Tell me how you heard him this morning. I have a suspicion, but I hope you prove me wrong. Belle opened her mouth. Eric saved them all the time, and her the effort. She explained that she didn't want anything but sex from us. Belle would probably choose different words, but he cut to the chase. The distance she'd forced between them had completely shocked him.
While he hadn't thought Belle would immediately begin packing to head back home, he sure as hell hadn't thought she would pronounce that a relationship between them couldn't work. It had worked pretty fucking well last night.
"Oh my God, I didn't say that. At all,"
she shot back, tears shining in her eyes.
"Tate started talking to me about going back to Chicago or him moving in here. He blindsided me. I tried to explain why that wouldn't work, and Tate took off."
"You told him that you weren't interested in a relationship." Tears or not, he refused to let her sugarcoat what had happened.
"No, I told him I didn't necessarily see a future for us."
Kellen shook his head, a tight fury all over his face. "Well, that's perfect. Hey, at least she told him to fuck off before the wedding." Hurt ripped across Belle's face.
"That's not fair."
With a shrug, Kel turned to him. "Look, man, I should go. I'll do nothing but make this worse. Sorry." Crap. At the moment, Eric wanted to throw down with both of them. He'd been prepared for Kellen to shy away or bow out. He'd always known that bringing his friend into the relationship after his bitter divorce would be difficult. He'd never imagined Belle would wake up after the best night of his life and declare that they could leave whenever, because it didn't matter to her. Kellen paused, gripping her shoulders and staring into her eyes. "Think about what you're doing, Annabelle. There's a reason you're driving away men who love you. Think hard and fix it. Don't end up like me."
"What does that mean? You said yourself you didn't think it could work,"
Belle replied. "I still don't. But then it's occurred to me, very recently, that I might not be the most optimistic person about love." He withdrew. "Besides, we're not talking about me. Really think this through before you break anything off. Make sure there's not even the smallest part of you doing this for revenge."
"Revenge?"
Confusion widened her eyes. Eric had been thinking along the same lines. "Back in Dallas, you were very upset with us. You thought we were rejecting you. Maybe you think it's a good idea to reject us right back. It won't work, Belle. You'll regret it."
"I am not doing this for revenge."
"Then you're pulling away because you're afraid," he shot back. Those were the only two reasons for her to be so standoffish. She is, and she won't admit it. Shaking his head, Kellen headed for the door that led to the dining room.
"Afraid of what?"
she challenged. "Come on, Belle. You're too smart to play stupid." Kel pushed the door open. "I'm going to start background checks on everyone who was here yesterday." Belle opened her mouth to say something, but Kel left, and Eric shut her down. Do not be stubborn enough to stop us from watching out for you. Think very carefully before you say whatever is about to come out of your mouth. The last 12 hours aside, we've been friends for a long time, and I will be deeply offended if you choose your pride over your safety. Before you told Tate he could leave on the next plane for all you cared, did you think about the fact that someone broke into this house and tried to scare the hell out of you?" Tears spilled from her dark eyes, down her cheeks.
"Damn it, Eric. You make me sound cruel and awful. I did not say that."
"Not in those exact words, but I assure you that's what he heard. And you're probably about to tell me to get out too."
"No. I appreciate you looking into the suspects. If there's any help I can give you, let me know."
Her big, hurt eyes
were like a punch to the gut. He wished he could take back the whole morning, or that they'd just stayed in bed.
I can't keep you here, Eric. And I can't lie to Tate and tell him I'm willing to do something I'm not. If that means he has to go, I'll understand.
Pain racked his system.
You're not even willing to see what we could have. What do you think we could have? I can't go back to Chicago. I really believe I need to be here. But I can't let you guys give up your careers to move because I can't promise a relationship will work out. Tate wanted commitment from me this morning. We've never even gone on an actual romantic date. I have no idea where you stand, and Kel is out on the whole relationship thing, so why should I be thinking about cohabitation already? I don't know that I'm ready. It would be unfair to ask you guys to give up everything back in Chicago when we might not have a future.
Eric sighed. That's how she saw the situation. So maybe they hadn't exactly communicated their wants and expectations to her. But she also hadn't tried to meet them at least a little closer to halfway. Either she was getting her revenge, or she was terrified. His money was on the latter. We can't leave until we know you're safe. That's not open for negotiation, Eric stated unequivocally. Tate wouldn't be able to leave her vulnerable and alone either. Sure, he could threaten to walk away, but he would stay here tonight and every night, until he was sure Belle was safe. It wouldn't matter that she refused to love them back. More tears spilled onto her cheeks, and it took everything Eric had not to brush them away.
What do we do, Eric? I don't want you to leave, but I can't tell you that I'm ready for anything more than a casual relationship. Maybe you think it's stupid, but I don't think it's going to work without Kellen. You three are a team. I've watched you for a year. You're happiest together. You'd resent me if I came between you.
She looked so miserable. Eric couldn't stop himself from cupping her cheeks and wiping her tears away. But you hurt Tate. You have to understand that this isn't the first time a woman has pushed him out of the relationship.
What do you mean?
She frowned. We've dated women who didn't want to see Tate outside the bedroom. Once we explained that we wanted a more established relationship, they quickly let us know that Tate could pop in for sex, but they didn't want to see him socially. Belle gasped.
That's terrible.
The utter horror in her voice made Eric breathe a little easier. It's true. And now he thinks that's what you're doing. He's convinced you prefer Kellen to him, but that you're willing to fuck him because he's good in bed. At Belle's shocked frown, Eric shrugged. It's exactly what our last girlfriend told him.
I didn't mean anything like that. I had no idea anyone had treated him so awfully. I just need time to figure out where this is going, Eric.
And for that, you want us all to go back to our corners and pretend like last night didn't happen? He wasn't sure he could do it.
You keep assuming the worst. It's nothing like that. Whatever time you have, I want to spend it with you, Tate, and Kellen. Honestly, I wasn't trying to shove anyone out the door. I just can't give you the assurances you want right this second. I get the feeling you guys have been thinking this out for months. I haven't, and everything in my life has changed suddenly. Maybe I would feel different if I hadn't inherited this house, but I did, and I already love it here. I've been ready for a change. I can't go back to being just your secretary. Can't you see that?
We've been slowly preparing you to be with us for almost a year. We waited until you wouldn't think we were lecherous bosses like your last one, and until you really got to know Tate. We waited for Kel to trust you, but we always had a plan. We might not have been traditionally dating, but we've spent every spare second we had with you. While you dated other women. She made air quotes with her fingers. What other women? Name one. I know about that skinny paralegal at Johnson and Forbes. So she wanted to debate. This was so up his alley. That ended about 2 weeks before you came to work for us. Next. She crossed her arms over her chest. Are you going to tell me you don't go to that club? Or that there are no women there? Apparently, Bell was under some very mistaken impressions. He'd be more than happy to correct them. No. We went because Kellen has been sponsoring our training. But that isn't what's bothering you, is it, Belle? You think we were out having a grand old time while you took care of the office. I'd like to know why you think any woman is more important to us than you. We haven't brought one female to the office who wasn't there in a professional capacity. We answer your calls at all hours of the day or night, and drop everything we're doing to take care of your needs. One of us takes you to lunch nearly every day, and dinner at least once a week. We've spent a year taking care of you. What makes you think we were sleeping with other women? Her brows rose as her jaw dropped. Are you trying to tell me you haven't had sex in a year? I'm telling you that I haven't had sex with anyone but you since the moment I laid eyes on you. Neither is Tate. After his divorce, Kellen fucked everything in sight, but shortly after you came to work for us, he tapered off. He hasn't slept with anyone else in easily 6 months. For a guy who used to get a different piece of ass every night, that says a lot. We all knew who we wanted, and we were willing to be patient until the time was right. The time was never going to be right. Tate shoved the door open and stood, his eyes flat. I thought you went for a run. Eric stared at his best friend. Tate looked dangerous, his eyes predatory, every muscle in his body still, as though ready to strike. Suddenly, Eric was worried that Belle was Tate's prey. She looked hesitant, but raised her chin and approached him. Tate, we should talk. When she reached for him, he jerked away. Nothing to say. We're not going anywhere until we're sure you're safe. In the meantime, you want to explore sex? You can do it with us. I was gentle with you last night, but if this is just a fuck, then we're going to do this my way. Hot and dirty. Tate didn't wait for her reply, just swept her in his arms against his chest and headed for the stairs. Hey, Eric called, following after them. Kellen met him in the hall, and Eric wondered if he'd been listening on the other side of the door since he supposedly left. Don't. He might be right. And Belle isn't exactly protesting. Let's join them and see where this goes. I don't know. He's emotional. When Tate exploded, it could get spectacular. In normal circumstances, I'd prevent him from scening. But maybe this is what Belle needs. She's shut down. Make her feel. Force her to open up. But you have to break through those walls, or you have zero chance. Kellen stared after Tate and Belle. I can stay down here, if you'd rather. But you definitely need to get upstairs. He slapped Kellen on the back. Maybe they could break down some of his walls, too. Come on.
Help me see if we can save this. They walked up the stairs, Eric's heart pounding. Chapter 14. Arms hooked around Tate's neck, Belle looked into his face, her heart softening, even as she told herself this was an absolutely terrible idea. He climbed up the stairs 2 at a time, her weight seemingly not a burden to him at all. "Tate," she called softly, "we really should talk. I didn't mean to hurt you." He didn't break stride, didn't acknowledge that she'd spoken. He just stared straight ahead, his strong face closed off. "Tell me whether or not you want this. That's the only conversation we need to have." Belle bit her lip. She'd done a number on him. She hadn't realized it at the time, but now she understood that he'd misinterpreted everything she'd said through his own filter. Unwittingly, she'd pushed his buttons. "I don't even know what this is anymore, Tate." "Sex. That's it." No, it wasn't. He might be angry, but he couldn't stop caring for her in the blink of an eye any more than she could stop caring for him. He was simply hurt, and she'd have to help him understand that she wasn't pushing him aside for Eric or Kel. That realization helped her find an inner well of calm, even as he kicked open the bedroom door. The knob bounced off the wall, but he either didn't notice or didn't care, just strode into the room and headed for the bed. Given his predatory mien, she should probably be trying to escape, or at least balking, but Tate would never hurt her, even if she had wounded him deeply. She palmed his nape and tried to catch his remote, dark stare. He looked past her, and that made Belle ache. He was a little too good at shutting her out. Then again, growing up, he had probably learned from the best. What had his childhood been like? Raised in a cold household by unfeeling parents who had valued only his intellect while repressing his big heart. Eric had been his first, and for years his only, friend. They balanced one another. How would she feel if she'd constantly been told that she was the inadequate half of a whole? Belle kind of understood how crappy that must be. Kinley had always been far more outgoing, the fun, bubbly blonde people gravitated to. If she and Kinley had shared the sort of life Eric and Tate did, she would have been the one on the outside looking in. She'd tasted how bitter that was over the years. Those memories made her ache for Tate even more. "Those women were wrong to reject you in favor of Eric. You're so wonderful, Tate, for so many things besides sex." He settled her onto the bed where they'd made love the night before. He could call it sex, but they both knew better. They'd made love. She wished she knew how to open herself, embrace the experience, and trust that it could last. As Tate followed her to the mattress and pinned her under him, she lay in his arms, offering her acceptance. Even when he was mad at her, he treated her with such care. She blinked up into his dark eyes, hoping he could see her welcome. "It doesn't matter, Belle. Are you saying yes or no? If you say yes, then you should prepare to submit. If you say no, understand that I won't ask you again. I'll leave you to Kellen and Eric. No matter how you answer, I'll make sure you're safe. But I will keep my distance." Belle hated ultimatums, but she understood. If she said no, Tate would put a wall between them. Not to punish her, but to protect himself. He'd done a remarkable job of making her feel safe with him, but she hadn't tried to do the same for him. Remorse stung her. What did she want? To risk her heart for something that probably wouldn't last, or to open herself up and surrender to the men she loved for whatever time they shared? Eric entered the room. Kellen hovered in the doorway, all eyes fastened on her. Expectation hung in the air. These men really would put their lives on hold until she was safe. After that, they would return to their homes and their careers. They'd leave her. If by some miracle they didn't, their little quartet wouldn't work if Kellen wasn't even willing to try. Of course, could she really expect complete security in the relationship? No one had that. She especially couldn't expect it if she wasn't ready to commit herself. And she didn't need a commitment to have sex. Belle's thoughts raced. Did she want to go back to simply sharing a roof with them? Most likely, they only had a few days left together. Hell, even if they'd promised her a lifetime, that didn't always work out. Her father had vowed to love her mother forever, and he'd died. When her mom had given birth, she'd committed to being a parent, but after her dad's death, she hadn't lived up to that obligation. Her mother's detachment had hurt and confused Belle. She'd shut everyone out after that. With the exception of Kinley, she still did. But now, these three men tempted her, not just sexually. She could really be herself with them, a rarity for her. They set her at ease. Why shouldn't she experience what they shared to the fullest while they were here? Find pleasure and joy. Her skin heated at just the thought of feeling them deep inside her again. Her heart warmed at the thought of being close to them. Even if it didn't last, she'd have these days to hold close to her heart. Yes. There was nothing else to say. Do you understand what you're saying yes to, love? Kellen stepped into the room. His whole body hardened, his previous calm gone. Before her stood a dom. Her dom. Yes. I'm agreeing to submit to you in the bedroom. Elsewhere, she would insist on being an equal partner for as long as it lasted, or she'd be unable to live with herself. Eric let out a sexy growl. In the bedroom, the living room, the bathroom, whatever room we want. We're not going to always carry you to the comfort of a bed, Belle. We'll have you in every room of this house. We'll take you wherever we want you. I'll flip up your skirt or pull down your pants, and you'll take my cock. Do you understand? She would be theirs to play with at their whim, whenever they wanted. The thought more than excited her. I understand, she murmured. Good. I want you now, Belle. Tate pulled his shirt over his head with an impatient yank. Strip and present yourself to us. She sat up and unbuttoned her blouse with shaking hands. How? She'd read descriptions of it in erotic romances, but being this close to the guys made her feel too jumbled and hot to remember the details. Kellen dipped into her personal space. First of all, look at your dom when you ask him a question. No more hiding. We've let you slide by on that for too long. She bit her bottom lip and stared at his chest, finding it difficult to meet his stare. I'm not hiding. Gently, he cupped her chin and forced it up. His stare bored into her. You are right now. Look at me, not away when you should connect. There will be no more dodging us. When we speak,
Unless you're told otherwise, look directly at us. Do you understand?
She hadn't realized she'd been avoiding eye contact. But somehow, when they flipped her submissive switch, that backbone she'd relied on since her mother had withdrawn in grief after her father's passing just seemed to go on hiatus. Belle sucked in a deep breath and forced herself to nod, their gazes still connected.
Yes.
Yes, sir, Eric corrected. When we're playing, you're to call each one of us sir, or we'll punish you.
Yes, sir.
She could remember that. It would be harder to constantly make eye contact. The visual connection could be so squirm-worthy, so intimate. Kellen released her chin.
Now ask Tate your question.
They were going to make this difficult for her. She could tell because Tate didn't come to her rescue the way he normally would by volunteering the information. Instead of telling her how to present herself, he simply stood over her, arms crossed, watching and waiting. Standing on shaking legs, she tangled her gaze with his and studied him. Little lines feathered around his eyes, along with a few others that had formed around his normally big smile. Now his expression looked somber, lacking his usual spark. Already she missed the Tate she'd come to know and love. Funny, gentle, considerate, and earnest. God, she wanted that man back. She didn't know this one at all. The fact that she'd helped create him killed her. Belle edged closer to say something, anything. She watched him closely, heard his breath hitch slightly the instant she drew near.
How do I present myself, sir?
His jaw firmed, forming a straight, stubborn line. She had this sudden desire to run her hand across it, to brush her fingertips there, to reassure him. She stopped herself. He was too angry and hurt to want her softness now. She would have to be patient and find other ways to prove that, even if she couldn't commit to forever, he still mattered.
Take your clothes off. Get on your knees and spread them wide.
Place your hands on your thighs, palms up. Remember this position. You'll greet your doms like this to show us you're ready to submit. Every word came in the same staccato grind he used when explaining a point of law or lecturing a client. She never looked away, focusing solely on his instruction and his dark stare. Their deeper visual bond made her aware that, without uttering a sound, he said so much. Words could lie, but his eyes didn't. Tate might try to put forth a cold facade, but the sweetheart she knew was still in there. Belle's heart melted. Now that he'd been hurt by women, including her, sex seemed like the only way he could connect with her and retain his pride. Surrendering to him might not fix everything wrong between them, but she could give him her body, her warmth, her comfort, and hoped that would help him find a better place. Belle shrugged out of her shirt and turned to toss her clothes on the bed. Instead, Kellen held out his hand. Without a word, she draped her blouse across his palm and looked his way for confirmation.
Yes, love.
He snagged her stare and fused them together.
This is what we want. And what you need. Give me everything else you're wearing.
She didn't try to look away. Pride gleamed in his eyes. The knowledge that she pleased him calmed her. Eric's expression was a mirror of Kel's. Even Tate looked grudgingly satisfied with her progress. Making eye contact helped Belle to understand them so much more clearly, How had she not known it would? Because she'd avoided a lot of connection and closeness for most of her life. She'd let that tragic autumn, when she'd been 11, change her. But all her questions about her lover's feelings seemed to have answers when she really looked into their eyes. The adoration she saw there took her breath away. Belle realized now that they didn't just watch her because they thought she was pretty, but because they cared for her and wanted to make her happy. They might not know it, but those desires went both ways. Kinley had explained the power exchange. She submitted. They supported, protected, and cherished. They gave her what she needed. Right now, she wanted that so badly. "Start with the bra, Belle." Eric stepped closer, caressing her with just a look. He was the glue holding them all together. She hadn't realized that until just now, but she could see that Tate and Kellen were the real opposites, while Eric provided the middle ground. He bent, compromising his own wishes to suit the needs of the group. He would always put his family first. Belle admired him so much. She worked the clasp of her bra, allowing her breasts to spring free. As the cool air brushed her skin, she breathed deeply, feeling the weight of her breasts against her body and the nipples peak under their stares. They made it so hard not to want something with them beyond the here and now. They made it hard not to love them. She shoved her pants off her hips, along with her underwear, before handing everything to Kellen. 2 days before, she couldn't have imagined being so comfortable naked, but now she liked how natural she felt. The appreciation on their faces and the satisfaction her submission seemed to give them filled her with a confidence she'd never had. In this moment, she wasn't worried that her imperfections made her unattractive. Instead, she just breathed into her body, concentrating on the beating of her heart, the tightening of her nipples, the clench of her aroused pussy. She felt perfectly at peace as she found the center of the room and sank to her knees. It felt awkward at first, but she spread her knees and placed her hands on top, palms up. She glanced up at them for approval. "Eyes down," Tate said, his voice hard. "Kellen said to look at us when we're talking, but when you're presenting yourself, you look down until your dom chooses to acknowledge and accept you." The minute she lowered her gaze, a blanket of vulnerability fell over her. Tate's sneakers came into view as he stood over her. Belle knew his stare roamed all over her, but she had no idea what he was thinking. That connection she'd had with him earlier seemed to have vanished, and she wanted it back. "Spread your knees wider so I can see your pussy." Without seeing the softness on his face, he seemed harsh. Still, she dredged up her courage and spread herself open further because, deep down, she suspected that pleasing him would please her, too. "Straighten your spine," Tate continued. "Let your head fall forward." She did as he asked, her whole being now centered on his voice. He sounded rougher, less collected. Then again, so was she. With every breath and every command, they opened her up, not just to them, but to the deepest parts of herself she'd kept closed for so long. She felt poised on the edge of something amazing, life-altering, as she submitted her body to their pleasure. "That's it." Tate's big hand covered her head. "You look beautiful, like this." Even when he was angry with her, he still made her feel special. She wanted to take back everything she'd said to him, but she couldn't do that unless she was absolutely certain she could keep whatever promises she made. Instead, Belle swore she'd take whatever time they shared and give as much of herself as she could.
Thank you, sir.
It's a simple truth. His sneakers exited her line of sight. If we're going to continue this sexual relationship, we need to prepare you. In the past, we've always taken a lover together. That means using more than just your mouth and your pussy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tate clipped every word with a distinctly academic tone, as though he were discussing some intellectual problem, not explaining that he wanted to have anal intercourse with her. Maybe it was time to show him she was learning. She didn't normally curse, but the night before had been dirty and glorious, and there was nothing wrong with the truth. She wasn't the same reserved girl whose virginity they'd taken. These men had changed her for the better.
You want to fuck my ass, sir?
The whole room went still, as though not a single one of them could believe she'd uttered those words. At their shock, Belle had to stop herself from giggling. That's correct. Tate's voice was a little higher than before. It was nice to know she could get to him with a few well-chosen words. Belle, what Tate is trying to explain is that we'll first prepare you by inserting a plug in your ass that will stretch you to take a cock there. Eric circled around her until his feet came into view. He wasn't wearing shoes. How could his bare feet seem so masculine, so sexy? No clue, but they were. She felt his hand sink into her hair. Then he gently tugged until she was looking up at him. When Kellen went out for beignets, he bought you a set of training plugs. This city has a surprisingly large amount of sex shops and voodoo shops. Sometimes I couldn't tell the difference. Belle would have to hope that no one had placed a curse on her anal plug.
I understand, sir. I want to be able to take all of you. I'm ready.
He tipped her chin up and stared into her eyes, as though he could see her down to her soul. You're ready for sex with all of us, but not commitment?
I can't promise more now, Eric. You've had a year to think about this. I've had a few days. I need time to figure us out.
I should probably step back until you do. But I won't. Instead, I'm going to show you absolutely everything we can give you. I'm going to show you what it means to belong to us. You won't be able to send us away. Belle was already afraid of that. She didn't want to find herself swept back to Chicago and giving up her design dreams. She couldn't run their lives again and not have one of her own. Even if they did help her find an office close to theirs so she could go into business for herself, as Tate suggested, it wouldn't be what she needed. Fate, her grandmother, something, had called her to this place. She had to make them see that. Besides, even if she was ready to jump into the relationship, well, Kel still wasn't. These three men wouldn't be right without one another. She didn't want to be the reason they were no longer a unit. I can't do this. Kellen shook his head. Couldn't what? Even sleep with her anymore? Now that he'd had her, did he not want her again? Panic encroached. She studied Kel's face, wishing he would look at her. She couldn't read him beyond agitation. His jaw firmed. He paced, shaking his head. Her stomach knotted, and she barely held in a sob. She thought she would have more time with him, that she could build up memories with him before he left her. How had everything gone so wrong so quickly? If you want to bail, there's the door. Tate's face had gone harder, his eyes downright stony as he glared Kellen's way. Kell rolled his eyes. Stop being a drama queen. I wasn't talking about leaving. We're going to shove a plug up her ass. Don't you think I'm staying around for that? I was talking about this whole Sir thing. She ruined it for me. He pointed at her. Now, when the word comes out of her mouth, it's like she's addressing that little rat thing that hikes its leg and pees on my shoes. A great well of laughter burst from Belle. She tried to press it down, but couldn't. Her reaction might annoy him, but she couldn't stop it, especially not when he looked so righteous. Even Tate cracked a smile. How about Master? Except we haven't earned it yet.
I can call you Master,
she interjected quickly. It felt right, like a formal admission of their sexual relationship. They would be her masters. For now. I like the way that sounds. Hands and knees, baby. Let's get the rough part over. Eric moved to the dresser where someone had lain a plastic bag. He retreated to the bathroom, and Belle heard the water begin to run. Rough part? They were really going to impale her backside with a foreign object. She wasn't entirely sure how she should feel about that, but she'd seen Kinley blush and stutter when the subject of anal anything came up. Belle didn't have any hang-ups about it being weird. It was simply new. But she wanted to know what it meant to be in between them, to have them love her all over. If she had to allow them to plug her before that could happen, she'd manage. Belle leaned forward, placing her palms on the carpet. It was plush against her skin, between her fingers. She needs a safe word. Kellen sank into the chair opposite her, obviously preparing for a show. Belle, select one, Tate commanded. Make it something you wouldn't typically say during sex.
Aquamarine.
It was the color of Kell's eyes as he stared into hers now. Tate nodded, his face still grim. He'd shrugged out of his shirt, but his sweats were still on. The night before, he'd been so eager. He'd tossed off his clothes with abandon. This morning, she felt distance between them, and she hated it. Her eager lover had been replaced with a wary man, and she wished she'd had more time with the fun-loving Tate before they'd confronted the issue of forever. Last night, he'd been all over her, caressing her body as if he couldn't stand not to touch her. Today, they'd barely shared any contact since reaching the bedroom. Fine. Everything stops if you say that word, Tate explained. The water shut off, and Eric returned with a piece of pink plastic in one hand and a tube of lube in the other. Exactly. At that point, we talk about what made you uncomfortable and how to rectify that. In exploring your submission, we should find your boundaries and push them. We'll discover what works for you sexually. So if you don't like something or find it uncomfortable, we hash it out until you're ready. For now, I'm going to work the plug inside you. You're going to keep it there until we take it out. You'll wear it a few hours each day until we decide you're ready to handle a cock. She wouldn't say that she wasn't a little nervous, but she didn't shy away.
Yes, Master.
Eric held out his hand. Suck Tate's cock, Belle. He's had too much stimulation for one day. He'll be cranky for his 1 o'clock phone conference with these new clients about their multi-million-dollar case if he doesn't release the tension. Belle slanted a glance in Tate's direction, His eyes lit up briefly, before he seemed to remember he was crabby. Instead, he pulled up a chair and plopped in front of her, then settled in to work his sweatpants down. Eric edged behind her, his warm hand on the small of her back. "Spread your legs a little wider, baby." She did as he asked, moving her knees further apart. At the same time, Tate pushed his boxers down and released his cock. He was so beautiful. Big, strong, stalwart. She couldn't help but lick her lips. She hadn't really gotten to explore his body yet. The previous night, he'd taken her with his mouth and driven her to insanity before spending half of the night inside her. Belle looked forward to paying him back. He stroked himself, staring down at her. "Suck me until I come." A drop of fluid already purled on the head of his cock. More than ready to taste him, she began leaning closer when she felt Eric pull her cheeks apart. Surprise and more than a little embarrassment made her clench down instinctively to keep him out. A loud smack cracked through the room, then pain flared across her ass. "Don't fight me," Eric growled. "Arch your back and push down."
"Seriously?"
She wasn't sure what she'd expected.
"I thought you would just push it in."
Kellen chuckled. "Push it in? Love, it's not just going to fall into your backside. Eric will have to coax that pretty little hole into opening for him. He'll spread you wide and use his fingers to distribute the lube. He'll rim and stretch you. You'll shudder and gasp a little, but eventually you will let him in." Maybe it shouldn't, but the demand in his speech made her squirm.
"But does he have to look at it?"
Her question might annoy them, but Kinley had always stressed communication in BDSM. "Fuck yeah, I'm going to look at it," Eric said, his hand heavy on the curve of her hip. "Every single part of you is gorgeous, Belle. Watching you take our plug will be sexy as hell. Do you know how long I've dreamed about getting my cock up there?" When he talked that way, her heart rate zoomed. Her skin felt too tight. Tate tangled his fingers in her hair. "You pay attention to me, Belle. Let Eric do what he needs, or we'll give you a nice long spanking, and you'll still take the plug." Put that way, she leaned forward and raised her ass in the air, trying to relax. Vulnerability washed through her. But as she took his cock in one hand, she smelled the musk of his arousal blending with the clean smell of the soap he'd used during his morning shower. She found Tate's scent a comfort. Belle licked him, using the flat of her tongue to rub along the V on the back of his cock. She settled there briefly, rubbing that little indentation, learning its depth and feel. She laved the thick head, then sucked, enjoying the way he fidgeted, then tried to force himself to still. Behind her, Eric parted her cheeks. Belle resisted her instinct to flinch away. Something cool coated her opening. Lubricant. It wouldn't be long now before Eric breached her with that plug. She fought a shiver. She needed to pay attention to Tate, take her mind off Eric's inevitable penetration. Belle bathed the head of his cock, lovingly saturating it before bobbing her head to take more of him in her mouth. Rolling her tongue around him as she sucked, she forced herself to remain still even when she felt Eric's fingers circle the rim of her back passage. She immersed herself in Tate's scent, texture, and flavor as Eric's fingers explored where no one had touched. Repeatedly, he worked his fingers around that spot, feeling her flesh part as he began to push his fingers inside. As he deepened the penetration, it became an odd pressure, not unpleasant. In fact, it soon had her gasping at the shockwave of sensation. That caused her to swallow more of Tate's cock into her mouth. "Fuck, baby." He pulled on her hair, drawing her closer, forcing his cock deeper. "Suck me hard, until I can't hold back another second. Oh yeah, that's what I want." And he tasted so good. She lapped at him some more, then drew him all the way to her throat, forcing herself to breathe through her nose. The slight tang of his salty essence coated his cock and teased her tongue. She stroked him with her tongue in passion, trying to give him all the devotion she couldn't promise with words. As she sank into the experience, something hard pressed against her ass, then began to pierce her. Oh God, he was breaching her with the head of the plug. Belle held her breath. "Open up." Eric pressed his hand into the small of her back, forcing her to arch for him. "Breathe out and let me in. You'll not only be full but satisfied. Don't be afraid. Let it happen." She concentrated on the task at hand, sticking her butt even higher in the air and sliding her tongue around Tate's thickening dick. He groaned low as he pulled at her hair. Then the plug began to breach her, sending a new and dazzling pressure deep inside her. She whimpered as the sensation snaked to her quivering belly, warmed, then settled into her clit. Slowly, Eric fucked her with the plug. Little thrusts, each time deeper, that made her moan against the cock in her mouth. "Fuck, that feels good," Tate said. "It's so pretty." Eric pressed in again. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Kellen stand and disappear behind her. "Damn, that's a pretty sight." "She's taking the plug beautifully." Eric made another pass with the plastic device, penetrating her more deeply. As it slid out again, she clenched down to keep it inside. When he pushed in once more, she relaxed and let the protrusion slide home. "It's in." "Damn, that's hot," Eric groaned. "You keep that plug in place, or there will be punishment." Belle barely had time to bob her head before Tate tugged on her hair again. "Deeper. Take me to your throat." Eric twisted the base of the gadget impaling her. She felt it even deeper. It ignited nerve endings she'd never known existed, and revved her arousal in a way she'd never imagined. The plastic wedge held her open, not allowing her to hide from Eric and Tate. Nor did it give her any respite from the constant barrage of tingles and the delicious feeling of fullness. The penetration was so primal, she could only imagine how taken she would feel once real flesh filled her. Frantically, she worked Tate's cock over and over, taking him a bit deeper and harder each time. She wanted to please him so badly, especially after their terrible argument earlier. Being on her knees, having her ass filled, gave her a completely new sense of her body and of the sensual power she had right now. It also made her deeply aware of how thoroughly they controlled her orgasms. She'd happily do just about anything for one soon. With fingers thrust in her hair, Tate guided her, his hips moving in short thrusts. She finally worked her lips all the way to the base of his cock. He filled her mouth completely, and Belle held her breath as he prodded her throat. Her body conformed to the plug, hugging it, craving more. What would it be like when one of them replaced the plug and one filled her pussy? Already, she felt so tightly packed. Would she be able to truly take two of them at once? Belle doubted she would be able to breathe or think or move, and she didn't care. She couldn't wait to feel them deep inside, connecting her to them in a whole new way. She dragged her mouth back up the length of Tate's cock until only the head remained cradled by her lips. With a little sigh, she swiped her tongue across the head. Oh, wow. Damn. Tate let out a harsh breath. Belle, baby, you're killing me. I can't hold. One more pass was all it took. The minute she sucked him back in and swallowed around his cock, his entire length stiffened and pulsed. Hot splatters filled her mouth. He tasted rich and salty as she drank him down while he groaned low, long, and loud. The minute Tate sagged back into the chair in a spent heap, Eric held a hand out to her and helped her to her feet. He led her to the bed. You're too sore to fuck this morning. She wanted to feel them inside her so badly. The urge to meld with them once more surged like a craving. But, no, we won't let our impatience cause you more pain, Belle. Soon, when you're less tender, we'll fill that pretty pussy again. Now, we're going to try something else. Lie back. Don't lose the plug. I don't want to have to start your training all over again. I'm serious about fucking your ass. And soon. Eric eased her down on the bed, looking her body over. Kellen was suddenly beside him, both men appraising her with their hungry stares. You're such a beautiful sight. Kellen reached down and gripped a nipple between his thumb and forefinger. He twisted slightly, the sensation zinging straight to her pussy. Please, I'm not really all that sore. She was, but surely it wouldn't be uncomfortable for long. She wanted them, needed them. After all the emotion of the morning, she needed to be close to them, feel that they were still with her. Eric tweaked her other nipple. I said no. Tomorrow will be soon enough, but there are plenty of other ways for you to please your masters. Tate, can you get me the clamps? I think it's time for a little nipple torture. These jewels are so sensitive. I think we'll have her squirming and begging in no time. Her eyes widened. She already felt as if she was begging. Then Kellen eased beside her, his mouth hovering over her nipple. She gasped as he ran his tongue over the little nubbin, making it stand at attention. These are tweezer clamps. Eric took the small metallic thing Tate handed him. A chain connected the two silver objects to one another. Kel bought them for you, along with that plug in your ass. You still feel it? Yes, she breathed. We have a huge kit back home, all brand new and waiting just for you, Belle. We began buying the items months ago. Every time I shopped for you and added more goodies to the pile, I just got harder and harder, imagining all we could do to you. Why would you have bought things like that for me back then? It wasn't like that. I just worked for you. She fought to concentrate while Kellen nipped at her breasts, every pass of his mouth and teeth shooting arousal through her system. Because we're optimists, Eric explained. Whenever I went to the club and trained, I did it because I believed I would be your master. Even before I met you, I knew there was a you out there.
I knew I would find the one submissive who truly belonged to me. I never imagined she wouldn't see the truth. So listen up, Belle. I intend to make you realize that you belong to us. You're ours, and no amount of success in business will make you as happy as we can. Although you might curse my name in a minute before you admit I'm right. He handed the first clamp to Kellen, who slid it onto her nipple and let go. Pain flared through her, biting at her and making her gasp. "Damn it!" Eric held up a hand when Tate moved toward her. "No, we didn't tell her she couldn't curse, and I kind of like knowing I can make her say all those dirty words. Does the clamp hurt, baby?" It did, and it didn't. The erotic pain sent a sweet ache twinging through her pussy. Like everything they did, that little vice on her nipple forced her awareness. Her very skin felt alive and awake. Her blood hummed. "A little, but I can handle it." And the more moments that slid past, the more she actually liked it. The minute the words slipped from her mouth, Eric dropped to his knees and suckled her free nipple. His teeth lightly bit at her, gently preparing the other bud to take the pain of the second clamp. He clipped it on. With rapt eyes, he watched the chain stretch from one nipple to the other, the cool silver snaking across her chest. The clamps bit. One individually tested her pain tolerance. Two at once somehow magnified the sensation. But the pain morphed, dropping from the intense bite at her nipples to a lip-biting pressure that joined up with the fullness in her ass to send a shocking jolt straight to her clit. Kellen reached down and gently tugged on the chain. "Are you ready for more? This little work of art isn't finished by a long shot." Tate passed him another clamp. This one, a single pair of tweezers on a longer chain. Kellen carefully attached the silver length to the middle of the chain running between her breasts, and laid it in a cool, thin line down her torso. She shivered, feeling them everywhere, touching her, arousing her, filling her. She watched as Kellen tugged on the chain over her belly, just enough to make the pleasure pain surge to life again, as he rested the final clamp just above her pussy. "Where does that go?" She had a suspicion. It made her both worry and ache. He couldn't clamp her there, could he? "You have another sweet jewel for us to adorn, Belle." Kellen moved between her legs. "While I work on this, I think you should take care of Eric." She turned her head to find that Eric had shed his clothes. He stood beside the bed, beautifully naked. She stared at the slab of ridged and notched muscle covering his powerful torso. It was easy to see he was a former athlete who hadn't let himself lose any of his form or prowess. "Touch me, Belle." He grasped her hand, bringing it to his abdomen and pushing it low. She allowed her fingers to run down his magnificent six-pack. So much muscle, steel covered in the softness of warm flesh. She loved how he felt, could spend days just touching him. But Kellen was right. He needed more. His cock strained, almost reaching his navel. She let her hand slide down, brushing against him. His cock jumped, as though electrified by her touch. "Suck me, Belle. I need to feel your mouth on me." Kellen had moved between her legs, but she didn't feel anything except his heat near her pussy. The waiting for more made her eager, jumpy. She glanced down
noticing that he'd placed the clamp just above her clitoris, but he made no move to slip it on. Instead, he just stared at her pussy, settling on his stomach and rubbing his nose along her labia.
Fuck, I love the way you smell, Belle, but you taste even better.
He ran his tongue the full length of her pussy, sending a flare of desire through her. She cried out his name. Someone tugged on the chain between her breasts. Tate. He'd moved onto the bed, sliding into the spot Kellen had vacated. Pain flared, snapping her attention back up.
Kellen is readying your clit to be clamped. He'll stop if you don't behave. Would you rather have a spanking? Do you think you could hold that plug inside for that? I think it would be very difficult. And you won't get an orgasm until your masters are pleased with your progress. Do you understand? She understood that there was no way she would be able to keep that damn plug in if she was suddenly tossed over one of their knees and had her backside smacked.
Yes, master.
Though she really wanted to watch what Kellen was doing, she looked away. The three of them were keeping her on edge, forcing her to focus on Eric so she wouldn't know what Kell or Tate intended next. They were forcing her to trust them, to give herself over. Eric held his cock in hand, sidling closer so she could easily lick and suck him. Slowly he stroked his length, and she couldn't help but watch in fascination at the way his fingers traveled over the ridge and his thumb traced his veins. She wanted him in her mouth. Drawing in a deep breath, Belle relaxed, giving herself over to all of them and the sensations racking her body. She closed her eyes and leaned in.
"That's right, baby,"
Eric groaned.
"All you have to do is obey and feel."
Eric put his cock to her lips.
"Relax, and let me fuck your mouth. I want your lips around me so badly."
Kellen chose that moment to lick her, his tongue painting her flesh with pleasure. He sucked her clit, niggling and prodding it, drawing her closer and closer to climax. Belle tried to keep her attention on Eric, sucking and swirling her tongue all over him, and to ignore the dazzling pleasure Kell heaped on her. Suddenly, something hard and metallic cut into her needy little bud. The clamp. She shuddered as it bit into her tenderest flesh. The pain burned and sizzled, and then sank into her skin until she buzzed with need. She arched and writhed, trying to breathe through the pain.
"Hold still so I can look at you."
Kellen waited impatiently while Belle whimpered and tried to still her body.
"So pretty."
He touched the aching point with just the tip of his tongue.
"I agree that your pussy is too sore to take a cock, but I think you can ride my tongue nicely, love."
He closed his mouth over her and speared her just as Eric began feeding her his length again. She curled her tongue to conform around the underside of his cock. When he began to withdraw, she pulled on him furiously, sucking until her cheeks hollowed, trying to keep him inside. Tate alternately plucked at the chain between her breasts and caressed the bare flesh surrounding it. This was what she wanted. All three of them touching her, connecting with her. She let all of her worries go. For this moment, she was theirs, and they were hers. Tomorrow didn't exist. Eric fucked her mouth, thrusting in and out, gently forcing her to take him to the root. Kellen kept up his tender assault on her pussy, owning her with his mouth, while Tate showed his continued fascination with her breasts. She held her breath, on the edge, never sure if she would get pure pleasure or the burning erotic pain. pain that only seemed to take her higher. Eric groaned above her, his thrusts losing their smooth rhythm as his cock pulsed in her mouth. "I'm going to come, baby. Your mouth is so sweet. Take me. Take all of me." She sucked hard as he began to coat her tongue. Lovingly, she laved the head and worried the little ridge just underneath that made him shudder. He held her hair in his grip and groaned, spilling even more. Knowing she could affect him so deeply sent a thrill through her. Just as she swallowed down the last of his release, Kellen rewarded her with a long kiss of her clit, and she went soaring over the edge. Her body twisted, bucked. The ecstasy mixed with that sensual torture ate through her, grinding her resistance and chewing up her composure. Pure pleasure screamed through her system. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. She existed only in that moment. Finally, as the racking pulses began to trail off, she lay back, panting, her body surfeit with sensation. "Don't scream, baby," Tate said. Just as Belle wondered what he meant, he released the first clamp. The blood flowed back to her nipple, and she slammed back against the bed with a yelp. As he sucked her nipple into his mouth, her cry turned into a scream, then tapered off to a gentle lick, his tongue easing her pain. Eric dropped to his knees and worked the other nipple, laving her with affection. Sensations churned, meshed, growing exponentially. Then Kellen released the final clamp. Her whole body clenched. His mouth covered her clit, drawing it in with a soft suckling. After a sharp spike of tingles and another high racing through her blood, Belle sank into the comforter, all of her men surrounding her, wishing this could last forever. Chapter 15. Belle sighed deeply as she dried the last dish and put it away. Dinner had been another awkward affair, full of stilted conversation where everyone avoided talking about the future. Instead, they discussed the tile she'd chosen for the downstairs bathroom and the removal of the hideous vomit-yellow floral wallpaper in the master bath. But she knew they'd been half listening, more frustrated that she wasn't budging about returning to Chicago. How long could they remain in this limbo? They no longer mentioned their work to her, even though she'd told them she was interested. In fact, Belle was beginning to think they weren't talking much at all. They definitely weren't communicating. The sound of her grandmother's old television filtered in from the living room. Ah, the news. At this time of the evening, the broadcast was local, the usual fare that attempted to be hard-hitting while forcing in odd banter now and then. After she'd painted the living room, the men had moved their office there. The space was far larger and contained more work surfaces, so they could spread out. Unfortunately, it also meant she couldn't walk in and see them 5 times a day. She didn't have a logical excuse, as she had in the kitchen. None of them were gullible enough to believe that she'd come into the living room for a drink of water or a nibble to tide her over until dinner. The formal space was in a corner of the house, so she couldn't just happen by. When Belle did gather up the courage to enter their new office, she didn't know what to say, so she'd stopped going. Other than meals, she barely saw them during the day, but she missed those men so much. It had been over a week since she'd discovered them on her doorstep. She'd grown accustomed to finding them all over the house, maybe talking on the phone in front of the refrigerator, or huddled in her favorite chair in the parlor with a laptop and coffee. But since she'd told them she didn't see the relationship lasting, Something had shifted. They'd relegated themselves to a room far out of her way and rarely left there unless they retreated to their own bedrooms. If she worked up the courage to ask for their help with a task, they graciously agreed to do it, but they no longer sought her out for a morning flirtation or an afternoon chat. They didn't try to make her laugh or steal an afternoon kiss. They didn't crowd her or watch her with hungry stares. Some days she wondered if they really even looked at her anymore. After the workday, the men had fallen into patterns. They all had their assigned chores and performed them with the politeness of good roommates. They gave her every distant courtesy. She couldn't fault them in any way, except the emotional chasm they seemed to be digging between her and them. From the moment she woke until the time she went to bed, Belle's frustration made her want to scream, and her heart felt so close to breaking. At least until deep in the night. Then they ceased being distant roommates and came to her as lovers. Every night they seduced her, touched her, groaned about how good she felt until she couldn't think straight. They took her with their fingers, mouths, and cocks repeatedly. They impaled her ass with progressively larger plugs, and they spanked her. They tied her up and forced her to take them in any and every way they wanted her. They consumed her completely as they made love to her. Had sex, she corrected herself mentally. They had sex with her. They never mentioned love anymore. They cuffed her and teased her until they made her shout out their names. They grew their collection of toys a little each day and used them on her relentlessly. They taught her the intricacies of a DS relationship, playing the role of her masters every single night. And though Eric and Tate still slept in her room, they no longer cuddled her the way they used to. They merely stayed close so she would feel safe. Tate had even dragged an overstuffed chair into the room and began sleeping there. Kellen always left the moment the orgasms ended. He would make her cry out until her throat felt scratchy and raw. Then he would depart for his own room, and she wouldn't see him again until he nodded her way as they passed in the hall the next morning like relative strangers. When they shared their bodies in such pleasure, Belle thought only of how they made her feel. When they were in bed together, she didn't think about the future. She lived in the moment. But the moment was starting to confine her, oppress her, depress her. With a weary sigh, she stepped away from the kitchen sink and sat at the eat-in table. Restlessness settled over her. She couldn't seem to quiet the voices in her head. It had been days since she'd told Tate, Eric, and Kellen that she couldn't return to Chicago with them. Belle still knew she couldn't resume her old life. But now she dreaded the moment they would walk away. Because they would. Soon, they'd realize she wasn't the woman for them. Despite Tate's idiosyncrasies and Kellen's reluctance to get involved, they were a package deal. They would never be happy any other way. When they realized she couldn't fulfill them, they would leave her for good. Life wasn't fair. She'd learned that at a young age. She'd watched fate snatch away her mother's happy ending. After her father's death, Mom hadn't believed she had anything to live for. When her men had packed up and gone home, Belle feared she'd feel the same. Sir scratched at the back door and she got up to let him out, closing the door quickly to keep out the humidity of the night. At least the air conditioner seemed to be working now. It was a small miracle. Sir barked, and Belle saw the outline of that damn cat prowling around in the dark. The thing seemed to delight in making her dog insane. The kitchen door swung open, and Eric strode through. He grabbed a beer from the fridge. "Thanks for doing the dishes." His tone was so polite, it hurt.
"Thank you for cooking dinner. Are you still working?"
He nodded. "Yeah, my hearing got postponed until Monday, but I've got to be there. I bought my plane tickets this morning. I'll only be gone for 2 days. Will you be okay here?" She nodded, but the thought of not seeing him even for a few days made her anxious and achy.
"Sure. Things should settle down now that the AC is fixed, and the wiring finally seems to be up to code."
"I won't be sad to see that pervert go." Eric had never warmed to Mike. "What's your next project?" She hated the distance between them. He didn't move closer to her, didn't reach out to take her in his arms. The abyss seemed to widen every day.
"The parlor. I'm going to sand the wainscoting and strip the paint from the crown molding so I can stain them and restore both to a more period-appropriate color."
He nodded again, but it was a negligent gesture. "I'm sure it will be lovely." And then he was gone once more, heading back to the living room and leaving a terrible void in his wake. Something had to give. Right now, she just hoped Eric actually came back from Chicago. What if he got there and remembered how much he loved it? How much less complicated everything was in his office? How much he enjoyed the comforts of his home? What if he called in a few days and told her to have a good life? Cal and Tate would leave shortly thereafter. At the terrible thought, a sob rose up inside her. Once, she'd thought they'd all be better off if the guys left. Now, Belle wasn't entirely sure she'd live through their parting. She'd gotten so used to being with them, to having them in her everyday life. She couldn't imagine how quiet the house would be without them. But her feelings stemmed from more than a worry about being lonely. Belle would miss them like she'd miss the beating heart they'd tear from her chest when they left. She took a deep breath and picked up her tea mug. Weariness threatened to invade her bones. Despite the fact that she wasn't alone at night, what little sleep she got wasn't restful. Her dreams were still haunted by swinging ropes and screaming women as they were dragged to their deaths. She still heard those whispers in the night that warned her to leave. Often she'd sit straight up in bed. Then the voices would stop, only to start again when she settled back against her pillow. The sound from the television drifted from the living room. "Police are still investigating the murder of a local madam, Karen Ehlers, age 59. Ehlers allegedly ran the most upscale brothel in New Orleans. She was found strangled in her home just over a week ago amid rumors that she was preparing to write a tell-all autobiography that would have outed several of New Orleans' most powerful men as her clients. The police haven't made any arrests. In a press conference earlier today, they requested that anyone with information about Ehlers' infamous client list or the murder contact them." Belle shuddered as she walked into the parlor and saw another dead woman center screen. The last thing she needed before bed was to listen to tales of death and mayhem. She already had them running through her head every night. Belle stretched as she walked into the parlor and turned on the overhead lights. They illuminated the room with warm, golden light as she headed for her favorite chair in the house. It was a big, comfortable wingback in the corner. The fabric was an eye-assaulting brocade, but she couldn't bring herself to change it. Big bookshelves full of eclectic tomes flanked the chair, and the prettiest Tiffany lamp decorated the adjoining side table. At some point, Her grandmother had begun using this space less as a room to greet guests, and more as a cozy place to relax. She could envision her grandmother sitting in the comfy chair while reading. Belle had taken to curling up there in the evenings and reading her grandmother's journal before she retired. The woman she'd met only at her father's funeral fascinated her. The diary hinted at some big and slightly scandalous parties back in her day. Belle had wondered more than once what her grandmother would say about her unusual relationship with Kel, Eric, and Tate. Oddly enough, she had the sense that Grandma would have understood. The overhead lights flickered, blinked twice, and died, sending the room into gloom again. Belle sighed. Maybe they weren't done with Mike after all. She reached over and pulled the chain on the Tiffany lamp. Luckily it came on, giving her a small circle of light. Belle settled against the back of the cozy chair, deciding the little pool of illumination was actually quite nice. She opened the journal, flipping to the place where she'd left off last night, and settled in eagerly. My darling boy, I hear you had a baby girl, Annabelle. Oh, my son, I'm so proud you named her after my dearest Belle. She loved you so. I sent a gift, but I don't expect you to receive it well. If you send it back to me, I'll give it to the orphanage. They can always use the money. I wish I could see her. See the smallest piece of myself in her beautiful, tiny face. You won't allow it, but know that I love that child like I love you, son. Tell her to have the best life she can. Tell her to find love, and when she does, you tell her to never let it go. You tell her to fight in a way I didn't. I let your father go too easily. You tell her she'll never regret that she fought. She will only mourn if she doesn't. Would it please you to know I sold the business? Likely not. I'm too old to control those girls anymore. I'm far past my prime. I'll just read my cards in the square from now on. I'll tell tourists the futures they want to hear, then maybe, just maybe, they'll create their own self-fulfilling prophecies and make their dreams come true. Sometimes all a person needs is a little faith. I have the greatest faith that someday you will forgive me. Someday I will prove myself and my adoration to you. I love you, my boy. Take care of your baby girl. Tears sprang to Belle's eyes. She sniffled, the words in front of her watery, but seared into her heart. She flipped the page to read on, to find out why her father had never forgiven his own mother. But that was the last page of the entry. The rest of the pages remained void, like their mother-son rapport. Why had her father been so angry with Grandma? Belle couldn't understand why he'd kept her from a loving grandmother. It was so obvious the woman had adored her only son. In earlier entries, she'd written tearfully about sending him away for boarding school. She'd missed her son desperately, but wanted what was best for him. How had her father not seen or believed in that love? Belle read the entry again, looking for clues. The words seemed to swell off the page and into her consciousness. Fight. Fight for the love she wanted and deserved. Risk her heart. Take a chance. It scared her. She'd already seen what life looked like when one didn't. Her grandmother had ended up alone. Her mother, too. Her father. She recalled his occasionally withdrawn moods. Had her family all walked away from love and lived to regret it? Could she break the cycle? On the other hand, she'd tried so hard as a child to make her mom love her again, following her father's passing, and she'd failed. After that, she'd stopped trying at all, refusing to let herself be hurt again. Was she playing out the same patterns as her ancestors? Sure, she'd listened to Kellen's terrible past, even empathized with him. But had she fought for him? Really? For all of them to stay and love her? No. She'd pushed them away to protect her heart, but it was already breaking. And if she didn't change something now, she feared she'd soon mourn the fact that she had not done absolutely everything she could to keep them. The light in the room flickered on again. Belle glanced up at the big fixture dangling from the ceiling. It flared and died, a popping sound splitting the air. She stood. Damn it. Mike had sworn everything was up to current code. He'd smiled and taken her check, and now Belle kind of wanted to punch him in the face. Guess she'd be calling him again in the morning. With a sigh, she leaned back against the chair, wishing her other problems would be half so easy to fix. Suddenly, every hair on her body stood up. The air seemed to turn electric. Goosebumps covered her body. A shadow snagged her attention, and Belle zipped her gaze to the far wall in time to watch a dark mass move across the area. She gulped in a silent breath, her eyes widening as the figure moved toward the window. The whole room seemed to turn cold. There was no way to deny what her eyes were seeing. That shadow moving across her wall didn't move like a person. It seemed to float off the ground. It didn't have defined legs. It wasn't of this world. A cold menace snaked across her skin. All the air in the room was suddenly sucked away. Her lungs ached. Time slowed to a stop as she watched the black mass pause, turn. Was it coming her way? She felt a cold touch on her shoulder, almost like an icy finger passing through her flesh. She heard a scream. Then the whole world went black. Kellen's heart threatened to stop when he heard the blood-curdling scream fill the whole space, as though the house itself was screaming. He dropped the file he'd been studying and ran because Belle was in trouble. "Belle!" Tate yelled for her as he jumped to his feet. "The parlor." Eric picked up his cell phone as they all sprinted toward that section of the house. "She always reads in there at this time of night." Kellen got to her first. She looked so frail and delicate, her body slumped over in the big chair. He got to his knees, feeling for a pulse, praying for a pulse. God, what had happened? "Kellen?" Her lashes fluttered, her eyes opening slowly. "I'm here, love." With a cry, she threw herself against him, wrapping her arms around his body as if he was a life preserver in the middle of a raging sea. "I'm calling 911, Eric barked. "Did you see something? Someone? I'll do a search." Tate stood tense as he stared down at her. "Don't," she said quickly, sniffling slightly as she shook her head. "Don't call anyone. They'll just think I'm crazy." "Love, we need to get this on record. Who was in here?" It had been so quiet the last few days. Kell had almost believed that whoever had tried to scare her previously had moved on. He'd hoped that whoever wanted her out had realized that scare tactics wouldn't work. No. They'd just been waiting, plotting, and escalating.
He was going to kill whoever had rattled her with his bare hands. Belle pulled back, trying to stand on shaky feet.
No one alive.
Had she been drinking? What? She scanned the room fearfully, as though trying to find something no longer there.
It was here. A big shadow. It was shaped like a man, mostly, but I felt its evil. God, Kellen, the room got so cold. I felt him touch me, and it nearly made me sick.
His heart was still thundering in his chest, but he frowned. Was she implying that she'd seen a ghost? He wondered what exactly her grandmother had been writing about in that journal of hers, because it was making Belle's imagination run wild. I'm sure you just fell asleep and had another bad dream. Her eyes narrowed into a stubborn glare.
I did not fall asleep.
She frowned, swallowing.
I didn't want to believe it myself, but I think this house is haunted and by more than one entity.
Yeah, what the hell did he do with that? Okay, maybe we should have you talk to someone. You're under a lot of stress. Tate cleared his throat and suddenly looked sheepish. I might need to talk to someone too. Belle turned, gasping as she reached for Tate's hand.
You've seen something?
Kellen frowned at Tate. What the hell was he up to? Are you serious? Tate flushed slightly, his big shoulders shrugging in a self-conscious gesture. Maybe. Look, there are some weird things going on in this place. Eric pocketed his cell again. It's a historic house, man. You've never lived in a really old place like this. There's always settling, and the electricity is obviously still faulty. There's a logical explanation. Okay, explain why the dog barks at shit that's not there. Tate shot back. It took everything Kellen had not to roll his eyes. Because he's a dog, and not a very smart one. Seemingly of its own accord, Kell's head jerked slightly to the right. Damn it. He was going to have to get that checked out. He seemed to have developed a tic in his neck that caused him to jerk occasionally. Belle stood by Tate, obviously picking her side of the fence.
Sir is not stupid.
Oh, she was going to change that dog's name if it was the last thing he did. Love. He's out chasing a cat across the courtyard. He's not exactly a Rhodes Scholar. Eric crossed his arms over his chest. It is a little creepy how he acts sometimes. I caught him growling at a closet the other day. Like, really growling. He was ready to attack.
A lot of people believe animals see things we can't,
Belle argued.
That animals have extra or heightened senses.
And some people think Santa Claus is real. It doesn't change the fact that he's not. His head jerked again. Damn it. Maybe there was something neurologically wrong with him.
Are you okay?
Belle's eyes softened with concern. It's just a tic, love. Sometimes I get them when I'm stressed. Though usually it was in his left eyelid. He'd never had his neck jerk like someone had slapped him upside the head. Tate held up a hand. Look, all I know is there are creepy parts of this house. Kell glared. Tate was supposed to be the logical one. What does science tell you, man? I really thought you would be on my side. You were raised by scientists. Yeah, what science tells us, above all else, is that we don't know everything. The Greeks explained thunderstorms as Zeus getting pissed off and throwing lightning bolts around. How do we know that the ghost thing isn't a way of explaining something we don't understand yet? A truly good scientist leaves room for possibilities.
Do you really think that Belle saw a ghost? Eric asked, shaking his head. Because that seems far-fetched.
To you, sure, but an iPod would look like magic to someone who lived 100 years ago. I'm just saying, there are more things in heaven and earth than are obviously a part of the grand philosophy of Kellen. 48% of all Americans believe in ghosts, and this particular one seems to like to pat my ass, Tate said with a sigh. It's happened more than once.
What?
Belle's eyes widened. Dude, come on. Kel frowned. Was Tate trying to get in good with Belle, or had he just lost his mind? Even in the dim light of the room, he could see Tate's face flush a bright shade of red. I started feeling it a couple of days ago. A cold spot drifts around me. I don't feel alone anymore. Then something pats me on the butt. I don't know how else to say it. I also think I saw the shower curtain moving on its own today. Baby, did you sneak in and write "nice ass" on the bathroom mirror this morning?
No,
Belle assured, but she looked alarmed. Eric held up his hands.
Dude, I try not to look at your ass, even though you walk around with it hanging free most of the time.
They all turned to stare at Kel, and he rolled his eyes. Do you honestly believe I would come up with a practical joke like that? I have no sense of humor. It was a sad fact of life. He'd lost his sense of humor when he'd lost everything else. Though the idea of some perverted ghost having a fixation on Tate's butt was kind of funny. Eric mumbled something completely incoherent.
What did you say?
Belle asked. Eric seemed to find his feet very interesting.
I'm saying something keeps patting my butt, too. It's weird. Sometimes I think I hear a voice saying I'm a good one. I don't know what that means.
Belle's eyes lit up, and she raced across the room to pick up her grandmother's journal.
That's what my grandma used to say about the men she liked.
She flipped through the pages.
Look, here, she says her friend, Harrison, was a good one of the good ones. My grandma is here.
And she wants to pat their butts? He asked incredulously. Belle, really? Maybe he should call in a shrink.
I know it sounds crazy, but there is something happening in this house, and I'm going to figure it out. I need a computer.
She looked up at Tate.
Would you help me do a little research?
The faintest hint of a smile lit his lips, the first bit of happiness he'd seen out of Tate for days. Yeah, let's do it. They walked out, hand in hand. Belle might have scared the shit out of him, but at least she and Tate seemed to have put aside their problems. That alone might make the whole near heart attack worthwhile. Although if she truly got close to Tate and Eric again, where would that leave him?
You okay?
Eric asked. I'm fine. I'm a little worried about her. I think the pressure must be getting to her. It's the only way to explain this sudden belief in ghosts. Eric's brows rose.
I don't think it's sudden. You ever seen all the shows she tapes? Mostly it's shows where people buy houses and then, wreck them and shit. But she also likes shows where people hunt for ghosts. But that's not what I'm talking about. What are you doing, man?
I'm trying to figure out how to help Belle.
What was Eric's problem? Belle's fine. You're the one with the problem.
What do you mean?
I mean that Belle's surrender is inevitable. She won't hold out on us forever.
He hadn't really thought about it.
The truth was he'd been happy the last couple of days. Well, he'd been happy at night when they took her, and he could be close to her. There had been a deep sense of loss every time the sex ended and he left her bedroom, but he couldn't do much about that. Sleeping next to her seemed even more intimate than fucking her, so staying the night cuddled up beside her would be implying a promise he couldn't make. And now he realized just how little time he had left with her. Maybe with all of them. Do you think her belief that the house is haunted will send her back to Chicago with us? If she came back, Kellen had no doubt she would move right into Eric and Tate's house. What would he do then? Show up for sex? He couldn't see that working for long. And the night she finally shut the door in his face would fucking hurt. Hell no. I don't think anything will induce Belle to leave this house. I've been thinking. Next week, I'll be applying for my license to practice law in Louisiana. I'll take the state bar exam as soon as possible. Kellen felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. Are you serious? What about Tate? Have you told him? No. I just decided today. Tate won't leave Chicago, Kell pointed out. He fears change, and always has. Do you know the anxiety he went through when I bought a different brand of toilet paper? But there's only one thing he fears more, and that's losing Belle. She's going to soften and let us into her lives. Once she does, he's going to give in. It's inevitable. She's the one. At least, she's the one for us. Oh my God! Belle stuck her head back through the door, looking more animated than she had in days. There was an excited light to her eyes. I saw a shadow person tonight. Tate just found all this information. It's so cool. Apparently, when really bad things happen in a space, sometimes energy lingers and forms this creepy paranormal entity that appears as a black mass. It can sometimes feed off of negative energy in the house or the bad moods of people in it. Isn't that amazing? I also ordered a ghost hunting kit off the internet. Gets here tomorrow. In the meantime, I have a dictation tape recorder. I'm going to see if I can capture some EVPs. What? Kell wondered if she'd suddenly decided to speak a foreign language. Electronic voice phenomenon. Even if the human ear can't detect them, recorders have been capturing compelling sounds and voices for decades. Tate poked his head in, looking just as excited as Belle. Ghost voices? Yeah, Belle nodded. It would explain so much around here. I mean, when Gates first brought up the idea that the house might be haunted, I didn't want to believe it, but it really makes sense. Eric laughed indulgently. Then I guess we're going into the ghost hunting business, baby. She bit her bottom lip, looking almost apologetic. Is it wrong that I'm a little excited? Eric shrugged. I'm getting used to having my ass patted. His face went blank. Yep, there it went again. I think that particular ghost is harmless, babe. Come on, you have to see what we found out. She gave them a brilliant smile and ran back toward the living room. No doubt about it. She was the one. He just wasn't good enough for her. When should he pack up and leave? Tonight? Tomorrow? Maybe she'd grant him one last night. Eric put a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. Come on, let's go and try to figure this out. Ghost or no ghost, I think an actual person left the message on Belle's bedroom wall right after we arrived. I would feel better if we found out who wants her gone from here. Maybe we should research the house, see if we can find out if any of our suspects have hidden attachments to the place. Eric, there's an app! Belle yelled. Kel stared, astounded. Eric's smile could only be described as joyful. "Man, ghost or not, I'm just happy to see her smile." He walked away, joining Tate and Belle. For a deathly quiet moment, Kellen stared at the place where his friends and his love had been before they'd left him behind. His time was running out. His neck jerked again, this time stronger than the last. It felt like someone had just roughly smacked him upside the head. God damn it. He really needed to get that looked at. Tate stretched as he closed the laptop and glanced at the clock. It was after 2 in the morning, but he'd found an enormous amount of information on the house he now lived in, and possibly shared with a bunch of creepy shit in one slightly sexually forward ghost grandma. Was he really thinking about ghosts? And was he really thinking about bringing some psychic in to do a house cleansing? All the sites he'd read had suggested he should, though some of the same sites also told him what to do in case of a Bigfoot attack. Where was he going to find the psychic equivalent of a Swiffer?
"Hey, why don't you come to bed?"
Belle stood in the doorway. She and Eric and Kellen had gone upstairs an hour before, but he'd stayed behind, his brain running too fast to sleep. She looked gorgeous, standing there with her hair mussed and a sleepy expression on her face. Clearly she'd been tossed a time or two, and his dick got hard, despite his weariness. It was never tired around Belle. "I'll be up in a minute. I just want to make some notes for when I head over to the City Records building tomorrow." He'd discovered some very interesting facts about the house, including several rumors that the girls who committed suicide had actually been killed by their father. The incident had happened back in the 50s, before Belle's grandmother had bought the place. In fact, after the father of the dead young women had passed on himself, 2 other people had bought the house. Both had sold it again within a year. Belle's grandmother had paid far below market value for the house. That explained how she'd managed to afford it. But Tate felt sure he was missing more, something that explained who wanted Belle gone from here now. He needed to delve into City Records to see if he could find any clues. He also needed a little space. He'd gotten close to her again tonight, and not in a physical way. Over the last several days he'd managed to put distance between them. She wanted him in bed. He wanted her too. He could handle that. He could fuck her every night and do his job in the morning, putting her out of his head until it was time to fuck her again. When she was safe, he would walk away and sink himself into building the firm. He would keep all of his relationships purely physical. Eric could date, and if the lady felt adventurous, Tate could join them for sex. At least, that had been the plan he'd been brewing for days. Hearing her scream tonight, holding her, and researching crazy shit with her. Yeah, that had screwed with his perfectly good strategy. She moved in behind him, cupping his shoulders in her gentle hands.
"I'm having a hard time sleeping without you. I've gotten used to having someone on both sides of me."
"Well, maybe you can get a body pillow." He hated the fact that he sounded like a sulking kid, but he hurt inside in a way he hadn't for a very long time. Maybe when she saw how childish he could be, she would kick him to the curb and put him out of his misery. Staying here with her was like living in purgatory. She wrapped her arms around his neck, laying a kiss on his cheek.
"A body pillow wouldn't be as warm as you, nor would it be as sweet, or funny, or perfect. Come upstairs with me. I hate the thought of you down here alone."
He sighed. unable to stop himself from letting his head roll back until their cheeks brushed. He closed his eyes, damning himself. He was addicted to her. He could keep telling himself he'd walk away, but every time she offered him even the smallest taste of her, he took it greedily with both hands. "I'm not alone," he said. "I have Sir. He sleep barks, by the way, and I think he's sleep running. His paws keep twitching." Belle laughed and let him go, moving around the desk to see Sir asleep on the couch.
"Thanks for letting him stay in here."
He'd gotten used to the mutt. Another thing he would miss when he was back in Chicago. He was getting used to New Orleans, used to living with her, used to having this little slice of heaven. No problem. Belle scooped up her puppy, who looked at her with sleepy eyes before giving her a lick.
"Did I ever tell you about what happened the day my dad died?"
He sat up straight, his whole being focused on her. She so rarely talked about her past that he knew she was about to tell him something important. "No. I know there was a car accident." She nodded, stroking Sir as though finding comfort in the action.
"Yes. I was just a kid. It was raining that night, but I wanted to go to my friend's slumber party. I didn't usually get invited to stuff like that. Kinley did, and she talked this girl into asking me, too. I think her name was Brianna, but I can't remember. How sad is that? I can't remember her name. I should remember everything about the night my dad died."
"You don't have to, baby. All you have to do is remember he loved you."
"What happened?"
He had an inkling, but she needed to say it. Her eyes took on a far-off look as though she wasn't really there with him, but lost in the past.
"My mom thought the storm was too bad to drive in. She told me I couldn't go. She wouldn't drive me. My dad came home from work early and I cried and threw a temper tantrum and I got my way."
"Baby, it was not your fault. You were a child." She sniffled a little.
"He lost control on his way home. He died at roughly 8 p.m., according to the police reports. I was playing with lip gloss and listening to music when he died. And do you know how I found out? She came and got me the next morning. She didn't even tell me that night."
His heart ached for her. Maybe she was trying to give you one last night.
"I wish." She claims she had a lot of things to do concerning the accident in Dad's body. She said she thought it would be best to tell me after I got a good night's sleep.
Belle shook her head.
"That wasn't it. She shut me out, Tate. She pulled her grief around her, and she wouldn't let me in. She blamed me."
He couldn't keep his distance when she looked so miserable. He stood and crossed the empty space between them. "Baby, it wasn't your fault." She sniffled, tears welling in her eyes.
"One day I was a kid with 2 parents who loved me. The next day my mother resented me, and I was alone."
Her voice shook.
"Tate, I'm so scared it could happen again."
He hugged her and sighed, an odd relief filling him. They were finally at the heart of the matter. "You think if Kellen leaves, we'll resent you?" She closed her eyes, letting her forehead rest against his.
"You guys are so close. You all need one another.
Belle was also afraid she would lose the little family they'd formed. She was afraid she would be all alone again, with no one to blame but herself. Tate wanted to rail at his own idiocy. He'd been so hurt by her rejection, seemingly like every other one he'd been dealt, that he hadn't thought to look for the real reasons behind Belle's refusal to let them close. Do you know what I'm going to feel if Kellen leaves us? I'm going to feel sorry for him, Belle. I'm going to pity him, because here's the truth. We could have an amazing family and a beautiful life. But, no, let me say this. Eric and I have been talking. If you'd let us, we would be together for as long as fate allows. If anything happened to one of us, we'd cling to whoever is left, because that's what family is supposed to do. Mine didn't. My parents' version of love and support was to punish me when I didn't perform perfectly. Eric was only valued athletically. We could be different. We wouldn't have to do anything the way they did. In fact, we wouldn't. If you agree, we'll figure this out. The one thing I do know is that I won't hate you if Kellen leaves. You didn't push him out the door. He's a grown man choosing to let his past hurt him. That's not your fault. Tears splashed on her cheeks, and Tate knew he was making the right decision. Now he just needed to make Belle understand that he wasn't walking away. Too many people had disappeared from her life. He refused to be another. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to look in his eyes. If you let me into your life, Annabelle, I will never leave you. I love you. I won't regret anything except losing you. Her eyes closed briefly.
I hope you mean that.
It wasn't exactly what he wanted to hear. She hadn't told him she loved him back. She hadn't agreed to marry him, but she also hadn't run away. She stood here with him. As long as she was in his arms, he had a shot, and he intended to take it. Sir lay between them, but he didn't seem to mind being squished. The puppy simply chose the most important moment of his life to start licking his ankles. Belle, look at me. Her eyes opened and widened before she laughed.
Sir, stop.
Instead, Sir pranced with a happy bark, then tried to mount his leg. Tate sighed. I'm pretty sure he licks his own butt, and I may die of some horrible puppy venereal disease. Would any man who didn't love you to the core of his being allow himself to be molested like this?
Definitely not. Will you come to bed with me?
He would go anywhere to be with her. He would even study for another damn bar exam. Yes. He took her hand and led her up the stairs. Chapter 16. Kellen frowned as he looked down at the massive stack of information Tate had compiled in a short period of time. I don't see how this changes anything. Afternoon light filtered through the stained glass, making the floors Belle had splurged on to have sanded and stained again absolutely gleam. Another knock sounded at the door, and he heard Eric begrudgingly welcome back the electrician inside the house again. "Where's Belle?" Mike asked with a grin. Cal wanted to punch him until he lay flat on the floor. "Busy." Mike shrugged. "Tell her I say hi." Maybe we should try someone new, Tate muttered, as Mike made his way toward the stairs.
I don't care how old and complex the wiring is in this house. He should have fixed it by now. And you should really read all of that info before you start telling me I'm wrong. Between the endless contractors and Tate's newfound belief in the paranormal, Kellen's day was rapidly going to hell. I don't see how a bunch of rumors help us figure out what's going on in this house. I don't need to know the history. I need to know who's trying to scare Belle out of it right now. Eric shouldered his way back into the kitchen. That's an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, and some woman with a god-awful amount of something she calls swatches. Belle's trying to pick between 5 colors that all look the exact same to me, but apparently they have different names, so the decision is massive. Who are our most likely suspects here? So many people walking in and out of the house. Every single one of them was a suspect in his mind. Don't forget the landscaper she brought in. And someone's coming in today to look at all the old photos. Belle wants to restore some she found in the attic. I put them over by the copy machine. The photos didn't matter now. Process of elimination. Who was here that first day? Mike, Gates, Captain Ron. Who? Tate looked confused. Mullet guy, Kel supplied. Big belly, lots of crack. Oh, the plumber. Tate sighed. Who else was here that first day? The interns. They haven't been back, Eric pointed out, and nothing else has happened. Kel crossed his arms over his chest. Any one of them could have done it, and none of them appear to have a motive. This isn't getting us anywhere. Wow, Tate exclaimed, looking at a framed photo in his hands before he passed it over. Kel took the big black and white picture of Belle's grandmother and a bunch of women. They were all standing in front of the house, smiling and looking like they were ready for an evening at the disco. It had been taken in the 70s from all appearances. Wow was right. Belle's grandma had clearly had some gorgeous girlfriends. Every single woman in the photo was stunning. See? Maybe we can't find a motive, because none of those people left Belle the warning on the wall. Tate looked more animated than he had in days, surprising Kel. You're back to the ghost theory? Hear me out. So, a few owners before Marie Wright bought this place, a man named Frederick Peterman lived here with his 2 daughters. Peterman was rich, and the rumor around town was he was involved in the local voodoo scene. Kellen shook his head. When was he going to wake up? Obviously, he was having a really weird dream. Logical, rational Tate believing in ghosts, and now this? Voodoo? Seriously? Eric shrugged. Hey, it's not a game down here. These are hardcore believers. And his friends weren't going to shut up until he heard them out. All right. So Peterman was into voodoo before he died? Tate shook his head, an amused light in his eyes. At one point, yes. The word is he ran afoul of the local voodoo priestess. According to local legends, the Peterman family has been in New Orleans for years and made their money in shipping. But the times changed, and so did their fortunes. One Madame Charite went to the local police and claimed that Peterman had come to her and asked her to summon the devil to make a deal with them to restore their fortunes. She refused to be involved in dark magic. The cops claimed she was a kook and ignored her. Of course, Peterman was a long-standing donor to their charities, if you know what I mean. Kellen didn't like where this was heading. So Peterman had the police in his back pocket. Got it. But do you really think the man would try to call the devil? That sounds insane. According to Madame Charite, Peterman had brought her a detailed spell to work that involved a very nasty sacrifice, Tate explained. He had daughters. 2 of them, Eric reminded. Both supposedly hung themselves. Kel gaped. Like the girls in Belle's nightmares. She'd finally confessed this morning that she'd been having terrible dreams since she'd first moved in about 2 girls being hanged to death. But you can't think for a minute that the man sacrificed his own daughters to the dark side and got away with calling it suicide. This was back in the 50s. Peterman was considered an upstanding citizen. In the wealthy community, there was an outpouring of sympathy when both of his daughters committed suicide. Tate pointed to the headlines. So tragic, right? All evidence of ritual sacrifice was covered up. Although, if he managed to make a deal with the devil, old Lucifer didn't keep up his end of the bargain. The business went belly up within a year, and Peterman shot himself in the library. Police reports suggest his body was discovered roughly where Belle said she saw the shadow person. Come on, Tate. Don't get distracted by this. It's a great campfire story, but totally illogical. There's something else going on here. He turned to his other friend. Give me something real, Eric. Has Sequoia run all the searches we asked for? Eric chuckled. Yes, but he says it's bad karma to invade someone's privacy. So here's the rundown. The plumber is clean. Captain Ron had a couple of parking tickets and was cited for public intoxication years ago, but that's all. The landscaper got sued for stepping on someone's prized hydrangea. But Mike, our friendly neighborhood asswipe, has a little more on his record. Something akin to joy lit Kellen up inside. He really hated that asshole. Please tell me he killed someone, or something juicy we can use against him to keep him far from Belle. Sorry. He was convicted of bribing a city official to turn the other way on code violations for a wealthy client. He did 6 months, but it looks like he had a lot of trouble in jail. While there, he had multiple trips to the infirmary because the dude got his ass handed to him. Other than that, he's sadly clean. No violent offenses. I don't think we can bury him, or that Belle will kick his ass out. He's doing all the follow-up work under the original contract, so it's not costing any extra money. Tate glanced through the folder. It looks like Grandma's lawyer has some unsavory connections. Kellen snorted. He didn't know a lawyer who didn't. Well, we can ban him from the house. I think he's got a meeting with Belle this afternoon, but it's just to pick up the final inventory list since we all pitched in to finish that. I found the insurance paperwork, so he should be satisfied. He won't need to come here again. From now on, we'll take meetings at his office. And that was about all he could do. Frustration welled. Who the hell had left the note on her wall that day? True, the warning seemed to have stopped, but Kellen didn't like unanswered questions. They tended to come back to bite him in the ass. He didn't care how quiet this person had gotten. The situation could be dangerous, and whoever the hell masterminded it was human, not some shadow person or ghost. So, have we looked into Helena? Eric asked. Who's that? Kel snapped. A psychic. Tate acted as if he should know. Mike, the perverted electrician, recommended her to Belle. I'd call another psychic if I knew one, but I don't. This one seemed all right. Oh, fuck. Could his day get more surreal? We have a psychic now? Tate waved them both off. Yeah, she's a psychic medium, dude. She does house cleansings. I talked to her this morning, and lucky for us, she's free this evening. Yeah, lucky, man. I'm shocked she doesn't have a full schedule of house cleansings. You do know that grifters tend to make room on their schedule for naive idiots, right? It's kind of how they make their living. Tate rolled his eyes. I don't know if any of this is real or not. I only know what my instincts tell me, and I've decided to start listening to them. This will very likely make Belle feel better about living here. Helena asked us to clear the house of as many people as possible, or it interferes with her reading. Whatever. So you're really not even going to try to get Belle back to Chicago? Kellen asked with dread in his gut. Nah, I like it here. I've gotten used to beignets, Tate explained, reaching across the desk for a file. I know I said I wanted to go home. But home is where Belle is. He knew it made him a sick bastard, but he went a little nauseous at how settled Tate seemed. He was a fucker, because he should be happy for his friends, but all he could think about was his own despair. If Tate and Eric really settled down with Belle, where would that leave him? Would he ever be truly content to be their roommate? Would he be the creepy dude who lived in their house and showed up for sex, only to slink off to a lonely bed afterward? No. She'd shut him out, quickly. At the end of the day, Belle was a woman who had sex because she felt something for her partners. Getting off wouldn't be good enough for her for long. He forced himself to smile. He was not going to ruin their happiness. That's great. Have you thought about the firm? You can't run it from here forever. The lamp on the desk tilted as Tate knocked it over. It began a long fall to the floor before Eric threw himself across the room and managed to catch it. There was a collective sigh of relief. Belle took those damn antiques seriously. That was close. Eric managed to sit up and glared at Tate. Dude, bull, china shop. Watch what you're doing. Tate flushed sheepishly. Sorry, it's crowded in here. We need to find office space. Eric set the lamp on the floor and got to his feet. Yeah, we do. As to your question, Kellen, we have a proposition for you. His stomach took another nosedive. He'd been afraid they would do this. You want me to buy you out? Eric reached down and brought the lamp back up to its original position. Yeah, but not all at once. Obviously, we're not going to pressure you for capital. I'm going to make a list of lawyers I think you would work well with. You'll still need partners. Unless you change your mind and decide to stay here with us. Come on, man. Southern gentlemen lawyers. We can get our mint juleps on. He ran a hand through his hair. He couldn't do this now. He thought he would have so much more time. Hey, what the hell is that? Eric stared down at the lamp. It's a lamp. You turn it on, and it provides the room with illumination and aids the human eye in seeing things, Tate said with a big duh in his voice. Eric threw him his happy middle finger. Fucker, I'm talking about this thing inside the shade. He walked across the room, leaping at the chance to do anything but answer the question Eric had posed. There's something in the lamp? Eric pointed to the inside of the shade. He unscrewed it, lifted it off the lamp, and handed it to Kellen. Peering inside the lampshade, he saw a small, round device. Holy shit. He knew what that was. A bug. He'd seen his father's private investigators use them many times before when attempting to get dirt on rival politicians. He put a hand to his lips and bade Tate to look inside, too. Tate stared for a moment, then stood. He pointed toward the back of the house. Kellen followed him, making his way to the kitchen and out to the back porch.
After the door was closed, Tate and Eric both turned to him. "That's a fucking bug, isn't it?" Eric asked. "I think so. It looks like the type my father used to listen in on his adversaries. Or his mistresses. He didn't mind cheating on my mother, but he demanded he was the only customer when he was paying." Someone was listening to them. Tate held up a hand. "I think Kellen's right. That technology has got to be 10 or 15 years old, and it looked like it had been there for a while. I would bet it's been there at least a couple of years." "Who would be listening in on Belle's grandmother?" Kellen asked. A couple of ideas hit him at once. "We need to learn more about her life. Who did she associate with? What business did she sell off? Did she have any enemies? She couldn't have been just a psychic. Haunted house or not, there's no way a street psychic could afford this place. She had something else going on. Whatever it was, someone was interested enough to bug her place. Check with your Fed contacts. I want to know if there was any reason for the Feds to be investigating her." Tate huffed a little. "That would explain the crappy technology. I'll sweep the house and find out if there are any other bugs. I suspect so. What do we tell Belle?" She was worried enough as it was. He didn't want to put more stress on her shoulders. "How do we tell her we think her grandma might have been involved in something criminal?" "Maybe it wasn't criminal," Eric said. Eric was being naive. "Something went on in this house, and you know damn well it's not about ghosts. Spirits from the beyond didn't plant that device. A person did. Obviously a while back. But someone wanted to keep tabs on Marie Wright. If that bug belongs to the Feds, then she was involved in something nasty. If it doesn't, then it's very likely she was still involved in something nasty. Completely innocent people don't normally have bugs in their houses. I don't want to tell Belle anything until we at least know what Grandma was involved in." "Belle doesn't have much family." Tate looked back toward the door. "She's been reading her grandmother's journal. I think she's really starting to admire the woman. I would hate to crush that. Kellen's right. I'll see what I can find out before we say anything." "What are you going to tell her when you walk through the house looking for bugs?" Eric asked. "That I bought a ghost hunting kit, and I'm looking for evidence," Tate shot back. "Which is kind of true. I'm looking for spooks." The door creaked as it opened. They turned to see Sir running by as Belle let him out of the house. She smiled a little. "If you need fresh air, you could always open a window." That restless feeling was back. The minute she walked into a room, he felt antsy, anxious. There was so much he wanted from her, and so much he didn't deserve. It got crowded in there. She joined them. "Well, the good news is the whole house is empty now. Mike got an emergency call. The Draper left. Everyone else went to lunch. We should be quiet for a few hours." Eric sighed with obvious relief. "Thank God. I have a conference call in 5 minutes. I thought I would have to yell over the sound of that saw whining." He strode back into the house. Tate leaned over and gave Belle a kiss. "I have errands to run, baby. I'll be back in a few hours. I'll be here in time for the cleansing." She nodded. "Okay, but she said I needed to clear out the house. The fewer people here, the better." Tate left, and he was alone with Belle. How could it be more awkward to talk to a woman than to make love to her? He hated the fact that he felt anything but comfortable with her. She was one of the few people in the world he could really relax around. And now all he could think about was the fact that he was going to be the outsider, the interloper. Tate and Eric would be here with Belle, live with her, love her, They would be her family, her men. He would be back in Chicago with new partners. He'd be alone again, without friends, without a woman. He'd have nothing.
Hey.
Belle approached him, putting her hands on his waist and tilting her face to his. The sun hit the glowing brown hue of her skin, making it come alive. So fucking gorgeous.
We have the whole house to ourselves. What should we do? Have any ideas?
He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to lay her out and take her over and over again, as many times as he could until she shut him out, in favor of the men who gave her love and forever. His cock twitched, but his heart took a nosedive. Belle, I don't know if that's a good idea. He'd never made love to her without Eric and Tate around. He wasn't sure he should. They knew what they wanted. They wouldn't hesitate to tell her they loved her, worshipped her, and wanted to spend the rest of their lives with her. He was a sad sack who could never give her what she deserved. Belle went up on her tiptoes, brushing her lips against his. A light touch, almost a whisper, but it made his cock go instantly hard as a rock.
I think it's a brilliant idea. It's the best idea I've had all day. Tate and Eric won't mind. They've got things to do.
He wanted nothing more than to toss her against the wall and force his way deep inside her body. When he was inside her, everything made sense. She took his hand, and before he had time to protest, she was pulling him into the house. They walked through the kitchen toward the hall.
Eric!
What the hell was she doing? She pushed through the kitchen door and let him out into the main hallway. Eric stepped out of the living room, his cell phone in hand. Yeah, baby. She wasn't going to ask him, was she?
Do you have a problem with me taking Kellen upstairs and blowing his mind for an hour or so? It's been a stressful morning. I could use a little relief.
What the hell was wrong with her? He shook his head. Man, Eric grinned and winked at Belle. Go for it, baby. If I can knock this call out in less than an hour, I'll join you. He nodded Kellen's way. Take care of our girl, man. Belle blew him a kiss as she started up the stairs. Kellen found himself following, dumbfounded. Were they all out of their minds? She was making their problems sound easier than they really were. She was taking something complex and making it so simple, as though all they had to do was love each other to make this work. As if the other guys wouldn't mind because she was their girl, and all that mattered was working together to make her happy. The trouble was, she wasn't his girl. He hadn't earned her. She belonged to Eric and Tate. Belle grabbed the bottom of her shirt as she entered the room and pulled it up and over her head, tossing it to the side. Every inch of skin she revealed made his cock jerk. His mouth started to water as she unhooked her bra, and her breasts bounced free. She gracefully stepped out of her pants. What the hell was he supposed to do? Turn her down? Maybe she wasn't his, didn't belong to him. But she wanted to be with him. He hadn't lied to her, hadn't told her one untrue thing. Why shouldn't he take her? He came up with 100 reasons why he shouldn't leave the bedroom now, but only one of them really counted. He had so little time left. He couldn't waste a minute. He wanted her more than he wanted just about anything. Undress me. He didn't know how long he would last. They didn't have the time to do all the things he really wanted, like tie her up and spend hours torturing her with pleasure. Clamping those magnificent breasts would be the first on his list. He would use diamond clamps, because they would set off the deep, rich color of her skin. A platinum chain would run between her breasts and down to the clamp he would affix on the jewel of her clit. It would bite into her, a pleasurable pain that would lead to the sort of orgasm that made her cry out and twist and plead for mercy. When it came to her, he didn't have any. He'd love to keep her on the edge all afternoon. She would scream his name out, over and over again. But the freaking contractors would eventually show up after their lunch break, and Belle would be angry if she got caught naked and tied up and bejeweled like the BDSM princess she was. He had an hour with her, max. Greedily, he wanted to spend every second of it inside her. Belle sauntered to him, lifting her shaking hands to the buttons of his shirt. Every second she worked to bear him, she blinked up at him, her unwavering stare allowing him to see the honest desire in her eyes. Gone was the shy girl who hid her emotions. He could see them playing out, could feel the caress of her hands over every inch of skin she uncovered. This wasn't a selfish girl trying to take her pleasure, but a woman offering all of herself to him. Kellen was suddenly humbled by her. He caught her hand, some unnameable emotion welling inside him. "What are you doing, Annabelle?" A glance around confirmed that this wasn't a mere haphazard encounter. She'd already turned the bed down. He could see a box of condoms lying on the nightstand. She'd planned this. Her rich, chocolate gaze never faltered. He'd taught her well, and she'd learned quickly. "I'm seducing you." "You don't have to. You know I want you." A little grin curved her lips up. "It's harder than you think. You're still fighting me." "Did you send everyone away?" How far did her plotting go? "Yes." He sighed, but let her hand go. She immediately went back to working to free him of his shirt. She pushed it off his shoulders, then dropped to her knees, touching the button of his slacks. It was the first time she'd broken eye contact, and he found himself breathing again. When she watched him, with her big dark eyes, he got lost in her. "Why the big production number, love?" "I admit it worries me that Eric and Tate might think I'm being presumptuous, but other than that, I'll take a nooner." He purposefully used casual words. Nooner, quickie, roll in the hay, hook up. He could toss those words out all day long, but deep inside he knew where this was heading. He was making love to the only woman he would ever care about. Might as well admit it. She was the only woman he'd ever love. Belle lowered his zipper. It hissed in the silence, broken only by their ragged breaths. He sighed as she pulled his boxers past his hips and toward the floor. She knew exactly how to make a man feel good. He would give her that. Over the course of a week, she'd tossed aside her inhibitions and become the lover of his dreams. Giving, open, honest, passionate. How was he going to leave her and not fucking fall apart? "Eric gave you permission." He felt his jaw clench as his cock sprang free. "I'm sure Tate would like to have a say. He's a possessive bastard." She tilted her head up, giving him a brilliant smile. "He is, but he's okay with this. Who do you think plugged me earlier today?
He took me into the bathroom and spent a lot of time working this plug inside my ass. He talked about you and Eric the whole time, about how he hoped we'd eventually all be together. But he also knew what I wanted today. He thought you would find it hot.
Hot? He found it scorching. His cock strained up, twitching, as though trying to get to her on its own. "You're wearing an anal plug?" She licked his cock like a treat she wanted to savor, slowly, lovingly, making him bite back a moan.
Tate thought it might spice up the encounter for you. It's the large plug. I've run through the whole training set. Tate says this is the last one before we get to the real stuff. According to him, it will make my pussy very tight. Interested?
Fuck yes. Well before she'd said any of that. All Annabelle Wright ever had to do was look at him, and he burned. She took the head of his cock into her mouth, and he closed his eyes. He had the terrible suspicion that she meant to seduce him into some sort of forever. It wouldn't work, but he couldn't say no to her. His dick was already threatening to burst. His heart, not far behind. "Come up here." If he let her, she would suck him until he came deep in her mouth, and he really wanted to fuck her with that plug. They'd been progressing her through the training set, each plug a little larger to ready her for the anal sex he ached to give her. He'd wished he'd been there when she'd taken the large plug. He would have deeply enjoyed the way her eyes had to have widened, and her breath must have caught as Tate had slid that plug home. She rose to her feet, and he kicked away his shoes, slacks, and boxers. Normally he would have folded them, but he didn't give a shit today. They weren't playing. They were stealing time. He had an hour or so to have her all to himself. Eric would try to rush through his call. Tate could come home at any moment. The minute they could be up here, they would. It made him a selfish bastard, but he wanted all the time alone with her he could grab. He kissed her, letting himself really revel in her for the first time. He'd been viewing the encounters with the four of them as very pleasurable teaching sessions. He'd distanced himself by playing the second fiddle dom, letting Eric take the lead. But here and now, he was just Kellen, and she was just Belle. Just a man and a woman, with only these moments together. The minute the others showed up, he would have to take on his hands-off role, because they deserved her, and he didn't. He would have to honor their claim on her. His tongue delved deep, rubbing and playing against hers. He felt the nubs of her nipples against his skin. He reached down, cupping her breasts. They were soft, but firm. They nestled so perfectly in his hands, as though she'd been made just for him. He kissed his way from her mouth to her neck, burying his face in her shoulder, inhaling the sweetness of her scent. He'd never wanted any woman as much as he wanted Belle. What if he'd met her before Lila? He could rewrite his history. Why couldn't he have found her before he'd attached himself to that ball and chain, then jumped into the drowning pool? Before he'd been ruined. Before he'd been utterly broken. How different would his life be now? "I need you," she whispered. "Please, Kellen, please take me." He watched as she moved away from him, settling herself on the bed with a siren smile. She held a hand out to him. She could ruin him in ways he'd never imagined. If Lila had taken his family and his pride, Belle could kill his soul.
If she chose to, she could rip him apart, and he would never be able to put himself back together. He would lay down and die if Belle betrayed him. That summed up why he had to leave. But not yet. Not fucking yet. He wasn't walking out until he absolutely had to. He could have one more taste of heaven before he resigned himself to a lifetime of hell. He cursed, hating that he was even thinking about anything except the ecstasy she offered him here and now. Only that mattered. Right now he had no past and no future, just the beautiful present. Kel pulled a condom off the strip, opened it, and worked it over his straining cock. Desire pounded through his system, and he wondered what it would be like to take off the fucking piece of latex and take his chances. How good would it feel to come deep inside her, knowing there was nothing in between them? If he got her pregnant, there wouldn't be any question of him leaving. He would have to stay. He would be obligated to remain in her life. They would be connected by a child who would need them both. But he couldn't do that to her. She deserved to know that any man in her life was there because he couldn't live without her, not because he'd knocked her up.
Please, Kellen. Give us just a few minutes. We don't have to think about anything but right now. Just be with me.
She offered him everything he wanted. He couldn't stay away. He fell on her without an ounce of his usual finesse. It was raw and real, and he couldn't seem to make himself stop. When he took a lover, he thought about technique and forced himself to be patient, but he couldn't with Belle. He kissed her again, needing to be as close to her as possible. He covered her body with his, holding none of his own weight. God, she was small against him, small and beautiful and so welcoming, but she could handle him. She wasn't fragile or delicate. Everything about Belle was strong. She didn't hold back. Instead, she opened her arms and her body, allowing him inside. Not just for pleasure. He'd had that so many times before. Women asked him to please them. They wanted to be taken care of sexually. But Belle offered to take care of him. She offered to join with him, to merge with him for no other reason than she cared. He touched her womanly folds, wondering if she was really ready. He was moving so fast. The last thing he wanted to do was harm her in any way. His fingers found the petals of her flesh. They moved easily inside, sliding all around. Her pussy was soft and wet, ready for his cock. He spread her wide, unable to wait. He usually had such patience, but now it was blown. He needed her. She reached around him until her hands found his ass. Her nails sank in, giving him a little jolt of pain that quickly flared into pleasure. She wanted him, too. Belle was with him completely, touch for touch. That made him even more crazy. He aligned his cock with her sweet opening and started to sink in. So tight. As he pushed in, Kel closed his eyes in bliss. The plug dragged against his cock, adding another layer of sensation. It would feel the same way when they shared her, when his best friends were right here with him, pleasuring their woman. Belle pushed up, forcing him in further. He knew he should take more control, but this was different. This was wild and candid, and he didn't want to change it. He wanted Belle fighting for her pleasure, for the sharp satisfaction they could find in one another's arms. He loved the fact that every time seemed different with her. They didn't have to play the same way. They could explore, give in to their instincts, and let their emotions guide them.
There was no book he had to follow on the proper way to make love to Belle. They wrote it themselves with every joining. Each time, a new expression of his feelings for her.
"You feel so good."
Belle looked up at him, desire softening her face. He thrust deep, his heart thudding in his chest. Even as he penetrated her with slow, hard thrusts, one after the other, she looked up at him with such innocence and trust that she took his breath away. For the first time, he realized that he could take her every day of her life, and she would still be innocent and beautiful to him. Belle's purity was soul deep. She loved with her whole heart, offering every bit of her gorgeous self, inside and out, to him.
"Stay with me?"
Belle held him tighter. Though she asked him to be in the moment with her, the underlying question ripped through him. Stay with her. Beyond now, beyond next week or month. Stay with her forever. He wanted to. Fuck, he wanted to be worthy of her, to be the man she needed him to be. Kellen held her stare as he dove deep and watched as her eyes flared. She tightened around him, whispering his name like a plea. Between the tight clench of her cunt and the drag of the plug, he couldn't last long. It was too good, too right. The only things missing were his partners. He'd thought having her all to himself would be perfect, but he missed his brothers, his best friends. He and Belle were only a part of the puzzle. They weren't complete without Eric and Tate. And then it didn't matter. Nothing did except for her, as his balls drew up and his spine tingled. He thrust deep one last time, emptying himself with a shout. She followed him over with a whimper. Then he let himself sink against her, vowing to hold her as long as he could. Belle sighed and sank her fingers into Kellen's hair, reveling in the softness. It felt like dark silk. She breathed him in, his clean, masculine scent mingling with the musk of their sex. Her heartbeat pounded in her chest, the remnants of pleasure still running through her veins. She loved this time. She loved the sex, but she also craved the soft time afterward, when she was surrounded by her men. Of course, she only had one of her men this time, and if he had his way, she would only have him for a brief time. Belle had decided that Kellen's way sucked. Between reading the last entry in her grandmother's journal and looking back at her parents' miserable choices, she realized that nothing was certain, except that not fighting for love would lead to heartache. She'd been looking for proof that these three men would always want to be with her, that they would never leave. She demanded that the universe guarantee her happiness before she was willing to try grabbing it herself. It was an arrogant thing to ask. No one got guarantees. When she'd taken Tate's hand the night before, she'd finally realized something. Life was an adventure. It was mysterious and could be dangerous, and it was utterly meaningless without them by her side. All of them. Her grandmother had left her with far more than a haunted house. Instead, she'd left a legacy of words and pictures, and the poignant sadness of her regret. Marie Wright had wanted to reach out to her son, but she'd been afraid for years. Then it had been far too late. Clearly she'd thought she had more time, but the universe had other plans. Life didn't care that she was afraid. Life moved on, and it would leave her behind if she didn't make the choice to fight for her happiness. Kellen didn't know it yet, but she wasn't letting him go without one hell of a fight. With a long sigh, he rolled off her, taking his warmth with him,
He sat up and dealt with the condom, tying it off and wrapping it in a tissue before throwing it into the small trash can by the nightstand. There was something wary about the way his back curved, as though he was trying to protect himself from something. From her.
"Are you going to walk away again?"
Belle murmured. She could ask more delicately, she supposed. But he'd asked for her honesty. It was time he repaid the favor. He turned back, his eyes hooded. "Why did you do this, Belle? Why send everyone away to be with just me?"
"I wanted to. I want to spend time alone with each of you. It doesn't have to be a crazy orgy every time we make love. Sometimes it can just be the two of us. Tate and Eric both get that. You're the only one who doesn't."
He sighed, but he lay back on the bed, working them both under the covers. "It's a bad idea. Eric might be fine for now, but Tate won't like it over time. It'll make him crazy. Unless you're planning on keeping this thing casual." Kellen would probably love that, but she'd finally figured out that there was nothing casual about any of this. There was nothing casual about love, especially not the depth that she felt. They wanted her to treat sex with reverence. Well, for her, sex came with love, and her men were going to learn that.
Tate is going to be fine once he realizes he's going to get what he wants. Mostly, I think he'll come to love New Orleans. We all have our flaws. One of his is a fear of changing his habits. He's a moody, broody man-child half the time, but I love him anyway. Eric can play the martyr to perfection. He won't tell anyone what he needs. I love him anyway, too. And you.
Don't say it.
She turned on her side, staring down at him.
This was exactly the way to have this conversation, naked and with nothing between them. She needed to touch him, hold him.
Why not? You taught me to be honest. You taught me to take this seriously. I'm serious about this, Kellen. About us.
I thought you were just playing around. I was under the assumption that you didn't believe a relationship with the three of us could work long term. I rather thought we were on the same page here.
I'm still not sure it will. But how can I know if I don't try?
Looking back, she saw that life hadn't taught her to try. She'd spent her childhood attempting to please a mother who had shut her out. She'd done everything she could to try to get Mom's attention after her father had died. For a while. Then she'd quit, resigning herself to loneliness and hurt. Was she willing to spend the rest of her life shutting out anyone who might want her? Because deep inside she was still that kid whose mother couldn't love her? She had to leave her childhood behind. Comfort the girl by embracing the woman she'd become. And not everyone had abandoned her. Kinley had still stood by her. Her grandmother had remembered her. Her father had left her a life lesson if she chose to see it. Would he be proud of the woman she'd become? Or would he be disappointed that she'd closed herself off? If she never opened up, maybe she wouldn't feel pain, but she also wouldn't feel joy. Belle was rapidly realizing that joy was worth the risk. So was love. Kellen had to see that.
There are a lot of reasons I believed it couldn't work, but I was wrong. I thought I wasn't the woman who could heal you.
She willed him to understand. Kellen turned to her with a frown. Love, it's not that.
No, it's not. I realize that now, too. It's not that I can't heal the pain from your divorce. It's that you don't want to heal. You think you're safer in your nice little cocoon.
He frowned and sat up suddenly. Cocoon, you make it sound like something pleasant, Annabelle. I assure you, it's not. A hard edge sharpened his tone, letting her know that she was pushing his boundaries. He'd pushed all of hers, but she'd known he would probably react poorly. Still, she pressed on because this was too important to let go. I don't think it's pleasant at all. I think it's lonely. But you've gotten to a comfortable place. I know, because I did the same thing. He huffed, sounding deeply frustrated. Annabelle, you weren't wrong to think it couldn't work. You were just being realistic. Most marriages fail, and they only have 2 people involved. Putting 4 people in a relationship, much less any sort of marriage, makes it exponentially more complex. She understood that he was attempting to protect himself, but she had to make Kel see that wouldn't lead to happiness. So that means we shouldn't try? It's gotten easy for you not to try. I know that's the way it was for me. After my father died and my mother got lost in her own grief, I decided that I couldn't win, so I withdrew. That way I couldn't get hurt anymore. I thought it was better to be numb. It's not, Kellen. He stood up and grabbed his boxers, shoving his legs into them. I've never been anything but honest with you, Belle. I told you where this is going. I explained what I could give you. The old Belle would have covered up and hidden, accepting that the fight was done. The new Belle could definitely kick the old Belle's ass. She rose on her knees, giving him what she hoped was a spectacular view of her body. She was satisfied when he lost a bit of his normal grace and stumbled while reaching for his slacks. You never lied to me, Kellen, but I think you're lying to yourself. I am the woman for you, and you know it deep down. If you walk away from me, from this family we could have, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. Do you want to know where this is going for me? What I intend to do? He jerked on his slacks, his face flushed, his every movement a testament to his anger. Please tell me, Belle. You seem to know absolutely everything. Enlighten me. She ignored the sarcasm. He wasn't going to go down easy. She'd always known that, but she also didn't miss the way his stare found her breasts. And she definitely couldn't ignore the fact that he was already getting hard again. He had to carefully tuck his cock away. Here's how it will go, Kellen. I'm going to marry Eric and Tate, and we're going to live right here. You'll be more than welcome in my bed for as long as my husbands allow it. They'll never bar you for the same reason I won't. A bitter laugh choked from his throat as he picked up his shirt. And what reason is that? Because you like the DS play, and I'm the only one who's been fully trained? You think they'll need me to train them for any length of time? Eric's already a good dom. Tate can learn from him. He didn't understand a thing, and that made her soften utterly toward him. No, they'll never bar you from our bed, because they love you too. That made him stop. He stared at her, obviously at a loss for words. Good thing she had plenty for both of them. I love you, Kellen Kent. I want to marry you and your best friends. But if you choose to hold on to what that terrible woman did to you, if you choose her over us, then I think you'll come and see us for a while. I think you'll go back to Chicago, but you'll visit. We'll come to see you too, and it could work the way you want it to. Until we have babies. And we're going to have them, Kel. I want kids. I want to raise a crazy family, but I know that the minute I have that first child, you'll be gone. So I'll have to choose between you
and having babies with the men I love.
I'm not asking you to choose. The words rasped from his throat.
Good, because you would lose, my love. I'm going to choose the future, even if it means putting you in the past. It will hurt like hell, and I will love you until the day I die. I will always miss you, and I will always wish that you wanted our family as much as we want you to be a part of it.
There was a suspicious sheen to his eyes as he stared at her. That's not fair, Belle.
Life's not fair, Kellen. And I'm not going to play fair with you. I'm going to fight dirty because this is the fight of my life. I love you. I'm going to tell you every day, all day long. I'm never going to let you forget it. And if you let that bitch win, if you walk away because you can't get over what she did to you, well, you should know that I'll still be here loving you. No woman in the world will ever love you the way I do. And you won't love anyone else the way you love me.
His head shook, seemingly interested in the floor suddenly. I never said I was in love with you, Belle.
Not allowed. But like I said, I think you're good at lying to yourself. Come back to bed.
Those words seemed to jolt him, and he practically ran to the door. I have to think, Belle. I didn't want to make this decision yet, but you pushed me. I don't...
He plowed a hand through his hair.
I'm going out. I don't know when I'll be back.
Kellen,
she started, lunging closer. She wasn't sure she could stand to watch him walk away. She needed more time with him. No. You said what you needed to say. Now I need time to figure out what the hell I'm going to do, because you put me in a goddamn corner. I don't need to hear another word right now.
He walked out. And Belle was alone. She stared at the door. Logically, she'd known he might get angry and leave, but somehow she hadn't really expected it to happen. Maybe she'd watched too many romantic movies or believed in too many fairy tales. The reality was, she may have just driven him away for good. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she climbed from bed. She hadn't meant to corner him, just let him know that her plans had changed and that she hoped he could be a part of them. Somehow she'd been unable to go to Eric and Tate until she talked to Kellen. Her decisions affected him, too, and now she'd probably ruined everything. She forced herself to plod across the floor, dread and anxiety lashing her. She was weary, but resolute. She was going to move toward the future and make the best of it she could. She opened the closet door to grab her robe, and she stopped short at the sight inside. A small doll swayed from a tiny noose attached to the rod. The doll had pitch-black hair and dark buttons for eyes. Someone had sewn it a little outfit that looked suspiciously like something she'd worn a few days ago. A chill swept through her as she realized she was looking at a voodoo doll of herself hanging, just like the Peterman girls had. Her trouble wasn't over yet. Chapter 17. Eric hung up the phone and was just reaching for his notes when Kellen stormed by. Frowning, Eric paused and stared for a moment, noting the flushed grimace on Kell's face. Damn it. That couldn't be good. He'd expected Kellen to take his time with Belle. Hell, he'd half expected to have to pull them off one another when the contractors returned. They'd designated this time for the two of them to be alone and to hopefully work through their issues. So why was Kell walking out?
Sir trotted in and jumped up on the couch. He was getting used to the mutt. The puppy had 2 levels of activity, full throttle or dead-ass asleep. Actually, Sir kind of reminded Eric of Tate. Since coming to New Orleans, his brainiac friend was either moody as shit or ridiculously happy. Eric definitely preferred ridiculously happy. "Hey, what crawled up Kellen's butt and died?" Tate asked, as he walked in carrying 2 bags from a local electronics store. "I tried to talk to him, and he said he was going to get a drink. It's barely 1 o'clock. I thought he was spending the afternoon with Belle." Something had gone very wrong to make Kellen rush out like that. "Maybe we should go check on her." "No need. I'm fine." Belle stood in the doorway, lips turned down, shoulders slumped. She looked disheveled, delicate, and gutted. She'd thrown a robe on, but there was no way to mistake the sorrow in her eyes. Eric's heart sank. He seriously thought about charging after Kellen and beating some sense into him. Letting Kellen spend alone time with Belle should have softened him up and helped him change his very stubborn mind. Instead, it looked as if Kell had managed to break Belle's heart. Eric bit back a curse. Would Belle toss her hands up and say she was done with them all? Mentally, he prepared the argument of a lifetime. He had to make her understand that whether or not Kellen stayed, he and Tate could form an unbreakable bond, if she let them. He intended to stay with her and make her happy. No fucking way was he going back to Chicago alone. "Talk to me, baby."
"What do you have in the bags?"
Belle asked, changing the subject. Eric looked at Tate, who appeared just as tense as he felt. With a sigh, Tate set the bags down and spoke carefully, as though trying not to upset her. "Just some new computer stuff. You know how I like to play around with all the new toys." She gave him a sad smile.
"I do. I thought you should know I found one of my own."
Belle dangled something from her hand. A doll formed of plain fabric with a bit of yarn for hair and 2 dark buttons sewn where the eyes should be. The doll was damn creepy. Whoever had made the thing obviously didn't believe in the pretty princess toys. "Is that what I think it is?" Tate bit out. Belle laid it on the desk, then joined Sir on the couch, scratching his belly when he rolled over.
"If you think it's a voodoo doll, then you're correct."
"Your grandmother has voodoo dolls?" Eric frowned. He thought she'd been a psychic.
"No."
Belle shook her head.
"Someone left this hanging in my closet for me. It's even wearing a replica of the same clothes I had on the other day. But I didn't see this when I got dressed this morning. Believe me, I would have noticed."
Eric stared, anxiety compressing his chest. His previous fear morphed into lava-filled. Someone was playing with them again, trying to frighten his woman away. "Hanging, you say? Like by the neck?"
"Yep, from a noose."
Belle looked every bit as pensive as she sounded.
"I guess we should call the police again?"
Eric didn't see why. They hadn't done anything the first time, and based on the news, they were still mired in the Madam murder case. "Let's take another look at Captain Ron and Mike, because they've both been working in your bedroom and bathroom."
"But I took the Draper up there so she could get a look,"
Belle added. Eric shook his head. "She wasn't here when someone wrote the message on your wall. We need to figure out all the people who had access to the house on both instances. Or I could just install some hidden cameras and catch the fucker in the act." Tate pulled a teddy bear out of one of the bags.
"Am I supposed to cuddle with that?"
Belle asked. Tate started to fiddle with the bear, his fingers moving a switch. He opened his laptop and typed something into it. Less than a minute later, he turned the computer around, and Eric saw himself on screen. "A nanny cam?" Eric asked. Belle peered over his shoulder. As she leaned in, she balanced her hand on his shoulders, and he was relieved she'd come to him for support. "This will be way more helpful than the voodoo doll. Where are we going to put it?" Eric knew exactly where he wanted it. He turned when he felt Belle meander away. "This asshole seems to really like the master bedroom. I think we can set up in there and watch who goes in and out. This way you can still have the house remodeled without us having to formally check everyone's backgrounds or kick them out altogether. We can monitor everyone's activity in your bedroom via our laptops. We'll know exactly when this sick creep goes in and what he does." "God, I hope it's Mike so I can kick his ass," Tate muttered under his breath. "You be careful, both of you." She sent them stern glances. "I'll go along with this idea, but only if you promise not to do anything dangerous." Something inside him eased, some kernel of doubt. She wasn't pushing them away or telling them to leave. The worst seemed to be over. Kellen had been an ass, but Belle wasn't letting another man affect her relationship with either him or Tate. He wound his arms around her, embracing her, adoring the warmth and feel of her. He loved how comfortable she'd become with his body, and the fact that she no longer hesitated to show affection. "Promise me," she demanded softly. "I couldn't handle it if anything happened to either one of you. Don't do anything reckless." That was an easy promise to make. Eric had no doubt Tate believed it would be intensely logical to beat the shit out of the man who was trying to scare their girl. He felt the same. Nothing foolish about doing what made sense. "I promise." Belle cocked her head and looked at Tate expectantly. "I promise," he grumbled. Eric elbowed his buddy. "Tell me what happened with Kellen." Tate watched them with narrowed eyes. "Do we need to punch him too?" She softened against him, resting her head on his chest, seeking support and affection. "No. I told Kellen the truth about his future as I see it, and explained how this was going to work from now on. I believe he's weighing his options, but you should know he's probably going to leave." She lifted her head, her expression filled with regret. "Maybe I shouldn't have pushed him." Risking her heart, only to have it stomped on, was exactly what she'd been afraid of all this time. Eric hated to see Belle facing one of her worst nightmares, especially when one of their own had tossed it in her face. He stroked her hair, trying to soothe her. "I'll talk to him." "Don't." I knew I was taking a risk, and that there was every possibility he would walk away, but I couldn't keep going the way we were. I need to move forward. We all need resolution. The decision has to be his, but he needed to know that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure my husbands are happy, and that means I'll only sleep with him when you two say it's all right. Eric's heart nearly stopped. Had she said what he thought he'd heard? "Belle?" As he moved to stand beside Eric, Tate fastened his incredulous stare on her. "You just called us husbands." She pulled back just enough to meet their gazes. "I love you. I was afraid for a long time, but I've learned that I can't live like that. What we share isn't just sex. We make love, and I want to honor that. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I told Kellen I want him too, but
I'm going to move forward with you, even if he refuses me.
No wonder he'd run out of the house like he was on fire. Belle had upended Kellen's whole world. Eric had no illusions about Kellen's feelings. The current arrangement suited him. Kel didn't have to make a commitment or even think about the future. He just had to watch over her and fuck her every night. Belle had changed the game. Kellen's loss, but Eric celebrated his victory. This woman belonged to him and to Tate. It was about time she recognized that. He'd only known her for a year, but he felt as if he'd waited his entire life for her. You told Kellen you were going to marry us. He spoke the words slowly, savoring each and every one.
Yes, if you'll still have me.
The tremor in her voice told Eric that she was nervous. He hauled her close again, pure joy in his heart. Oh, I'm gonna have you, baby. I'm going to have you over and over and over again, for the rest of our lives. He felt her sigh in his arms and wondered how she could possibly have thought they would reject her. She was their whole world. He kissed her firmly, then allowed Tate to sweep her up in a bear hug. The big guy wore a huge grin as he whirled her around and finally planted his mouth on hers. Their girl. Finally. Forever. We're getting married, Tate said, holding her close.
You better marry me, she teased, because you've ruined me for all other men.
There would be no other men for Annabelle Wright. If Kellen was a stubborn idiot, then Belle would have to be satisfied with him and Tate. He vowed they'd make it worth her while. Belle turned to them with a coquette's grin when Tate set her down.
We still have a little time, you know.
Heat darkened her eyes, and his cock was immediately engaged. How long? She swayed to the door and lingered at the bottom of the stairs, giving them a sultry smile.
Long enough.
He chased her up the stairs, laughing with Tate all the way. Tate stared down at his fiancée, his almost wife. God, Annabelle Wright was going to be his wife. How far he'd come. He'd grown up in a house utterly devoid of anything but intellect and duty, and somehow he'd found the one woman who could make up for everything he'd been denied before. He almost couldn't believe it, but the proof was lying there in his arms. Belle's eyes had closed after he and Eric had both taken her. She'd curled up next to him, and he watched her breathing turn slow and even. She slept, pressed against him trustingly. Afternoon light streamed in, caressing her mocha skin, making every inch of her gleam. She was so fucking beautiful. Even though he'd just made love to her, his cock was already straining to have her again. He would never take for granted that she was his. Every day he intended to make sure Belle felt valued and loved. He cuddled her close, loving the feel of her nipples against his chest. He wanted nothing more than to slide inside her again. Leaving the damn bed was the last thing he wanted to do, but work called. If they were going to renovate this big old house and make it a family home again, that was going to take money. Lots of it. On Belle's other side, Eric stirred and met Tate's questioning stare. You going to set up the camera? I've only got about 20 minutes before the contractors return. I don't want to miss a chance to catch whoever is behind this shit. The contractors would be here soon, and they only had 3 hours before their appointment with the medium. He had a plan to figure out who was trying to scare the hell out of Belle, and he was eager to get started. Then they could focus on finishing the house, passing the Louisiana bar, and taking a long honeymoon. Maybe a staycation in their new master bedroom and bath. Just him, Belle, and Eric. He'd make the time to explore his new city and his new wife. They'd spend lazy mornings in bed, learning every inch of Belle's gorgeous body. In the afternoons, they could hold hands and walk around, taking in all the famous New Orleans charm. Now that he was here with her and settled, it seemed right to make a fresh start at the beginning of their new life. First, they had to take care of business. "Yes, I hope we can catch the fucker today."
Me too,
Belle murmured.
"Let's end this because I want to feel safe in here again. I like this room best."
They'd all taken to sleeping in one of the guest quarters because Belle had bad dreams in the master bedroom. Hopefully, the house cleansing would help cure her of that, so she could feel comfortable enough to move back in here. It was the biggest of the rooms, the only one with a bed they all fit comfortably on, though they were going to have to expand the closet. Shit. He didn't like the thought of more work, but Belle really liked clothes, and she would take up most of the space. His princess deserved a grand dressing room. He kissed her lightly and rolled out of bed, not bothering with his own clothes. He didn't need them in this room. Once the contractors were gone, he intended to spend a good portion of his time naked, and keep Belle bare as well. He'd brought up the nanny cam when they'd chased Belle up the stairs. The little teddy bear looked utterly harmless. A tiny camera dotted the bow tie around its neck that would catch the culprit on film. He placed it on the bookshelf, next to a picture of Marie Wright and another woman. He glanced at it briefly, but then turned to study the layout of the room so he could position the bear for maximum visual coverage. He needed to capture an image of the sucker's face.
"Do you have to point that thing at the bed?"
Belle asked, resting her head on Eric's chest. He couldn't help but grin. "It's the best place. Anyone who walks into the room will have to walk by the camera. But, beyond the practical, I think we should record our lovemaking. Baby, we could make so much money off a sex tape. You're so hot. I could call it Nerd Gets His Girl, and it would be a bestseller. Think of the download potential. We wouldn't have to work at all. We could just sit back and let the cash roll in."
"No!"
She threw a pillow his way. Tate ducked and the pillow sailed by him, knocking over the nanny cam and the photo beside it.
"I'm not making a sex tape."
He would have to work on her inhibitions, because something about watching Belle on film got his motor running. But then, everything she did made him hot. She was it for him. He reached down and picked up the pillow, tossing it back to his girl. He straightened the nanny cam and made sure it was switched on before picking up the frame. He was damn glad it hadn't cracked. Belle loved these old pictures of her grandmother. She hadn't spent time with the woman, so Tate rather thought these pictures were Belle's way of making a connection. He glanced down at the picture in his hands. Marie Wright was smiling at the camera, her arm around a younger woman. They were both in cocktail dresses and made up like they planned to hit the town. The blonde next to her seemed to be in her mid-20s. Something about her looked very familiar. Shocked, Tate stared at the photo, searching his memory. It was right there, on the tip of his tongue. A name. He knew that woman's name. Why would he know anyone Belle's grandmother had known?
"What is it? Did I break it?"
Belle asked. "No, it's just the woman with your grandmother looks familiar." Where had he seen her before? He couldn't put his finger on it, but he knew unequivocally that he'd met the woman. Eric climbed out of bed, reaching for his pants.
I looked at another picture with her in the shot earlier, the one I set by the copy machine. It was taken in the late 70s, I'd guess. You weren't even born then. How would you know some psychic woman from New Orleans?
There was something about the face. He'd seen those eyes somewhere. They were an odd color, almost turquoise. She was pretty, but there was something hard about her that he couldn't define. She would be in her late 50s today. The name finally hit him. He'd been watching her picture on the television for weeks. He'd seen her as an older woman, the victim of a vicious murder and a whole lot of gossip. Holy shit. This is the madam. This is Karen Ehlers. So much fell into place. All the pictures Belle had found of her grandmother and the groups of beautiful women. He finally understood how her grandmother had really afforded this place. Marie had been a madam. Then when she'd decided to retire, she'd sold the business to Ehlers. He opened his mouth, but Eric, who'd obviously just made the connection too, shook his head, his eyes wide with warning. He and Eric had been best friends so long they sometimes didn't have to talk to communicate. That look on Eric's face was a stop sign. Do not pass go. Do not tell the secret. Belle had never guessed her grandmother's past. Eric had a point. Maybe telling Belle that her grandmother had been a prostitute wasn't the right move at this juncture. Their fiancé was just settling in and getting comfortable with her past. She was under a lot of stress and anxiety about the house, and now they were getting married. More stress. She didn't need to know anything except that her grandmother had loved her. He closed his mouth, and Eric gave him a supportive pat on the shoulder.
That's very interesting. I suppose they were neighbors. I bet she had a lot of stories to tell, Eric said. Why don't you put on some pants, buddy? He didn't want to. Eric was just going to have to get used to that because they had a girl now. It was perfectly normal for him to be naked around a girl. Sort of. He did sometimes struggle with social niceties. Belle took the frame from his hands. Her mouth dropped open as she stared at the picture. Oh my God. That is her. That's the woman they're talking about on the news. Tate shrugged it off. Looks like your grandmother had some interesting friends. And a whole bunch of employees who had specialized in giving dudes head. As family histories went, having a grandmother with a background in prostitution made her unique. He didn't really see a problem with it, but it might not be something they shared with their kids. He thought back to the picture in the living room of Marie and all those gorgeous women who were prostitutes. When he really thought about it, those women spread joy. They performed a service. They were almost like ambassadors for goodwill. Belle's eyes went wide. Oh my God. They weren't just neighbors or friends. This explains everything. My father wasn't mad at my grandmother. He was embarrassed. What do you mean, Belle? Eric asked, benignly. Tate thought that was a good ploy. Make sure Belle had reached the same conclusion they had before they opened their big mouths. She ignored them both, shaking her head as she looked at the picture. Grandma said she sold the business to one of the girls. Obviously that girl was Karen Ehlers. Oh my gosh. My grandmother was a madam. She just never stated that in her letters to my dad. She always talked about irritating clients or the ones who were kind to her. My dad grew up in a brothel. Wait, do you think she just, ran the place, or...
Belle looked a little shocked. Tate didn't want her upset. Absolutely. He and Eric said at the same time. Belle rolled her eyes.
Oh, please. I wasn't born yesterday. You don't apply to be the manager of a brothel. You work your way up from the bottom, so to speak. She was a call girl. Clearly a high-class call girl. Wow. I'm really shocked. Grandma was a bad, bad girl.
Belle bowed her head, and her shoulders shook. Tate lunged at her, certain she was crying. Damn it, he shouldn't have said anything, just kept his big mouth shut. Belle hadn't needed this truth about her grandmother. They couldn't change it, and the knowledge didn't negate the fact that Marie Wright had adored her family. She snapped her head up. Tate saw her laughing, her gorgeous body moving with the force of her amusement. God, she looked beautiful.
My grandma was a lady of the night. Holy crap.
Tate relaxed slightly. Honey, it's obvious she loved you. Belle met his gaze, her eyes soft.
I know she did. I've read her journals. She and my dad were estranged for years, but she loved him, too. So very much. I think Grandma did the best she could. From what I can tell, she was an orphan herself. She got pregnant young, and my grandfather didn't want a family. So he left her alone and pregnant, and she wanted to make the best life she could for her kid. And she did. He never went hungry or homeless. In fact, he went to the best schools. I loved my dad, but he was wrong to shut her out. I guess he wanted to distance himself from his upbringing and live a reputable life.
He pulled her close. He wanted to do what was best for you, baby. She nodded.
I know. But I've figured out that what society demands and what my heart needs aren't at all in sync. I finally figured out what I want to be when I grow up.
And what is that? Eric asked, getting close.
Happy. I think that might be all that matters. I'm going to marry you both because I love you and you make me happy. I hope our kids don't react the way my dad did to my grandmother's choices, but I really think if he'd lived, he would have forgiven her at some point.
She gave him a brilliant smile.
So that explains a whole lot. I need to take a shower before the contractors come back and kick me out of the bathroom. Can someone figure out where Kellen is? I hate the thought of him being out there all alone, especially if he's drinking.
Eric nodded. I'll find him. Tate can stay here and do the cleansing thing with you. I'll have a nice long talk with our partner. Belle smiled and disappeared into the bathroom. He held out his hand, shaking Eric's. I'm going to set up the camera properly, with a motion detector and attach the feeds to our phones. We'll get a text when movement kicks it on. I'll set it to start running after Belle's ready. Perfect. I'll find Kel. Do what you need to in order to get his ass home and some sense into his brain. If he couldn't, Tate knew Belle would always miss Kellen. Hell, he would miss the bastard. There would be a piece of them missing if Kellen wasn't with them. They would go on without him, but Tate thought they should at least try to talk some sense into him. Will do. Eric sighed and shook his head. But please, put on some pants. Tate shrugged, promising nothing. Chapter 18. Eric stared at the bar where he'd tracked Kellen's cell phone. He was pretty sure the cell would be attached to Kellen, since he never went anywhere without it. That made him easy to find. The bar was a seedy little place a few blocks off the quarter. Blinking neon lights illuminated the soft evening. It wouldn't have taken Kellen long to walk here, but he would bet every single step of the way had been hell on his friend. It had taken him away from the place and the woman he truly wanted. Eric had to believe that, or his plan would be for nothing. He texted Tate, letting him know he'd made it to the bar. Tate's deep need to always know where the people he loved were was slightly stalkerish, but it had proven to be helpful on more than one occasion, so Eric vowed to stop ragging on him about it. Tate was serious about his family and their well-being, and he trusted that Eric could bring Kellen home. God, Eric hoped he was right. Otherwise, he was fairly certain the next time they saw Kellen would be when he bought them out of the firm. Then he would be gone. If that happened, he was pretty sure Kellen would spend the rest of his life alone. He would take a sub here and there. He might find some partners he could have a beer with from time to time, but Kellen would retreat into his hard shell and never emerge again. Eric didn't want that for his friend. Eric pushed through the double doors and looked around the place. It wasn't much better on the inside. It certainly wasn't the sort of place Kellen normally frequented. An air of weariness lingered, from the dim lighting and shuttered windows to the dark, stained carpet. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness, but he finally found the man he sought. Sighing, Eric studied his friend of more than 10 years. Kellen sat at the bar, hunched over the beer in front of him, as if the weight of the world pressed down on him. Kellen looked like hell for once, a tough feat for a good-looking SOB. Normally, he appeared perfectly pressed, but his suit coat was missing, as was his ever-present tie. His shirt was wrinkled, too. But it was the look in his eyes that really stopped Eric. Kellen Kent looked absolutely fucking lost. He hadn't looked this bad since right after his divorce. Eric winced. Somehow, he had to make Kel see that Belle wouldn't hurt him the way Lila had. Something he said had to reach the stubborn ass. It had to be brilliant, too. Emotionally intelligent. Shit. "You fucked up," was what actually came out of his mouth. So much for emotionally intelligent. He slid onto the stool beside him, figuring he'd better try again. Sometimes he hated being the reasonable one. He wasn't always good at it. He used to be the jock. Football players weren't known for their dazzling communication skills. "I know. You don't have to tell me that." Kellen grimaced and resumed staring glumly into his beer. "How did you find me?" "Tate used an app to locate your phone." "He has to have my password for that." Eric just stared. "We're talking about Tate here." "Fucker should have been a spy." Kellen took a swig of his brew. "Remind me to get a new phone. Then none of you will be able to find me." Kel didn't seem too drunk. He'd probably been nursing that same beer all afternoon. Eric would be happier if he'd been out getting shit-faced. It would mean his friend would be willing to give up some of his control. But that would never happen. "No, you won't. You would hate changing phones. At the end of the day, I think you hate change as much as Tate does." Kellen turned weary eyes on him. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means you're set in your ways, my friend, and it's going to cost you everything. I don't think you're really ready to sever all ties to me or Tate. You're especially not ready to give Belle up. If you were, you'd be looking at New Orleans in your rearview mirror, not brooding in this shithole. You need to think about the future instead of being mired in the past." Kellen tipped back his beer again and drained some, then took a long, settling breath. "She gave me an ultimatum. I don't take well to those." That was news to him. "Did she? Tate and I heard a different version. According to Belle, she explained to you that we're getting married, and you would be welcome to stay with us for as long as you like. That doesn't sound like an ultimatum. That sounds like an open invitation. She gave you everything you wanted." "As long as you say it's okay. You and Tate." There was no way to miss the bitterness in his voice. It gave Eric hope. Kellen was jealous, and that was a good thing. He could work with jealous. "Then what are you upset about, man? I've never cut you out. Tate won't do it either." He huffed a little. "Yeah. Am I going to have to ask permission? Am I supposed to beg my way in every night?" Eric sighed. Kell was going to heap on the drama. "I haven't asked you to beg before. I wasn't planning on starting. What's really making you act like an asshole? Belle told you that you would be welcome. You can come and go as you please. That's what you wanted, isn't it? No strings." He didn't answer for a long minute. The bar got quiet momentarily as the jukebox shifted from jazz to the blues. The beat thudded through the place, setting the scene for Kellen's misery. With a sigh, he shook his head. "I don't know what I want anymore." Now they were getting to the real problem. For a control freak like Kell, not understanding his world was bad enough. Not understanding what was going on in his head would be catastrophic. "You don't have to know this instant. You just have to come home and give it some time. That's what Belle is offering you." Kellen shook his head. "There's no time. There's no way you're not going to marry her right away. You'll have her in front of a justice of the peace before she can change her mind." "She's not going to change her mind." He knew his Belle. Now that she'd committed, she'd stay that way until the day she died. She would love them all with every breath and every beat of her heart. Now that she had agreed to marry him, he felt a deep conviction that everything would be all right. "We're still going to marry her as soon as possible. I think we've waited long enough. Even when we do, that won't change our offer." Kell didn't appear to believe him. "If you say. And what about the firm? You're just going to throw out everything we worked for in Chicago?" It hadn't been easy, but Eric had made his peace with that. He could find work here. It's not as if Louisiana has met its quota for lawyers. And even if he convinced Cal to stay with them, he didn't see a reason they couldn't keep the branch in Chicago going too. "I know she's asking us to uproot our lives and careers, and it's not easy. I think if we pushed her now, she'd return to Chicago with us. At the end of the day, she won't choose this place over her husband's. That's exactly why I'm going to move here. I'm going to support her and help her make her dream come true. But if you'd rather go back to Chicago, do it. You can come and go from her bed as you please. You can run that office and visit us whenever you like. I'm not going to stop you. As long as Belle wants you around, I'll say yes." A nasty frown crossed his face. "And what happens when you start popping out kids? She mentioned that would be an issue." Eric leaned forward, getting a little angry himself. There was only so much he was willing to take.
I'm sorry. Did you mean to ask what happens when we decide to start a family?
Kellen flushed guiltily.
Sorry. I really didn't mean any disrespect. I just haven't thought about a family in a long time. The idea of you and Tate starting one with Belle is disconcerting. You can't expect us to wait, man. We're not getting any younger.
He was 10 years older than his parents were when they had him. It was time for him to start building his future, and that began with Belle and some kids he could raise, mold, and love. Kellen ran a weary hand over his face.
Well, I'm not ready for any of this. I don't know if I'll ever be ready.
Eric had an easy answer for that.
No one ever is. No one. Do you think I'm ready for kids? It scares the holy hell out of me. What are we going to tell them? How are we going to explain the fact that they have a mom and more than one dad? We're going to have to try to fit in at PTA meetings and neighborhood block parties. The idea that we can make our kids' lives hard makes me sick. But that won't stop me from trying. Because I love that woman, and I'm going to love our kids. After that, being ready has nothing to do with it. I'm just going to lead with my heart. But I think everyone who's ever had a kid worries about being a good enough parent.
It's more complicated than that, Kellen shot back.
Only if you make it that way. I think it's pretty damn simple.
You don't understand what happened to me.
Frustration welled inside Eric. I know exactly what happened to you. You were humiliated. You were betrayed. But most of all, you were embarrassed. And guess what? It doesn't matter. That's what you've never gotten. It doesn't change who you are to me, to Tate, or to Belle. You think you look like a fool. You're wrong. We think Lila and your father are terrible human beings who didn't give a shit about you. None of that was your fault. Even if it had been, we wouldn't give a shit. We just love you. You're letting a woman who didn't give two shits about you, not even for 1 second, win over 3 people who have always loved you and always will. For a dom, you sure are giving her all the power.
Kellen flushed, his mouth firming to a hard line.
I'm not giving her power. That's such a fucking simplistic thing to say. This is about more than just Lila. You're right. This isn't really about Lila at all. This is about you. You can walk away from what Lila did. You can even walk away from your father. You think it's Belle you don't trust.
Kellen slapped a hand against the bar, the sound jarring.
I trust Belle. I don't trust me.
Finally, he was being honest.
You blame yourself for everything, but it wasn't your fault. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen through her. You have to forgive yourself. God, Kellen, do you really think this self-flagellation hasn't affected the rest of us? You seem to think you're the one on the outside, but you're wrong. You are, and have always been, a part of this family, and we need you. You think your choice won't hurt anyone except you. You're wrong. And Tate and I will miss you. Belle will regret losing you until the day she dies. Here's what you really don't understand. Our kids are going to miss you too. Because you would be a spectacular father.
Kellen closed his eyes, but not before Eric saw a sheen of tears there. He swallowed it down. I don't have any idea how to be a father. Mine was such a crappy example. It was easy to see he wanted it, though. Eric relaxed. This wasn't a case of Kellen being stubborn. He was scared, but that wouldn't last forever. The situation called for a little patience and kindness. But then, he'd learned the hard way that patience and kindness were two requirements to make a functional, happy family. My dad was an asshole, too. He wanted to live through me. He expected me to do all the things he wasn't able to, and he didn't care if I got hurt in the process. My last concussion put me in the hospital. My dad was there when I woke up, calling me a pussy and telling me to get my sorry ass back out on the field. I refused. He won't talk to me anymore. He didn't want a son, just a star athlete. He was a horrible role model. He taught me nothing about being a good parent. But he showed me exactly what not to do. I can figure out the rest because I'm going to love that kid like I love his mother. Kellen set the beer down. I don't know what to do. I care about Belle, I really do. You and Tate are the brothers I never had. I don't want to lose you all, but I don't trust it either. I couldn't make a lasting relationship with one person. How do I do that with three of you? If it falls apart, it will happen in spectacular fashion because of me. Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes. This will work, because we all want it to. We're stronger than you think. Yeah, we're all broken, but we need each other. We prop each other up. Where one of us fails, the others take over. Belle needs all three of us. This family needs all of us, but you have to be willing to try, to put some faith in yourself and us. More than anything, you have to forgive yourself or you will never move forward. I don't know that I can. How did I miss the signs? Hell, I knew the marriage wasn't normal. I knew I didn't even love her. I didn't even want to. Maybe that's the worst part. I wanted an easy marriage. We had the same goals. I wanted her to be a good political wife. I wanted her to be a good mom. But I expected any kids we had would be raised by nannies and likely go to boarding schools. I wanted us to have good sex. In exchange, I was willing to support her career goals. I thought we'd make a good team. Eric couldn't imagine such a cold exchange of loyalties. He'd always known he wanted a real marriage, even if it was messy and hard. Before he'd really understood what love was, he wanted caring and kindness in his life. I know you think you wanted that, but I firmly believe you would have found it empty and left anyway in the end. What if that kind of marriage is all I'm capable of? This is the first time in my life I've ever had a relationship with someone who wants something real from me. Not money or power. Not connections or my family name. Belle doesn't want a teammate. Belle doesn't care that I can take care of her financially. I sure as hell don't think Belle is going to want the same kind of childhood I had for our kids. Eric ached for his friend, but he had to be utterly honest. None of us wants that, man. What Belle requires from you is simple. She wants love and honesty. She wants to love you back and won't accept anything less than your all. But here's the thing. She'll give you everything she has in return. Always. She won't ever leave us. She won't cheat or stab us in the back. She would never whore herself for money or fame or anything the rest of the world can give her. Belle will love you for you. She'll do it whether or not you're brave enough to try. Just because you walk away doesn't mean Belle will love you less.
The sharing thing could make us all outcasts, Kellen countered.
Eric was done with that argument. I don't give a shit what others think. We'll make a great family. There will always be people who don't understand. I won't live my life by their standards. I want to live my life so fully that I have no regrets at the end. If you leave now, do you honestly think you'll never regret it?
And if I fail? What if I'm only really built for the type of one-sided relationship my parents had?
Lines of worry creased Kellen's face as he spoke, the heavy weight of his fears apparent. How many close friendships does your father have? He had to get Kellen to see he wasn't his dad. It was the only way they had a shot at moving past this problem. Kellen wasn't his father, any more than any of them were the sum of their parents. Kellen suddenly found his glass infinitely fascinating.
None. My father believed in allies, and he would be loyal until he no longer needed them. Then he would walk away and never look back.
Rather like Kellen had done after law school. He'd found the woman he thought would be a perfect mate, and he'd left Eric and Tate in the dust. He hadn't even invited them to his wedding. They had been the best of friends in college until Kellen had found a new life. He would have been alone from that point on if Eric hadn't reached out to him after the divorce because Tate had found the article about it online. Tate hadn't called because he'd assumed that if Kellen needed him, Kellen would say something. Eric had known better, so he'd been the one to reach out. The two of them had worked together to help Kellen in his time of need. Friendship was a delicate balance. Today proved it all over again. Is that what you're planning on doing? Walking away and never looking back? Eric knew the answer, but Kellen needed to figure it out for himself. Then what? After a long pause, Kellen turned his way.
I might not be able to live the kind of life Belle needs, but I can't just walk away. Whatever you need, all you have to do is call me. I'll stop whatever I'm doing. If I'm somewhere else, I'll come to you. I will never let you down. I'm done with that.
Because they were family. Come home with me. If we're all committed, we'll work it out. Just give it some time. Kellen finally nodded.
All right.
Belle answered the door, eager to get the evening's meeting over with. The contractors had come and gone, and nothing had been settled. No one had tripped the cameras, so they still didn't have any evidence. Belle found the not knowing so frustrating, especially when all she wanted to do was bask in the glow of her new future, glimmering just over the horizon. Of course, that future would be dimmer if she couldn't have all of her men. Eric had left a while back. Perhaps he would find Kellen and bring him home. Then they could talk everything out. Or maybe she would just make love to the man until he couldn't walk. She could completely exhaust him so he couldn't run. That would be one way to keep him close. Annabelle, right? The woman was younger than she'd seemed on the phone. Somehow, Belle had thought she would be more like her mother's age. The face that stared back was perhaps a year or two older than her own. She was dressed in a business suit and carried a briefcase. Her blonde hair was in a careful bun. All in all, not what she'd thought a medium would look like.
Yes. Won't you please come in?
The faster she got this started, the quicker she could set the scene for Kellen. Seduction might be the best way to go. She'd been honest with him about what she wanted. He knew the score. She could see if an enormous amount of really filthy sex would help him see that she could be his kind of woman. Now that she knew exactly what she wanted, she found herself eager to start making a home with her men. The medium stepped through, her nose wrinkling delicately.
I'm Helena Rhodes. So you've been having issues with the house. I'm really not surprised. It's a bit infamous. Rumor is there have been several suicides here, and some people who owned the house afterward complained of disturbances and unexplained activity. Belle was fairly certain some of her issues were entirely human, but she couldn't ignore the feelings she got in the house. There was no way the shadow that had passed through her the night before had been human. There was definitely a presence or two in the house. Hopefully, between the nanny cam Tate had set up to catch whoever was trying to scare her away, and Helena, she could finally get some help on the ghost front. Yes, we've had several incidents. There are cold spots all over the house, and I can hear whispering at night when I sleep in the master bedroom. It always stops the minute I get out of bed. Did Tate explain what happened last night?
Helena looked around the foyer, one brow elegantly arched.
I was told you were visited by an entity. It doesn't surprise me. I can feel it from here. There's a lot of darkness in this house. Do you know the full history of the house?
Belle nodded as the medium walked into the hallway.
I've done some research. I know 2 young women supposedly killed themselves here. 2 sisters.
Helena turned back, her eyes slightly narrowed.
Supposedly? You think you know something different? I think they were murdered by their father.
She'd seen it over and over again in her dreams. She'd even read some reporters' theories on the incidents. Her grandmother had also written about the house being haunted in her journals. She'd never had the place cleansed because she'd attempted to communicate with the entities. Her grandmother had believed that all the women in her family had a touch of psychic power and owed it to the world to help the dead to move on. Of course, her grandmother had also said that the ghosts of this house were terrifically stubborn. Belle really hoped the medium knew what she was doing. Sir scampered into the room, giving a little yip at her feet. Helena stared down, then lifted her nose in the air.
No one mentioned an animal.
Belle frowned. Apparently, Helena wasn't a dog person.
He's actually been really helpful since we moved in. I'm pretty sure he knows when the entities are around. I think there are a couple of ghosts here. One is really nasty and likes to hang around the library. Sir won't go in there. He just stands outside the door growling sometimes. Sir here seems to like the one who drifts around. That one he follows around most of the day. It concerned me at first, but he's happy enough. There's a place upstairs he doesn't like, right in front of the master bedroom. He'll bark at it from time to time. I think it might be the spot where the girls were murdered. They were found hanging from the 3rd-floor staircase. Well, he's a dog. I think I should be the one to decide how many entities and what they're like. I'm the one with experience. With a sigh, she set her case down and pulled out her cell phone. She flicked her hand across the screen, either texting someone or writing an email. I have an associate coming with the rest of my equipment. I wanted to get a feel for the place before I set up. Is everyone gone? I was told you live with several men.
Belle was starting to think she should handle this herself, since the medium seemed awfully judgmental for someone who talked to the dead.
"It's just me, Tate, and Sir tonight. The others are out for the evening."
Tate chose that moment to step out of the kitchen. He smiled and looped an arm around her shoulders. "Hey, are you the one who's going to de-ghost us? Because we could use it. I just got that blast of cold air thing. It's freaky. It's unseasonably hot. I shouldn't be scrambling for a sweater. Also, I'm pretty sure one of the ghosts keeps patting my ass. That weirds me out a little, but I do understand it. I really work on these glutes." The medium stared at them, looking just shy of annoyed. "You should have told me there were extra people here. I explained that I need the house cleared. This is going to work best if there are no disruptions." Tate seemed utterly unfazed by the woman's obvious irritation. He simply smiled. "This is as cleared as we get. Trust me, this is quiet for us. It's usually a madhouse. I'm surprised we don't scare off the ghosts. I turned all the ringers off on our phones so we shouldn't have a ton of noise." Helena was texting again, her fingers moving in an almost angry fashion. The hair on the back of Belle's neck started to stand up. Something was off about the medium. She seemed stiff, and there was something about the way her eyes darted around that made Belle wary. Helena kept looking from her phone to the door as though she couldn't wait for her assailant to show up. Perhaps the house was overwhelming her?
"Can I get you a drink? Anything while we wait?"
She had to give the woman the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes the house seemed oppressive to her, and she wasn't even psychic. Helena's jaw tightened. No. Perhaps Tate here could take the dog for a walk. It really would be better if we were alone. I sense this spirit doesn't appreciate the presence of males. Yes. Please take the dog out the back and give us an hour or so." Tate's hold tightened, and he looked down at Belle. "Is she serious? I mean, I know they cleared the place out in Ghostbusters, but that was because they were worried about crossing the streams. I don't think we're worried about that here. I'd rather stay with you." Sometimes it was hard to keep up with Tate's pop culture references, but he was on par now.
"I'd like you to stay as well. Sometimes the house scares me,"
she lied. Something told her not to separate from Tate. Besides, Helena seemed to have it wrong. The ghost hadn't been bothering the men. Every instinct she had told her the malevolent spirit had a problem with women. "Then I'm not going anywhere. The ghost will just have to deal," Tate pronounced. He turned to Helena with a shrug. "And so will you. I understand if you can't work under those circumstances. We can find someone else." Helena held up a hand.
"No. I'll work around it."
There was a brisk knock on the door, and Tate walked toward it, his hand outstretched. "That's my assistant," the medium explained quickly.
"Let him in.
Just tell him to set up, starting in the bedroom."
"But the library is the worst room,"
Belle began. Something chilly ran through her, causing her to shiver. Something was wrong. So wrong. Her heart started to race, and it was all centered around that door. Instinct flared inside her.
"Tate, don't open that door!"
But he'd already had the knob turned. Belle watched in horror as a man's silhouette loomed in the doorway. "Oh, crap. Not you again. What do you want?" Tate groused. Her grandmother's lawyer stepped up, leveling a gun at Tate's chest. "I want to get this piece of shit job done." There was a tiny ping.
Tate turned to her, his eyes wide. He pointed toward the back of the house. "Belle, run." There was an odd capsule-like dart sticking from his chest. Tate took a single step in her direction before his face went slack, his eyes rolling to the back of his head. Tate went down hard, his big body sliding to the floor. What the hell was going on? Belle screamed as the man pointed the gun her way. Chapter 19. A hand clapped over her mouth, stopping Belle in mid-scream. Something hard pressed between her shoulder blades. "Shut up, or he'll hit your boyfriend again," the so-called medium hissed into her ear. "And I'll have to put a bullet in your spine, too. I don't want to do that, so you'd better stay calm." The world seemed to have stopped as she turned to stare at Tate's unmoving form. Was he dead? How could he be gone? He'd held her not an hour ago. He'd promised her a life together, that he'd never leave her. How could it be over? Would she end up like her mother, mourning and bitterly shutting out the other survivors? Tears made the world blurry as Belle stared at Tate, willing him to live. Then Gates stepped over his prone body and into the light. Her grandmother's lawyer was dressed all in black, looking totally unkempt. All traces of the polished professional he'd been before were gone. He'd always put off a weird vibe, but now, with his fierce frown, he was downright nasty. What was he doing here with a gun? "Move him out of the way," Gates sneered with a glance at Tate. "We'll need to stage this properly, damn it. He's a complication we didn't need." His cold eyes raked the woman behind Belle. "You said she would be alone." Sir scampered over to Tate, sniffing and whimpering as he tried to rouse his master. The puppy whined and looked to Belle, as though she could fix the problem. She wished with everything in her heart that she could, because Tate still wasn't moving. Fear spiked through her veins. She needed to get to him, but the supposed psychic gripped her too tightly. Belle's brain whirled. What the hell was going on here? Helena huffed. "She was supposed to be. I told the man who called to make the appointment with me that the house had to be cleared. It's how I usually work. It's easier to con a single person than a whole group. There's almost always a skeptical friend the Mark will bring along if you let her." So Helena wasn't a real psychic? Why had Mike recommended her? And why was she here with Gates? Had her grandmother's lawyer been behind the attempts to scare her off all along? "You?" she asked him in horror. "Me," he said simply. Why?" Gates stopped in the middle of the hallway and checked his gun. "Your grandmother had information I need. I've had this place bugged for years, hoping I'd figure out where she kept it hidden. Eventually, I figured out that she passed it on with the business she sold. But Karen brought it to her in the end. She considered the bitch her mentor, or some shit. In fact, she came here at least once a week, but they talked mostly about the old days and their families. Even the fucking weather. I think they knew someone was listening in." Belle bit her lip to hold in a gasp. Grandma's own attorney had been spying on her? "Are you going to do your job?" Gates asked Helena in a sour tone. "If not, I could have you tossed in jail. My client can make that happen, you know. He's a very important judge. He has favors he can call in everywhere. If you turn on me, you won't see the light of day for a long time, you con artist." Belle really didn't know what they were talking about.
but it all sounded ominous. 2 against 1, and they had weapons. The odds weren't looking good.
"Like I said, I'll do the job,"
Helena shot back, and Belle didn't think she meant cleansing the house of spirits.
"I have 0 interest in going to jail. I don't look good in orange. Where's your friend? I told you how we should set this up. I studied up on the suicides and the haunting. We can set this up to play straight into the legends about this place."
Meaning that someone would have to die by hanging? Like those 2 Peterman girls? Belle's blood ran cold. Gates nodded. "Everything we need is on its way. I told him to park far from the house so no one remembers his truck being here this evening. We'll set everything up right. But first I need to get that list. You know what could happen if that fucking thing gets out. It would ruin my client, and many of his very powerful friends."
"I'm sure," the medium murmured.
"Tell me something, Gates.
Are you on that list, too?"
What list did they keep referring to? Was that the all-fired, important information Gates had been spying on her grandmother to obtain? Sir suddenly barked, and Belle felt a chill pass through her. The woman behind her shivered.
"Fuck, I hate this place. If I didn't know better, I would say it's actually haunted."
Gates barked. "You bought the act, too? Christ, I'd have thought you were too jaded to believe in things that go bump in the night. This place is no more haunted than my ass."
So his refusal to step foot in the house earlier had all been an act?
Belle felt foolish for having fallen for it. Helena looked skeptical.
"Just walking in here makes me sick. We need to get this done as quickly as possible. What are you going to do with that guy? Is he dead?"
The door opened again, and all of Belle's questions about who had left her the frightening messages since her arrival were answered. Mike, the electrician, stepped in, carrying a heavy bag. No wonder he'd recommended Helena. They were all in this together. Mike blanched and clenched his fists when he saw Tate lying in the hallway.
"You said no one would get hurt."
"Oh, boo-hoo. So I lied." Gates rolled his eyes. "He's alive. I just hit him with a tranquilizer. I brought it along in case Miss Wright proved difficult. But now we've got to figure out how to include him in the scenario. I think I have a way to make this work. Hand me the gun." Mike set down the bag, and Gates exchanged his tranquilizer pistol for what looked like a real semi-automatic. Belle glanced Tate's way, and her heart soared. Finally, she saw what she'd been looking for, Tate's chest, rising and falling slightly. He was alive, at least for the moment. Hope flared inside her. There was still a chance to save him. She'd have to get out of this mess first. Gates moved into her space. "Yes, Miss Wright, your lover is still among the living, but if I hit him again, I assure you his status will change. This one fires bullets. If I hit him in the chest now, he won't get up again. You don't want that, do you?" Belle shook her head. Tate's death would devastate her. "Excellent." A reptilian smile passed over the lawyer's face. "Then you're going to cooperate with me. If you tell me where the list is, I'll make sure this goes easy and quick. We'll finish our business and be out of your hair." The only thing quick and easy would be her murder. There was no way he could leave her alive after all she'd heard. He'd just committed assault and threatened murder. Now he meant to burglarize her home. He'd admitted to planting listening devices around the house and spying on her grandmother for years for his client, a powerful and obviously corrupt judge.
there was no chance he'd let her live. But he needed her cooperation before he offed her. She just needed to buy some time to hatch a plan, or give Eric a chance to get home.
Of course I'll help you. Just please, don't hurt him again.
She had no idea what drug they'd given him. He could have a bad reaction to it. As still as Tate was now, if they even gave him another dose, he might overdose. It could kill him. He looked so vulnerable, and Belle knew that only she stood between Tate and death.
Stop yakking and hurry up.
Helena loosened her hold.
I want this over with. The other 2 men are out, but I don't know for how long. We need to be gone before they return. Why are there so many men living here anyway?
Gates sneered Belle's way. Because she's a whore. Just like a dear old grandma. You do know your grandmother ran a house of prostitution, don't you? But when she retired, she sold it to a protege.
Karen Ehlers?
The infamous madam. Several things fell into place, and Belle got an inkling of what they were looking for, but it was probably in her best interest to play dumb. Yes, Karen Ehlers. Gates nodded toward Mike. Get set up while I talk to our friend here. You know what to do. Mike looked a little green in the dim light of the hallway. His hands shook as he held his bag and walked toward her. I just want to go home, man. Gates wouldn't back down. If you don't do what I tell you to, you'll go to jail. Did you forget that I have your parole officer in the palm of my hand? One word to him, and you go back to prison. I know how life was for you there. You spent a lot of time being passed around, didn't you? Maybe you liked it. Is that what you want? Do you want to be someone's bitch again? Mike came to stand in front of her, his face hardening as he obviously made his decision. I'm sorry, Annabelle. I don't want to do this, but I'm on parole. He works for people who can send me back to jail. I can't go back. Give him what he wants. Please. Mike walked away, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. Gates got in her face. I want the list, bitch. Belle's brain went straight back to her first night in the house. She'd found a weird list written by 2 different hands in the desk, along with her grandmother's journal, in some sort of hiding place. She'd taken the journal, but put the list back because it had seemed like nonsense at the time. It was very likely some sort of code written by Grandma and Karen Ehlers. The client list? She wasn't sure, but that seemed likely given how badly Gates wanted it. Her grandmother and Karen Ehlers would need some way to keep track of their transactions. Maybe they'd even dealt in information, as well as pleasure. According to the news, Ehlers had decided to write a tell-all book. To ensure her retirement? Had someone learned of her plans and silenced her for good? What list? She couldn't let on that she knew where to find it. Play dumb. Buy yourself time. Gates slapped her face. A hard crack rent the air before the pain bloomed in her cheek. Belle bit back a groan because her skin was on fire, and not in a nice way. The difference between violence and what her men shared with her was massive. They were careful to bring her up to the edge of pain. Gates just wanted to torture her. Give me what I want, or it gets worse from here. Gates smacked her again, and she couldn't stop her startled gasp. Your grandmother started a list of clients, then sold it to Karen Ehlers with the business. I have every reason to believe it's in this house. I want it now. She cupped her hot cheek.
Why would it be here?
Because Ayla's told me she gave it to Marie before she died. Your grandmother was her mama whore. When Karen got worried about her safety, she hid it here, sort of insurance policy. You might have heard that Karen had decided to write an expose. She thought that list would ensure that no one came after her, a sort of mutually assured destruction. She promised not to use real names, but everyone would have figured out her clients' identities. Belle shrank back.
I don't know anything about it. I only met my grandmother once when I was a child. We didn't keep in touch. I was surprised she wrote me into her will at all.
Gates frowned. But you've been living here. You must have seen something. I found a draft of that Ayla's bitch's actual manuscript. She'd written a part that identified her clients and their sexual preferences in code, based on that list. I destroyed the manuscript, and all the electric copies of it I could find. I need to do the same with that fucking list. The elite of Narlands are on it, and being exposed would ruin them. Belle wasn't so sure about that. New Orleans wasn't exactly known for being uptight and prudish, but Gates clearly wasn't willing to take any chances. And that was when she remembered the camera. If she could trip the motion detector, at least she could capture her attackers on video, and they would be identified. They wouldn't get away with murder. And leading them upstairs would take them further away from Tate. She had no idea how long it would take him to metabolize the drug, but she didn't like that gun being so close to his helpless form.
I haven't found anything like a list.
The minute she gave it up, they were both dead. She couldn't imagine how Eric and Kellen would cope if they had to walk into this house and find her body along with Tate's. They would be devastated. She had to fight for every second. Well, that is very bad for you, Gates snarled, raising another hand to her. She raised her hands to ward him off.
But I haven't searched the bedroom.
Gates' eyes narrowed. You've been sleeping there.
She shook her head. No, not since the first couple of nights. I moved into one of the smaller rooms because I couldn't sleep in the master. I heard voices.
Gates chuckled, a nasty sound. Yes, I had Mike set an audio device in the ceiling above the bed. It was tripped after the light was off, and the room went still. The device would whisper when you were asleep, and turn off the minute you moved. It was supposed to make you want to move. Clever. But she would try to use it to her advantage.
It scared me. I didn't like to go into that room, but I know my grandmother kept a lot of very personal things in there.
She'd found pictures and a box of little keepsakes. The closet was big, and Belle hadn't even started to clean it out yet. There were storage boxes under the bed as well. With any luck, she could keep them upstairs and searching for a very long time. Gates nodded toward Helena. You look through the office and the library. I'll take her upstairs. Don't make a mess. A scenario is not a burglary. The last thing I need is for the cops to go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Helena let her go, obviously secure in the fact that Belle had another gun pointed straight at her chest.
I thought you had your interns looking through there last week.
So that's why he'd insisted on taking inventory of everything in the house. They might have looked through drawers and rifled through closets, but they had obviously missed her grandmother's hidey hole. I couldn't actually tell them what I wanted them to find. I told them to bring me anything that looked like personal notes, because Marie Wright might have jotted additional instructions about the division of her estate. Of course, the idiots didn't find anything. Start looking for hidden compartments. he instructed Helena. Wright was a whore for a long time. She ran a brothel herself. She knows how to keep a secret.
What about him?
Helena frowned as she looked toward Tate's body. Gates waved off the worry. He'll be out for hours. Don't worry about him. As her grandmother's lawyer marched her up the stairs, Belle prayed Tate had the chance to wake up again. Kellen shuffled along the sidewalk, wondering if he was doing the right thing. It might be best if he just walked away. Belle needed a man who had a whole heart to give her, and he wasn't sure he'd even been born with one. Fucking coward. Eric's right. You like things easy. You like not having to open yourself up. You're so fucking scared, you're gonna let the best thing that ever happened to you slip through your fingers. He might not have been born with a whole heart, but his inner voice seemed to be totally intact and brutally honest. Eric stopped at the small gate that separated the courtyard from the street. The moon had come out, washing the brick in a silvery glow. He never noticed the moon in Chicago. Somehow, it seemed bigger in New Orleans. The air felt heavier, almost mysterious, but there was a sweetness to it. And the heat seemed to seep into his bones, drugging him until all he wanted was to toss off his clothes and be naked with Belle. If he stripped down past his clothes, past his skin, if he offered her every piece of himself, would it be enough? Could Belle heal that essential piece of him that had been damaged for so long? He'd thought that a part of him was missing, but now he wondered if maybe what he'd always been missing was Belle herself. What if that crap about soulmates was true, and he wouldn't ever feel whole without her? The thought of her holding a baby conceived from their love did weird things to him. His gut tightened and turned, then did a little dip that didn't feel at all like anxiety. It felt more like anticipation, hope. He would be a terrible dad, wouldn't he? Was he really willing to leave a child alone with Tate, who would have that kid geekified and speaking nerd before he even had a chance? Tate would dress his kid in snarky t-shirts and sweatpants that may or may not be clean. And Eric? Eric would try to teach the kid to get along with everyone. Eric's willingness to compromise was a necessity to making this relationship work, but who would help the kid learn to stand up for himself? To protect his mom and siblings? Who would teach him how to throw a decent punch? Eric would teach him to toss a football, while Tate would instruct him on the finer points of wielding a lightsaber. Maybe he wasn't so unnecessary after all. You're thinking about something serious, man. Want to talk about it before we go inside? Eric asked. Yep. Eric would teach the kid how to express his feelings. That was nice and all, but there were times to man up and just do something. Except he wasn't sure he was ready. Nope. He hated the way Eric's eyes tightened in disappointment. Just give me a little time, okay? I need a day or two. I don't process shit like this the way you do. Shit like emotions? The dry tone of Eric's voice made him smile tightly. Yeah, shit like emotions. Just give me a day or two. Eric sighed. Fine. Take some brooding time. Just know that I'm willing to talk to you whenever you want. I know it probably sounds dumb, but you really will feel better if you talk it out. If it makes you more comfortable, I'll find us a gym and we can spar while we talk. Punching and talking. That might actually work for him. Okay. It would do him good to get out a little aggression. Only if I can work Tate over, too.
Eric chuckled.
Oh, I think Tate would love to beat the fuck out of you for a while.
It was what men did. What brothers did. It was what he'd never done. In the past, a fight had meant an ending. It had never been simply a way to work through conflict. Any fight had been nasty, low down, and permanent. His family could be different. He could be different. Better.
I think I might love her,
he admitted quietly. Eric's smile nearly lit up the night as he slapped him on the shoulder.
Of course you do. She's incredibly lovable, man. She's the best thing that's ever happened to any of us. She's the one. And the best part is that she wants all of us too. We can have everything we've ever dreamed of. All we have to do is reach out and take it.
A buzzing sound emanated from Eric's phone. Frowning, he pulled it out of his belt clip and studied it.
What is it? Belle calling?
Kellen asked, more than a bit hopeful. He liked the idea that she wanted to know where he was or wanted to know what he was thinking, feeling. He wasn't used to having anyone give a shit when he came home. He would have to change if he stayed. He would have to check in and let his family know where he was all the time. It wasn't enough that Tate would likely hack into a satellite and direct it at all of them 24/7. Kel needed to show them that he cared by checking in.
No, it's not Belle. It's a nanny cam alarm Tate set up. We placed it in the master bedroom, and it's alerting me that something just triggered.
Eric flicked a finger across his phone.
Weird. I thought we agreed not to go in there. All the contractors should be gone by now.
You set up a camera in the master bedroom? Did Tate find more bugs in other rooms? A massive wave of guilt crashed against him. He'd walked out when Belle was still in some sort of danger. They couldn't be sure of when those bugs had been placed there. Tate suspected they'd been planted in the house a while back, but who knew for certain? Someone was trying to scare Belle, and no matter what she'd seen in the library, he couldn't accept that a ghost had left a message on her bedroom wall from beyond. His departure at such a critical time proved how selfish he could be. Kel had a sudden and deep need to see her. He might have no real right to do it, but he wanted to hold her in his arms, to apologize. He glanced up at the house as they walked through the gate and into the courtyard. The glow of a light illuminated the living room, and a lithe figure moved across the shade, a shadow that was an illusion. His Belle wasn't that twiggy. She was solid and sexy as fuck. But then again, shadows could be distorted.
I think Belle's in the living room. You think Tate's upstairs?
Kellen asked.
Maybe.
A concerned frown crossed Eric's face.
They were supposed to be with the medium who was cleansing the house. Why would they split up? Belle was a little scared about the whole thing. That's why I left Tate with her. I didn't want her to be alone with anyone we don't know.
Kellen walked faster toward the house. Something wasn't right. He didn't like it. The sooner he saw Belle, the better he would feel. He was going to talk to her, try to get her to go back to Chicago. Not forever, just until they caught whoever sought to scare her. Wouldn't Belle have a few things to clear up at her old apartment or something? He would bring her back to New Orleans, to her new home, when they were all certain it was safe. They could call in the guys from Anthony Anders. Surely Dominic, Law, and Riley could figure out what was going on. He strode toward the door, Eric right behind him. As he clasped the knob, something stopped him. The air around him became icy cold, his breath visible, despite the fact that the humid autumn evening was well above freezing. Something moved through him that made him shiver, He felt his spine ping with fear. He could only focus on one thing. Belle. He wasn't sure why being cold made him so very aware of her. Then he heard a whisper in his head. "Save Annabelle." "Belle's in trouble," he murmured, just above a whisper. The more he thought about it, that hadn't been Belle in the window. The medium might be in the house, but why wasn't his love with her? He suddenly felt certain that whoever he'd seen in the living room was dangerous. That woman threatened Belle. "Open the door quietly." Eric's voice was low, tense. "Stay next to the wall. The floor creaks in the middle. God, I hope you're wrong, but I feel like she's in danger too. I can't explain it." Because some things defied logic. This was one of them. So was love. Reason told him to deny it, but his instincts were too pure, too strong. He might end up looking like a fool for bursting in on the house cleansing, but he'd look like an idiot 100 times over to keep Belle safe, because nothing was more important than Belle. That truth hit him like a sledgehammer. Kel turned the doorknob, his heart threatening to pound out of his chest. Unlocked. He prayed the creak of the old metal and wood wasn't as loud as it sounded in his head. His warning instincts went off again when he remembered that Belle always locked the door behind her. She'd lived for far too many years in big cities to ever get into the habit of leaving any door to the outside unlocked. He pushed the door open, anxiety churning. He had to be quiet, had to get into the house without anyone knowing it. Surprise was his only weapon. The first thing he saw made his blood go cold. A big body on the floor, crumpled and still. Tate. Kel barely managed to restrain himself from running over to his friend. Dread torqued up his gut. Not knowing if Tate was alive ate at him like he'd swallowed battery acid. "Fuck!" Eric cursed quietly behind him before he stepped back outside. There was no question he had to call the cops, an ambulance, anyone who could help them. He couldn't wait. They all knew the drill. Call for help, then intercede until reinforcements arrived. Kellen would do just that, fight until his dying breath. He tiptoed over to Tate and dropped to one knee, his whole body tense. God, what was he going to do if his friend was dead? The thought was surreal, unimaginable. He put a hand on Tate's body. He was still warm. Kellen couldn't see any blood visible, but there was something sticking out of his chest, a dart of some sort. Tate's chest moved slightly in a shallow attempt to breathe. He was alive, but he'd been hit with some sort of tranquilizer. Who the hell was here? What the fuck did they want? Where was Belle? "Is he alive?" Eric whispered, his voice shaking. He was pale as he stared down at his best friend. Kellen nodded. "Yes. Cops?" "On their way," Eric breathed. "Go around the back of the house and see if you can figure out where Belle is." Kellen reached into the antique umbrella stand by the door. He pulled out a sturdy-looking umbrella and wished he knew exactly what to do in this situation. His friend Dominic Anthony would. He'd bet Dominic never got caught without a weapon. He would never have to defend his woman with a freaking umbrella. "Will do. If you can, search the 3rd floor. Something tripped that camera," Eric suggested, then slipped out the door again. The master bedroom. Of course. The alarm had gone off on Eric's phone. He had explained the whole nanny cam plan to catch whoever was stealing into the room and leaving Belle frightening messages during their walk home. Someone had taken Belle upstairs. A million horrifying thoughts ran through his head. Why? What were they doing to her? Was she silently crying out for him? Was she hurting, and he wasn't there to save her? Had she watched Tate go down and known she would be next? He hugged the dark wall, keeping his step light, but the person in the next room had no such qualms. He heard a squeaking from the living room as the woman he'd seen from the shadows exited the formal space, turning her back to him to call up the stairs.
If it's down here, it's hidden, Gates. Damn it, we're running out of time, she hollered up the stairs. We have to get out of here.
Malcolm Gates, the lawyer. What the hell?
Keep looking, damn it.
The lawyer's voice floated back down.
If we don't get our hands on that fucking client list, my career is over. If I could kill that whore again, I would.
The woman mere feet away from him gave a frustrated huff.
Why the hell did you kill Ehlers before you had her notes?
Fuck. Gates had killed the madam because she'd planned to go public, and they thought Bell had the woman's client list? Kell wasn't sure why they'd believe that, but no way he could leave Bell alone. Or had the lawyer already killed her?
Well, when I had my hands wrapped around her throat, she swore she'd brought it here.
Gates growled.
Shut up and keep looking.
The bitch granddaughter hasn't even found it,
the woman argued.
So maybe it's not here. We need to kill her and her boyfriend, then get the hell out of here. You can set this place on fire in a few days after the cops declare the whole incident to be a murder-suicide. Call it faulty wiring or something. We can make that happen. Then, if the list is here, it won't ever be found.
There was a long sigh.
My client won't accept that. The judge wants the list in his hands.
Then we make one up, and we're all off the hook. You don't think very creatively for a lawyer. All I know is if we get caught in here, we're all going to prison. We need to cut our losses. She doesn't know where it is.
One more chance, Gates said. I'll give it one more shot, literally. Maybe if I put a gun to your boyfriend's head, it will spark some memory, Miss Wright. Turn that idiot over, Helena. I want her to see his face when I blow it off. We'll be down in a bit.
Kellen's blood froze. He heard Gates moving upstairs. Belle must be with him and searching for the client list in her grandmother's old bedroom. At least she was conscious. Kellen stuck to the darkest part of the gloomy foyer. The cover of shadow would buy him some time. Helena's shoes clacked along the hardwoods, and Kellen made himself go very still. Silent. He had to be so quiet, not alert them that they were no longer alone. He had to save Belle and Tate. They were his family. God, what would have happened if he hadn't come to New Orleans with them? If he'd listened to his fear and gone back to Chicago? Eric would have been here. Would he have been on the ground with Tate, leaving Belle alone to fend for herself? They would all likely die. He'd spent all his time wondering how a relationship between the four of them could work, but now he saw plainly that it would work however they worked it. The universe didn't give everyone the same life. Love wasn't some cookie cutter that he had to mold himself into. He'd spent his whole time on Earth, plotting and planning his life, ruthlessly controlling it to reach some grand destination, all the while not understanding that the ending he'd chosen wouldn't make him happy. Belle was the destination he'd been unconsciously seeking. Her love and the family he'd share with his buddies were the end-all, be-all of his existence. He couldn't control them, but hopefully, he could damn well save them. God, how did I get into this shit? The woman turned the corner. Kellen struck, cracking the umbrella over her head. It made a dull thud, nothing that would register upstairs. Her eyes widened and her mouth fluttered open, but she didn't emit a single sound. He caught her before she hit the floor. Then he eased her down. She would live. More than likely she'd have a massive headache, but the medic in the NOLA jail could deal with that. He pushed her body against the wall. In the shadows, where he was hidden, it would be hard to see. Kellen heard a yip, and he whirled around only to realize Sir was trapped in the kitchen and barking behind the door.
"Damn it!"
Gates screamed from the top of the stairs. It was obvious to Kellen that he was losing patience. It would cause him to get sloppy, make mistakes. Unfortunately, it also likely made him more violent.
"Shut that fucking dog up, Mike."
Mike was here? Mike had been the man on the ground, the one doing all the grunt work? It fit. No wonder neither he, Tate, nor Eric had liked the asshole. Sure enough, Mike came rushing down the stairs, jogging toward the kitchen. Sir growled. Kellen crouched into a dark corner behind a grandfather clock, just as the kitchen door began to open. He was going to owe that damn dog a treat. Sir kept barking, making himself a target, as a big shadow moved through the open door. Kellen got the glimpse of something metallic in the moonlight. Mike wasn't packing an umbrella. It looked like the asshole was way better armed than him.
"Shut the fuck up, dog."
The big guy took aim. Oh, that was so not happening. Belle would murder him if he allowed that fucker to kill her ridiculously ugly, seriously brave little mutt. Like it or not, Sir was the family dog, and he wasn't going down tonight either. With as much force as he could muster, Kellen brought the umbrella down on Mike's head. It met with a crack, just like the last time. Unfortunately, Mike was a harder target to fell. With a growl, he whirled, his eyes narrowing as he raised the gun. Sir rushed forward and suddenly snarled at the guy's ankle. He shouted out as Sir's teeth sank into his flesh. The gun fell from his hand, thudding to the floor. Kellen attacked, punching the man with a quiet grunt. He tried to get to the gun, but Mike threw him back with a fist to his face. Pure pain flared, making his head spin. He heard Sir yipping, but as he opened his eyes, all he could see was that big fist coming toward his face again. "Motherfucker!" Mike cursed before making contact again. "I'm gonna kill you." Then he heard the shocking sound of a gun discharging. It cracked through the small space. The punch that might have knocked him out never came. Mike's whole face went blank as he listed to one side and fell. "Are you okay?" Eric asked quietly, reaching out to help Kel up.
"You idiot!"
Gates yelled down.
"Someone's gonna call the cops if you don't keep the goddamn volume down. I told you to shut the dog up, not shoot him."
Fuck. If Mike didn't answer, Belle would be in trouble. He lowered his voice and tried to sound like an idiot douchebag.
"Sorry. Dog's no trouble now."
Eric had picked Sir up, who was enthusiastically licking his face, but at least he was quiet. There was a long sigh.
"Get your ass up here. I have one more place I want to look before we finish up. Tell Helena to get everything ready."
The door shut upstairs. He looked at Eric. "Give me the gun. You've done your part. I'm going to go get our girl. You make sure no one else comes after me." Eric nodded, and Kellen started up the stairs. To save his woman. To make sure his family was safe again. Chapter 20. Tears filled Belle's eyes. They'd talked about killing her little dog. Her sweet little Sir was just a puppy. She'd heard the gunshot. Then she hadn't heard Sir bark again. She tried not to sob. Gates had yelled to Mike about finishing up, so he'd shot her dog. He would kill Tate next, regardless of whether or not she found the list. They were determined to take everything from her, even her life. Belle felt helpless, and it was a small consolation to know that Tate wouldn't suffer. Knowing that nothing but death awaited for her and Tate infuriated her. Damn it, she refused to go down without a fight. Unfortunately, Gates had never taken the gun off her. Even when he'd been yelling at his cohorts, he'd watched her carefully. "Move the mattress. I want to see what's under the bed."
"You're going to kill me anyway."
Maybe it was time to take a stand. "No, I'm not. If you give me the list, I'll walk away," he said, in what Belle bet he considered a soothing tone. She noted that he didn't point that gun elsewhere, though a tremor shook his arm. He wasn't a young man. He likely wasn't used to holding heavy objects for long periods of time.
"I'm not stupid. I know you won't leave me alive."
She listened for the sounds of movement downstairs. It was faint, but she could almost hear them moving, the wood floors creaking as Gates' two accomplices searched the downstairs. Well, Helena was searching, but Mike seemed to be preparing for her inevitable murder. How did they plan to finish her off? Another hanging murder designed to look like a suicide? Belle couldn't wait to find out. She had to make a move. She wasn't sure she could live knowing Tate was dead. How much time had passed? Where were Eric and Kellen? Gates shrugged a little, giving up his previous act. "Fine. Of course I'm going to kill you. If you give me the list, I'll make it quick. If you give me trouble, I'll draw it out. You won't like that. I can make you feel pain like you've never felt before. I'll give you over to Mike. He seemed to really like you, although you might enjoy that, since you like sleeping with a lot of men." She ignored his insults. They didn't matter. She had to think. Her brain raced. She'd screwed up his plan by having Tate in the house. He'd wanted to catch her alone. He'd intended to only have to deal with one body. And with the history of this house, it would be easy. The story itself would be so spectacular, history repeating itself and all, that the truth might be easily concealed and forever buried.
"You're planning to hang me."
She'd wondered why Mike had laid out a white sheet on the floor in front of the banister. Now that she thought about it, she could see the whole scenario play out in her head. They would make a noose out of the sheet, pristine white, like a cloud. They would pervert it and slip it over around her neck before tossing her over the banister and completing the act. Belle felt an odd chill go through her, though there was nothing truly sinister about the feeling. Strength. She felt a weird bolt of it run through her, giving her energy, straightening her spine. Belle suddenly realized she wasn't alone. The house might be haunted, but not all ghosts were evil. Some simply wanted to right the wrongs done to them, like the Peterman girls who'd been hanged by their own father. They could right those terrible wrongs by saving someone else, by not allowing what happened to them happen again. A nasty smile lit Gates's face. "Everyone knows this place is haunted, Miss Wright. Your story will make headlines for a day or two.
Then it will fade into Narland's law. Then you'll be just another young girl who committed suicide in this house. Just another ghost. But the ghosts weren't on his side. He couldn't know that. Couldn't know they had been coming to her each night in her dreams, trying to tell her that they had fought, and she should too. She got that now. They hadn't come to scare her. The thing in the library, yes, that entity wanted to hurt her, but not the girls from her dreams. They'd come to warn her, to make sure she didn't suffer their fate. A deep peace settled over her, as though she was finally in sync with the house she'd come to call home. She didn't have to die. Neither did Tate. She could fight, and she could win. She looked briefly around the room. It was in complete disarray. He'd forced her to ransack every inch of the place, looking for his list, and now she had to walk gingerly around the piles of her grandmother's clothes and keepsakes that had absolutely nothing to do with the list. She decided to obey him, for now, to buy a little more time while she sought a weapon. There had to be something heavy and blunt among all this stuff. What if Eric walked in first? Would he walk in and immediately be killed because he had no idea what was going on? She had to prevent that, too. Belle pushed at the mattress, pretending it was far heavier than it looked. She made a big show of straining to move the thing while she pointed out certain truths to the lawyer. It's not going to work. Why would I hang myself? She'd just gotten engaged. She had everything to live for, and she had friends. What Gates didn't realize was that if anything happened to her, Kinley would never stop trying to find the truth, and she would sick her very good at their jobs husbands on the case. Kinley wouldn't believe that she would kill herself. Not for a second. Gates huffed, his stare utterly derisive. You live with 3 men. Your lifestyle alone will make people shake their heads. Obviously, they didn't want to stay with a whore, so you did yourself in. I was intent on simply killing you, but if I have to, I'll take out your boyfriend. But I'd rather let him live because he'll make a perfect fall guy. I have some interns ready to testify about all the fights the men have over you. Mike is going to tell the cops that he overheard you crying because you couldn't choose between them. Your boyfriend down there could have murdered you in a fit of rage. Do you want him to live or not? She didn't believe a word he said. He would kill them both and come up with a story he hoped would hold water. With corrupt officials in his corner, he had reason to be smug, but it wouldn't work, because he didn't understand the nature of the relationship she shared with her men. He didn't understand that no one who knew her or Tate would believe a word Gates said. Belle pushed at the mattress again. It's so heavy. Gates sighed. Try harder. We're running out of time. Yes, he was definitely getting tired. She pushed again, pretending great frustration. She finally groaned and stood back up, her hand on her lower back. I can't. It's too heavy. You need to help me. She needed him closer. She needed to close the distance between them. She needed to get that gun. It was the only way she could protect herself and Tate. Gates stared at her, as though trying to decide whether or not he believed her. He was a lawyer, and like her men, he would be damn good at sizing up a witness. Belle let her emotions show. Vulnerable. Kellen had once told her that the best witness was a vulnerable witness. Juries liked witnesses who seemed a bit fragile. They wanted to empathize with the person on the stand. Belle allowed tears to fill her eyes, let her shoulders slump, as though she was utterly defeated. Move away. He rolled his eyes as he pointed the gun toward the corner of the room. I swear, if you want anything fucking done, I should have burned this place down a long time ago. She stepped back to the corner, between the far wall and the open bathroom door. He'd already made her search the master bathroom. She thought about the high window, but even if she could get it open, there was a 3-story fall she was pretty sure she wouldn't survive. Still, there were things she could use as weapons in that bathroom. It was just a few steps away. Belle felt that cold chill slide across her skin again. It seemed to press against her, as though it tried to tell her something. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of one of her grandmother's canes, propped against the wall, just a few steps away. Grandma had left them all over the place, and Belle hadn't gathered them up on these upper floors. Could she reach it? Don't you fucking try anything, bitch. You stand there. Gates moved to the bed, gun still in hand. Mike, get your ass up here. I need help. She heard the stairs creak. Mike was heading up. She had only a moment or two before she would have a noose shoved around her neck and she'd be thrown over the banister, either before or after she was forced to watch Gates kill Tate. Her heart started to pound in her chest. Adrenaline flooded her system as she took a step toward that cane. It was right there. One more foot and she would be able to grab it. Gates looked up suddenly. I told you not to move. Belle stopped, thinking on her feet. Sorry, I fidget when I'm nervous. His eyes narrowed. Maybe the time has come to call it a day. Helena was right. This is useless. Maybe Ayla's was lying and she never gave your grandmother the fucking list. Stupid cunt. He stepped forward and pointed the gun her way again. Maybe I don't need such an elaborate setup. I can kill you, and the one downstairs, and make it look as if one of your other lovers couldn't take the jealousy. Your freaky living arrangements will play in my favor. The footsteps drew closer. Her time was over. She had to get out of that gun's line of fire. She threw herself toward the bathroom door as the crash of gunfire filled her world. Kellen cautiously made his way up the stairs, willing himself to be methodical and not simply run in shooting. He had to take it slow, careful. He had no idea where Belle was in that room. In the distance, he heard the wail of a siren. His time was running out. The second Gates realized the cops were closing in, he'd want to tie up his loose ends, then cut and run. That likely meant shooting Belle on his way out. From the second-story landing, Kel looked down at Eric, who stood at the bottom of the stairs, an umbrella in his hand. His friend nodded, silently telling him that he didn't sense anyone else in the house. They only had Gates to contend with, but the fucker had a gun, and he wouldn't hesitate to use it. Kellen was fairly certain the only reason he hadn't killed Tate yet was that he'd chosen the big guy as a scapegoat. He was likely going to make it look like a murder-suicide. Belle and Tate would need to die in the proper order for that. As a lawyer, Gates would know what the forensic guys would be looking for. As he moved up the next set of stairs, Kellen envisioned how he would plan it. He would keep Belle alive, searching for whatever he was looking for. Then he would make sure her prints were on the gun, residue found on her hands when they killed Tate. He'd force her to write a suicide note and hang herself, just like the house legends. Or they could do the opposite, and have Tate kill Belle in a fit of jealousy. Either scenario was logical, but that plan wasn't going to work. He was on the stairs to the third floor when Gates started talking again. Maybe I don't need such an elaborate setup. I can kill you, and the one downstairs, and make it look as if one of your other lovers couldn't take the jealousy. Your freaky living arrangements will play in my favor."
Kellen picked up the pace because he didn't like the sound of that. He took the rest of the stairs at a jog. Then it happened. A crack split the air. Gunfire. It was so loud. It made Kellen's blood run cold. He took the final steps at a dead run because surprise didn't matter anymore. He had to get to her, had to find her, save her. He heard someone on the stairs behind him. Eric, who apparently refused to wait either. Kellen couldn't expect him to stand around when someone was firing a gun at Belle. At least he would have some form of backup. If Gates shot him, perhaps Eric could finish the job and save their girl. It felt damn good to know he wouldn't be alone. No matter what happened to him, someone would take care of their family. He shouldered into the room with the full force of his body and darted right past Gates, who never saw his face. "Mike?" Thank God he and the electrician were roughly the same size and had the same coloring. Kellen had just one shot. He turned, raised his gun, and fired in one move. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't a damn sharpshooter. He'd barely handled a gun before, and instead of hitting the asshole's chest, he only managed to get Gates's left arm, not even the one holding the gun. Gates gasped, but lifted that weapon and fired. Kellen felt something shove him. Someone. Just as the bullet would have hit his chest, someone he couldn't see through him, and he fell to the side and hit the ground on one knee, pain exploding along his leg. "Kellen!" a feminine voice screamed. Belle. He whirled to the sound of her voice. She looked terrified and worried, but she was alive, and that made her so beautiful to him. Kellen lifted the gun again and fired, aiming at Gates. He could see Eric moving through the door, trying to sneak up behind the bastard. Just a few seconds more. As he fired, he felt something hit his shoulder. There was a burst of pure fire across his skin before an odd numbness settled into his bones, and the gun clattered from his hand. "Stupid fuck." Gates was bleeding, but still on his feet. "I'm going to kill you all." He stood over Kellen, pointing the gun straight at his heart. Kellen swallowed, couldn't breathe. It felt like there was a 100-pound weight sitting on his chest. "I already called the cops." He forced the words out. He couldn't move his damn hand, but he could buy Eric a second or two. All that mattered was Belle. The sirens were growing closer, the wail distinct now. Gates' eyes narrowed. "Fuck. You stupid son of a bitch. Now I just have to kill you faster. Mike!" "He's dead, and Helena is passed out. You're alone," Kellen warned. Gates leveled the gun. Then suddenly, his head snapped forward, his eyes glazing over. Eric stood behind him, the umbrella in his hand. He might have been a football player before, but the man could bat like a fucking pro. His partner. His friend. Gates fell to the side, and Eric kicked both of the guns out of the way and raced toward him. Suddenly Belle was there too, tears in her gorgeous eyes. "Oh God, Gates shot his lung. What do we do?" Kel could hear the panic in her voice, but the world seemed to be retreating. Darkness started at the edge of his peripheral vision and began clouding his sight. And that was when he saw them. 3 women. They stood behind Eric. One was older, but still incredibly beautiful. She wore a pretty white dress and a delicate straw hat on her head. Belle would look like this woman one day, when age had matured her, giving her a countenance of beautiful wisdom. Two younger women stood beside her. They were also dressed in white, though they seemed to be wearing clothing from an earlier decade. They looked like sisters. What were they doing, standing in this room? The older woman smiled at him, giving Kellen a look of such beatific peace that it filled him, warming him when he'd been getting so cold before. She looked down at him. "Thank you." She held out both of her hands, and the girls took them, threading their fingers together. "We're done here, son, but you're not. You hold on. My baby girl needs all her men, and you tell her a cleansing will work now. The demon who lives here has been defeated. He can't hurt these girls anymore. They're free, and so am I. Bring new life to this place, son. It's a good house again." What the fuck? That couldn't be Belle's grandmother. He didn't believe in ghosts. She frowned. "Such language. And you might not believe in ghosts, but this one believes in you. Hold on, Kellen Kent. If you want a future, fight for your life now." Just before he passed out, he could have sworn he saw a light. Yeah, he wasn't going to walk into it. He had things to do here, like marry the woman of his dreams and live happily ever after with her and his best friends. Kellen let the darkness take him. Chapter 21. Kellen frowned at Eric. The sounds of the party around him filled the space and made it hard to hold a conversation with someone 2 feet away. When Belle threw a party, she got serious. Now that the common rooms of the house had been painted and furnished, their floors refinished to a gleam, she'd insisted on planning a party for all their friends to show off the house. But only after he'd assured her he was going to make a full recovery from his bullet wound. At the beginning of his recovery, Belle had proven to be a hard taskmaster when it came to his rehab. "Are you absolutely sure it wasn't you?" Kellen asked, searching for Belle across the crowded room. When he found her, his heart seized up. She looked luminous in a snowy white cocktail gown, the color contrasting with the gorgeous mocha of her skin. It skimmed over her every curve and showed off her truly juicy ass. "I swear to you, I didn't push you out of the way," Eric promised. "I'd barely gotten up the stairs when that first shot rang out. I was behind gates. How would I have pushed you?" "Your memory of that night is probably fuzzy. You sure you're feeling all right? Maybe you've done too much too fast." Besides the fact he was becoming more and more certain that he'd been saved by a trio of sweet-faced ghosts, he was feeling positively chipper. Well, his body was in good condition. His head was still fairly messed up, but he was going to deal with that problem tonight. "I'm fine. I saw my personal physician when I was in Chicago." He'd only gotten back to New Orleans a few hours before. He'd been surprised to realize just how much he'd missed the place. A week back in the city he'd called home for the last several years had proven to be illuminating. He thought he'd easily settle back in, but he longed for the sultry heat of New Orleans, for the smell of strong coffee and beignets in the morning. He'd missed so much about the city. He'd especially missed hearing Belle laugh. Eric's smile became tight, a sure sign he was annoyed.
How was Chicago?
His friend likely thought he'd spent his time there working to re-establish himself. Kellen had given that notion some thought. Even after his near-death experience, the need to build walls to make himself safe had been so strong. He'd awakened in the hospital with Belle asleep at his side, while Tate and Eric paced the floor. They had been steadfast through his recovery, and yet some part of him had still felt the urge to distance himself. He'd been so savaged by Lila and his father that he'd been reluctant to jump into his forever with 2 feet.
It was nice. The office was actually in pretty good shape. Sequoia has strewn plants all around the place, though,
Kellen said, taking a drink of the rum punch Belle had made.
Says the environment is more organic that way.
Eric shook his head. New Orleans jazz played through the living room, but the sweetest sound was Belle's giggle as she joked with her best friend. Kinley Anthony Anders said something else, and Belle threw her head back and laughed with unself-conscious joy. There was a deep part of him that would likely always want to hide and protect himself, to build those walls no one could climb. He wasn't listening to that bastard anymore. How could he? Forced to choose between that voice and Belle. No contest. He was home now, and he was going to stay here. But it was fun to fuck with Eric's head.
We need to decide what to do with Sequoia, actually. His internship is supposed to last another 6 months, after all.
There was a little question in Eric's voice. Well, if he wanted to know what Kell intended to do with his future, he would have to be more straightforward.
He's cool. I mean, he's still fucking weird, but I think we can handle him for another couple of months. I left him with enough to do until I can get back up there.
Which would be next week. It was past time to start hiring associates who would run the Chicago branch. Sometimes Eric and Tate just didn't think big enough. They didn't have to lose their clients. They simply had to grow. The way he had to grow. Eric frowned.
Well, I hope you're here long enough to see all the indictments come down now that we've turned the client list over. You know Gates is already behind bars, as is Helena. The judge Gates had been protecting got arrested last night. He was a very frequent customer, from Marie Wright's days all the way until just before Karen Ayler's murder. They barely scratched this guy's surface, and it already looks as if the feds will file corruption charges against him. Some other names are being tossed around as clients of Ayler's. Senators, athletes, university officials, even a rock star or two.
I'd definitely enjoy seeing what happens with the case, Kell said with a grin. Tate approached, wearing a big, sloppy grin. Damn. When Kell had first started hanging out with Eric, he'd tolerated Tate because they'd seemed like a package deal. The big dork had grown on him quickly. Now, Kell couldn't imagine living without him. Hey, how was Chicago? The shit-eating grin on Tate's face let Kellen know the big guy was far more aware of what he'd been doing up north than Eric. The fuckers still had him tagged. At one point, Kell would have regarded it as a horrible invasion of his privacy, but now it just felt like someone gave a damn about him.
I don't know.
You tell me. Eric sighed.
You didn't.
Tate shrugged. He's been in the hospital. He shouldn't have been traveling. I had to keep tabs on him. Besides, I didn't need to tag his phone to hear what he was doing. I just had to talk to Jeremy from Petty & Associates. Yeah, he was never going to be able to slide much past Tate.
I thought he would be good to head up litigation. He got passed over for partner and he's hungry.
Eric's eyes widened.
You're taking on new partners?
Tate grinned.
Nope. We're taking on new partners because we won't be in Chicago enough to keep the firm running. But I don't want to give up the income. Do you?
A huge grin broke across Eric's face.
Now that you mention it, Belle has very expensive tastes. Do you know how much this master bedroom renovation will cost? We need the money just to feed her need to make things pretty.
Eric had accepted him back. Kel was finally coming home. A weight lifted off him, and he felt lighter than ever. From the other side of the room, Belle looked up, and her eyes sparkled as she caught sight of him. He could see her relieved sigh. She'd thought he wouldn't return. He couldn't blame her for fearing he would walk away for good. He'd started to 100 times. But the thought of never holding her again had stopped him. He intended to prove to her that he was a changed man. He'd changed for her, because of her. After a quick hug, Belle left Kinley and approached him with a wariness in her eyes that saddened him. She slid into his embrace, but didn't give him her usual full-body cuddle. Obviously, she had no idea he'd come back to stay.
"Hey, Kellen. I'm so glad you could make it back for the engagement party."
Her smile was gorgeous, but didn't quite reach her eyes.
"How was Chicago?"
His whole body went on alert the minute she got near him. Blood thrummed through his system, racing to get to his cock, because it had been far too long since he'd been inside her. Chicago was fine, but D.C. was a little more interesting. Everyone stopped, all three of them staring at him. It was good to know he could still surprise them. Eric reared back in shock.
What on earth did you do in D.C.?
Shit. Did you kill someone? Tate looked wide-eyed. Because you really should have called us, man. We would have helped bury the body. It was good to know he could count on Tate if he ever needed to murder someone. Kel laughed. I didn't kill anyone. Though he had laid a couple of his demons to rest. I went to see my father. Belle had tears in her eyes as she looked up at him.
"You wanted to mend the rift between you?"
He hadn't changed that much. Hell no. I looked the asshole in the eye and told him what I thought of him. And then I told him I wanted to be a part of the family again. And not because I'm desperate to get in good with dear old Dad.
Belle reached for him. "You want to know your brother?"
His brother. Harrison Kent was a toddling ball of energy being raised by nannies and housekeepers. He would be sent to boarding schools in a few years, poor guy. His brother was innocent, and he needed to know that he always had a place with someone who would care no matter what. Kellen intended to give his brother what he'd never had, someone who understood him. Someone who loved him for who he was, not what he could accomplish, or who he could crush on his rise to the top. I do. I don't know how much contact Dad and Lila will let me have, but I'll take whatever I can get. He'd finally figured something out. He didn't have to be perfect for the people he loved. He just had to be there, with them. Through everything.
"I'm so glad,"
Belle said. She kissed him on the cheek.
"Kellen, I'm truly happy for you."
How long is this party going to take? He was anxious to get to the good part.
"It's winding down now," Belle explained. "Kinley's getting tired. The pregnancy is rough on her, but she's so happy I don't think she cares."
Tate leaned over and kissed her. "I'll have the caterers start wrapping up." Eric shook his hand.
"Good to have you back. I'll start gently moving people toward the exits. We have a lot to talk about."
They did, and Belle had to answer a question before she spent the night serving her masters. All three of them. Belle tried to calm her shaky nerves as she let Sir back inside. The house was quiet, the guests and caterers gone. The place was back into shape for the next day. She was going to start meeting with clients tomorrow, and her first ones would likely prove to be fairly easy, since Eric and Tate wanted her to decorate their brand new offices here in New Orleans. She would miss having them with her all day, but she wouldn't miss the masses of paperwork and computers underfoot and on her grandmother's antique surfaces. They were all starting fresh. How long would Kellen stay with them? She patted her puppy's head and settled him into his little dog bed they kept in the kitchen. She would have let him sleep in her room, but Eric had nearly killed the little thing by rolling on top of him because Sir wouldn't stay off the bed. Despite the fact that their new bed was built big enough for 4, Sir always tried to sleep right against someone. Was Kellen going to take her up on her offer? Was he going to visit her for sex, then go back to his life in Chicago? It had seemed all right when she'd made the offer weeks ago, but now she wasn't sure she could surrender herself to him all night, then watch him leave the next morning. After discovering that none of the men were in the living room or the library, Belle started up the stairs. She'd watched them talking together through the end of the party. They'd had their heads together, and their conspiratorial air had given her pause. What were they up to? They'd given every appearance of plotting and planning together. Had they been deciding how to tell her she'd have 2 husbands, not 3? Belle stopped just short of the 3rd floor. When she closed her eyes, she could still see Kellen lying on her bedroom floor, wounded, bleeding. That night, she'd been so scared he would die. She'd pressed her hands to his body, as if trying to push her life force into him. She refused to let him go then. She wasn't sure she could do it now. No matter what he told her tonight, she couldn't give up on him. He had a second chance. So did she. Belle intended to fight harder than ever. Resolve settled over her like a warm blanket. Kell was evolving. He'd gone to D.C. and confronted his father. He'd reached out to start a relationship with his brother. Those 2 things had been inconceivable a few weeks before, but now Kellen was accepting his past in a way he never had. She had to believe he'd come around in time. She would wear him down, give him so much love he wouldn't be able to say no to her in the end. She opened the door, ready to don something sexy and fight for her reluctant man as she seduced the other 2. But Kellen stood in the middle of the room, looking absolutely perfect in his suit and tie. Eric and Tate flanked him. Someone had transformed the place. Belle looked around in complete wonder. "How did you do this?" Everywhere she looked, the room seemed soft and romantic. At least 100 candles lit the room with gauzy splendor. And dozens of bouquets of her favorite flowers, calla lilies, lay all around the room. "Haven't you figured it out yet?" Kellen asked, his voice tight with some unnamed emotion. "This place is magical." Tears filled her eyes. "I thought it was haunted." "Not anymore," Eric said with a gentle smile. "Not since we found a real medium to cleanse the place." Tate frowned.
I knew I should have researched Helena. Jeez. Belle laughed. These men were the magical ones. All so different, and yet somehow they made each other complete. She couldn't live without any of them. She hoped like hell she wouldn't have to. Her heart nearly stopped when Kellen dropped to one knee. Belle, I know you've already answered this question for the other two, but will you marry me? Will you be my wife, my sweet submissive, and my partner in life? Shock broke through her. Her heart caught. She never imagined that she'd hear those words tonight. Tears sprang up and fell to her cheeks. She bit her lip.
Well, the other two didn't actually ask me.
A gorgeous smile lit Tate's face as he dropped to one knee too. Belle, will you marry me? Will you be my wife, my best friend, the person who grounds me and shows me that life is best lived through the heart? He really had a way with words when he wanted to. Eric stepped forward with a velvet jewelry box in hand, though it looked too big for a ring. He lifted the lid and diamonds sparkled in the candlelight. Belle, will you say yes? We're a package deal. She gasped at the gorgeous diamond choker and 3 interlocking rings. A wedding ring and a collar. Proof that she belonged to them, and they belonged to her.
Yes, yes, and yes. 1,000,000 times yes.
She gave them a tearful smile, joy bursting through her. Then she turned to Kellen, looking into his eyes.
You came back for me.
He closed the distance between them and gripped her shoulders. You are my home, Belle. I'll always come back for you. I will always choose you. Belle didn't think she could be any happier. She opened to him as he swooped down, and his lips took hers in a kiss that promised he would choose their future over his past. As she sank into him, he kissed her again, this time sliding his tongue against hers and deepening the contact. He skimmed his hands down her body, lowering the zipper on her dress. The electric current of arousal flooded her system. Cool air hit her skin, but nothing could cut the sizzle from the heat of his fingers on her bare flesh. Her body was suffused with it. Kellen traced the line of her newly bared spine, bringing the dress with it. She felt someone move in behind her, another body against hers. You looked so beautiful tonight, baby, Tate said. That dress was gorgeous on you, though everything you wear is amazing. But I like you best with nothing but this dazzling skin. Sometimes I just stare at you and wonder how you got to be so luscious. He unclasped her bra and let it drop to the floor. Immediately he cupped her breasts and thumbed her nipples. They stiffened with pure pleasure, and she couldn't help but sigh. As she let her head drift back, Kellen began kissing her neck. His lips caressed her skin, leaving a trail of tingly arousal. Tate turned her head gently, pulling her lips to his. As he covered her mouth, he groaned. His tongue surged inside as he toyed with her nipples, plucking at them with his fingertips, keeping the sensations just shy of pain. Her whole body came to life. She stood before them in nothing but a tiny thong and her Prada heels, her breathing shallow with excitement and her heart full of love. Eric moved in at her side. He slid his hand between her and Tate, cupping her rear.
I love this ass. Time to lose these, sweetheart. You won't need them. Not for a long time. She shimmied out of her undies, stepping out of the heels at the same time. She lost several inches of height, but that just made her feel more delicate and surrounded by her men. In every direction she turned, a gorgeous chest or broad shoulders filled her vision. She loved the differences between all her men. Tate was so big all over, while Eric had a lean athleticism. Every sinew in Kellen's well-muscled body screamed dominance. Any one of these men could take her apart if they chose. Instead, they completed her life and offered her the freedom to discover the woman and submissive who lived under her skin. They accepted her with all her flaws, which made it so much easier to accept herself. When she was naked with them, she didn't think about her faults anymore, just about the pleasure they found in her body. It was a gift she could give to them, one they treasured. I love you. She breathed the words like they were the oxygen she needed to live, because she needed these men. We love you too, Belle. Kellen had the collar in his hand. You know we love you completely naked, but we want you to wear this collar and the ring we had made for you. We want you to always know that you belong to us. She shivered as he placed the collar around her throat. She reached up to touch it and caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror above the dresser. She felt beautiful, and the woman reflected back at her looked that way. How far she'd come from that young woman who couldn't find her place in the world. That girl hadn't thought she was pretty. Couldn't imagine she really deserved this crazy relationship with these three wonderful men. The woman who looked back at her now practically glowed, with love, with confidence, with joy. She'd found her place in the world, and it was between them. Tate slipped his section of the ring on her finger. Then Kellen eased his into place. Eric stood in front of her, the last piece of the ring in his hand. He smiled down at her, love shining from his eyes. You're everything to me, baby. Thank you for bringing us together. He slid the final shining circle onto her finger. Somehow the three pieces fit together perfectly. The individual pieces were pretty, but together they created something new and utterly unique. Each were stronger together than they were apart, rather like her men. This is beautiful. I'm nearly speechless. When did you have this made? Tate flushed. I might have thought about this, a month or two after you came to work for us. I might have talked to the others about it, off and on, for the past few weeks. Eric might have found a jeweler here to make it. Cal might have picked up the beautiful collar in Chicago. You know, just maybe. Belle laughed and rose on her tiptoes to kiss them gently, one after the other. You three are my whole world. And they always would be, no matter what happened. Then you should prepare to serve your master's love. Kellen's voice had shifted from smooth lover to hungry dom in an instant, and Belle's whole body tightened. This was what she'd missed when Kellen was away. Eric spanked and played with her. Tate dabbled. But only Kellen could truly top her from a soul-deep place. She dropped to her knees, because she couldn't think of any other way she would rather celebrate her engagement than serving the men she loved. It was an easy thing to do, since they served her so well in return. They took care of her, saw to her needs and her pleasure, kept her safe. She bowed her head submissively and spread her knees wide. It no longer felt odd to be in this position. Before, she'd felt vulnerable with her body on display. Now she found her feminine power here. She found the beauty. Being on her knees for them allowed her to focus on her body, the way it felt, moved, loved. She could focus on the pleasure and comfort she took and gave. When she was in this position, she was safe.
"Do you have any idea how beautiful you are to me?" Kellen asked.
She could see his perfectly polished dress shoes. They were joined by Eric's loafers and Tate's sneakers. She let her hair fall forward and cover her smile. Tate would wear sneakers with a tux. She would have to make sure to pick out his footwear for their wedding. He wasn't going to be allowed to wear high tops on their big day.
"I know how beautiful you make me feel."
When she was with her men, she really felt like the sexiest woman in the world. They stepped back, and she could hear them undressing. She wanted to look up so badly, to see their magnificent bodies as they stripped down, but she'd pledged them her obedience here in their bedroom. They had sacrificed so much to be with her, to share her, to teach her that they could last. She didn't need her eyes to see them. Instead, she waited patiently, allowing memories to fill her mind. Every inch of their bodies was emblazoned in her brain, on her heart.
"Look up, love,"
Kellen commanded.
"It's time to get your men hard and ready to fuck."
She glanced up. They didn't need any help being ready for sex. 3 very erect cocks stared back at her, straining her way. She wasn't about to argue, though. She was their submissive, and she couldn't wait to bend to their will. Kellen stood in the middle, his strong legs apart as he stroked his cock from base to head.
"Suck me, Belle. I want to be so hard I can't see straight when I finally take your ass."
Anticipation thrummed through her system. She would finally have them all. They'd been together in bed before, taking turns, but that wasn't how they wanted it. That wasn't how she wanted it either. Since she'd met them, she'd dreamed of the night she would finally make love to all of them at once, one each in her mouth, her pussy, and her ass. She would be filled with them. They would fit together like the ring on her finger, nestled and interlocked. Complete. She leaned forward and licked at the head of Kellen's cock, reveling in his salty taste. Her tongue spun around the plum-shaped head, licking as if she tasted a sweet lollipop she couldn't suck deep enough. That wasn't far from the truth. She loved the way he tasted. Belle took him in her mouth and drew on him, lightly at first, then in a stronger rhythm as she began to work her way down his stalk. Over and over she sucked him in long passes, letting her tongue play against his smooth skin. Kellen's hands found her hair, pulling gently so she would take more. She wanted to take all of him, to suck him until he couldn't take another second of her torture, and filled her mouth.
"Time for a change, love. I'm not the only one who needs you tonight."
And then he was gone, and Eric took his place. He stood tall and proud in front of her, his cock in hand. "Suck me too, baby." Belle licked the underside of Eric's dick with the flat of her tongue, rubbing and laving her affection. Eagerly, she took half his cock on her first try. He rewarded her with a deep groan, tangling his hands in her hair and pulling gently. The little pain lit up her scalp, making her shiver, even as she sucked his cock deep again. They found a sultry rhythm. He pulled and she sucked, every motion of his expressive hands cradling her face or pulling on her scalp, sending signals to her pussy to soften, to get wet, to make itself ready for what was to come. He filled her mouth, his cock swelling inside. "You feel so good. No one but you has ever made me feel this amazing." Eric pumped his hips, begging her to take more. "Don't stop. Don't ever stop." She had no intention of that. But when she glanced up, she noticed Tate had moved to stand beside Eric. He watched as his best friend's cock sank in and out of her mouth. His hand was on his own dick, stroking himself as he drank her in with his stare. He was so hot, and all that masculine desperation was for her. She sent him a come-hither smile, reveling in playing their vixen. "You know I love it when you get saucy, baby." Tate groaned as his thumb worked across the head of his cock, gathering the little bead of moisture and using it to ease his strokes. "But don't forget about me. I need your attention, too." "Now I remember the crappy part about sharing my wife," Eric moaned, as if in pain, but he spoke with a smile on his face. "Come closer, and we can share at the same time. I think Belle can handle us both. She's a hell of a woman." As excitement ripped through her, she felt something moving in behind her. A big hand touched her back. "Keep sucking Eric and Tate while I get you prepped, love. Don't falter, or we'll stop the whole process, and you'll get a good long spanking," Kellen said, sliding his hand toward her backside. "You don't want to have to start over again, do you?" "No, Master. No, I don't." While she kind of loved the idea of a good long spanking, it would have to wait. She needed them too much. She longed to finally be with them all together. Fate willing, she would have plenty of time to misbehave and earn her punishment. But tonight was all about the togetherness they'd all waited so long for. Eric and Tate moved close, their hips nearly brushing. The position allowed her to touch them both. Belle studied them, still unable to believe these beautiful men were all hers. She didn't take her eyes off them as she moved in close and took Tate's cock firmly in hand. He filled her palm, and she could barely close her fingers around him. With a firm stroke of his dick, she leaned in and took Eric back into her mouth. Multitasking. Someone had told her she was a brilliant multitasker, though she rather thought they'd been discussing her secretarial skills. It came in handy when sexually satisfying 3 gorgeous men. She sucked Eric while she stroked Tate. After 5 lingering, agonizing passes over Eric's cock, she turned slightly and took Tate's dick past her lips, licking and sucking and loving. She moved back and forth, lavishing one with the affection of her kiss while she palmed the other, enjoying the strength of the cock in her hand, the taste in her mouth. It seemed so odd that she'd once been a little wary of this act, hesitant. They'd taught her not to be afraid, not to hold back. There wasn't any shame in making love, not when emotion and promise flowed between them. This was simply another way to show she cared. Her submission was her gift to them, a sign of her love, a demonstration that she trusted them with her heart, her body, and her pleasure. She gave them everything she had, down to her soul. They rewarded her with thankful groans and tender touches. Kellen's fingers moved to the cleft of her backside, splitting her cheeks apart and making her shudder. "Don't move, love. Stay still."
You've taken the plug before, but you still need to be carefully prepped. I don't want to hurt you. You can stop me at any time, but I want you to keep your hips as still as possible." She didn't want to stop him, hadn't come close to thinking about her safe word. The command to stay still was a different matter. It was so hard because she could already feel the lube he'd been warming against her skin touch her. He slid the lube along her flesh, making her shiver ever so slightly, and awakening nerve endings that still stunned her. As she tried to concentrate on her task, she felt a hard finger pressed against her back entrance. Kel massaged with his touch, circling the rim of her ass before dipping briefly in, only to start the process over again. She couldn't help clenching. He corrected her with a hard smack. "Don't you dare try to keep me out." Kellen smacked her again. She didn't bother to mention that it was sort of an involuntary response. Why bother? She liked the spanking too much. It sent sparks skittering over her skin, and waves of sensation rolling down her spine. Kellen delved between her cheeks again, his finger searching her out once more. She focused on relaxing and letting him in. Heat and a jangly pressure lit her up. The sensation started where his finger massaged, but it quickly sparked outward, sending heat spiraling throughout her body. She had to force herself to focus on the task at hand. No matter what Kellen was doing to her, she had to remember her other husbands had needs as well. Belle ran her tongue along the underside of Eric's cock before letting it go and sucking Tate's head deep inside her mouth. When she released him, she could see the way his balls had drawn up, the angry purple hue of his cock. Tate's eyes looked sleepy with arousal as he stared down at her. With an urgent grip, Eric found her hair and directed her back to lick him again. She ran her tongue along the underside, licking, until she gave his balls a kiss.
"Fuck, that feels so good,"
Eric said with a gasp. All the while, Kellen probed her. He was patient, taking his time and letting her get used to the feeling. He seemed to understand when she was ready to move on. Belle stayed as still as she could, but it was becoming even more difficult as the sensation turned sharply pleasurable. The instinct was there to press back against him, but she held off. He delved deeper and deeper with his fingers until she finally felt him breach her, the tension giving way to fullness. She nearly sighed at the exquisite feeling. Kellen continued to work lube around her flesh. That strong finger massaged her, making it slick and slippery, and ready for something bigger. She was opening for him, preparing for him to take her in a way she'd never been taken before.
"Can she handle it?"
She heard Tate groan the question. Kellen added a second finger, stretching her gently. "She's tight, but she can take it." She'd better be able to. She'd worn anal plugs for a few hours nearly every day, preparing herself for her men. It had been an intimate little ritual, one she'd oddly enjoyed, but she didn't want a plug tonight. They were plastic and cold, unreal. She needed heat and flesh and their love. "That's right, love. You like this? You're going to like my cock even more. I knew you would love this." Kellen's words vibrated along her flesh. "Do you know how full you're going to be, Belle? When all three of us are deep inside you, you'll finally know what it means to be our woman. You'll be surrounded and taken and so fucking loved. You won't believe how filled you'll be with our cocks." But first, I want a taste. Tate pulled away. As if this was something they had rehearsed, Eric took a step back with Tate, and Kellen slid his fingers from her backside, leaving her feeling lonely and empty and aching. "I'm going to clean up and get ready," Kellen said, giving her a wink. "You two make her scream a couple of times, because I doubt any of us are going to last long once we get inside her. I wouldn't want to be accused of not satisfying our woman." That wasn't possible, but before she could voice her opinion, Tate lifted her into his arms. He cradled her to his chest before setting her down on the bed. She loved it when he carried her. She felt petite and delicate and treasured. The softness of the comforter cradled her back. Her skin was alive and singing. Even the air caressed her. Tate stood at the end of the bed, his stare all over her body. He wore a predatory smile. "I'm hungry, baby." Her body tightened in anticipation. "You're always hungry, Tate?" "Damn straight," Tate shot back. "I'm always starving for you. Now spread your legs for me." Eric joined him, looming over her like sex on two legs. "Spread them wide, baby. We want to look at our pussy. You've got the prettiest pussy in the whole fucking world. I want to look at it all the time." Belle spread her legs wide. Eric wasn't joking. He really did want to look at her pussy all the time. It was yet another kink they somehow made loving and affectionate. At the oddest times, Eric commanded her to spread her legs just so he could look at her. Sometimes that's all he'd do. He would simply look, sigh contentedly, and leave with promises to come back later. She would shake her head at him, but for hours afterward, she felt as if she was glowing. But sometimes he would look for a few moments. Then she'd find herself spread wide on her desk, screaming out her pleasure. Belle definitely liked those times best. "You might be satisfied with looking, but I'm going to devour my dessert. The caterers didn't feed me anything I really wanted." Tate dropped to his knees in front of her. "Of course, nothing is sweeter than this." Belle sighed, because she was in for something sweet herself. Tate could eat her pussy for hours. He'd told her he was a true connoisseur of only one thing: her. Eric climbed on the bed and palmed her breast, his big hand easily covering her. "Don't listen to a word he says. I watched him eat 5 of the mini eclairs and 2 of the tarts. He just likes to complain." Tate's breath warmed her feminine flesh. "No, I just like to eat a lot. I'm a big guy. I need my sweets, and I intend to eat my fill of this, because it's the sweetest piece I ever had." He took her breath away with the first long swipe of his tongue. Pure pleasure made her toes curl. Tate lapped at her pussy in short, teasing swipes before settling in for a dizzying suck of her clitoris. Eric played with her nipples, sucking and biting them playfully. He enveloped the buds in his mouth. Her whole body pinged with life, waiting for the ecstasy only they could bring her. The past fell away, and all that she was left with was a brilliant future with her men. Belle clenched the sheets as she forced herself to stay still under their ministrations. They tortured her, bringing her to the edge again and again, until she thought she might go mad. Her skin dampened, her breathing shallowed. "Please," she pleaded. "Please what?" Eric lifted his head, staring down at her with dark eyes.
Kellen isn't the only one who tops you. He might have been the one to place that collar around your throat, but you belong to all of us. So you'll call us by our title, or you won't get what you want.
Please, Master.
In their bedroom, she was content to submit to their every desire. Tate's head snapped up. Her arousal glistened on his sensual lips. He licked them, obviously enjoying her taste. I like hearing that. Since she begged so sweetly, I think we give her what she needs.
Then do your worst, man. Make her scream. I'll help you out.
Eric slid his hand down her torso until he found her clit, then placed his thumb right on top of the little nub. You always back me up. Tate lowered his head again. Belle shouted out as he speared her with his tongue. Tate began to fuck deep inside her cunt with long strokes of his tongue, while Eric pressed and rotated her clit. He varied the pressure, teasing and torturing her while Tate stroked her deep. She couldn't help but whimper and squirm as they held her down. Their grips were a sweet restraint she didn't want to escape. Eric licked at her nipple and finally settled in to suck. Long pulls on her tender buds had her eyes rolling to the back of her head. They moved in perfect time. It wasn't long before they had Belle thrashing and crying out, a supernova of an orgasm exploding through her body. She sagged onto the bed, her body heavy with pleasure as she floated back to earth. Eric kissed her lazily, cuddling her close, their tongues playing sweetly against one another. Tate moved up the bed on her other side, turning her to him as Eric eased back. She could taste herself on his tongue. You look like a satisfied woman. Kellen stood at the end of the bed. He stared down at her, his eyes hot.
I'm a happy woman, she replied.
And you're going to make us very happy men. You complete us, Belle. We love you. Let us show you just how much. He nodded toward his partners. Tate, take her pussy. Eric, try her mouth again. I'm going to work my way into that sweet, virgin ass. She found herself being twisted and turned gently, like she was a precious doll they wanted to share. Beneath her, Tate quickly donned a condom and thrust his cock deep before she was even settled. Her arousal returned in that one long thrust, despite the orgasm she'd just experienced. Almost immediately, she pulsed around his cock. She would never get used to the way it felt when they thrust inside her. She closed her eyes, letting the sensation take over. Tate's hands eased her, soothing her even as he held her on his dick. God, you feel good. Tate's hips flexed up as though he could make his way deeper inside her body. She's going to feel even better when I'm done. You think she's tight now? Just wait until I'm inside. Kellen put a hand between her shoulder blades, gently guiding her down. Lie against Tate, love. Eric took his place, kneeling close, directing his cock toward her. He teased her lips with it. Come, baby. Take me inside. I can't wait to feel your mouth on me again. She licked at the head while Tate held her still. Kellen moved in behind her once more. A spark zipped up her spine as he parted her cheeks and dribbled more lube. Eric's cock invaded, filling her mouth as she felt something far larger than a finger at the rim of her ass. She couldn't stop from groaning as Kellen pressed against her opening. His cock was so much bigger than the plugs she'd taken. She knew she'd feel him even more keenly, because Tate took up all the space in her pussy. Even the thought of having them both inside her made her moan.
Fuck, baby, that feels so good.
Eric pushed further into her mouth, obviously loving the vibrations stemming from the sounds she made.
Stay still, love. Let me in. Don't fight it. I belong here. This body is fucking ours.
Kellen pressed forward in little thrusts, gaining ground each time. Every move of his body was a mix of pleasure and pain, and the anticipation of something to come. Tate gripped her hips, stroking and calming her.
You're so gorgeous, Belle. Relax. This is how we were meant to be together.
He kissed her shoulder, giving her little love nips that countered the pressure in her ass. She concentrated on pleasuring Eric, rolling her tongue over and over his cock. She laid the head and the underside with her affection, pouring her devotion into every pass of her tongue. All the while, Tate held her still, while Kellen thrust softly, opening her up more every time he inched forward, until she finally felt him surge inside deep. Belle gasped and held her breath. She'd never been so full. Kellen and Tate were deep inside her body, taking up all the space, impaling her on their cocks, and holding her still for their pleasure. God, was there anything more perfect? She didn't think so. Caught between the two of them, she drowned in pleasure as Eric slid his cock into her mouth, guiding her gently with his fingers tangled in her hair. All three of her men were inside her, and it was an intimacy unlike anything she'd ever known.
You're so fucking tight, love.
Kellen seemed to grind the words up in his chest before he spoke them. She whimpered, and he petted her, holding himself still, allowing her to become accustomed to the feel of a cock invading her ass. She was stretched so tight, and for a moment she wasn't sure she could stand another second of it. Then Kellen moved ever so slightly, dragging his cock back, suffusing her with pleasure. Nerves she'd barely imagined and never felt so alive sparked through her body.
Are you all right?
Kellen asked, his voice guttural with arousal. She didn't want to lose Eric, so she just hummed with satisfaction.
I think she's fine, man. And you really better get moving if you want us all to go off together, because I don't know how long I'm going to last. She feels too good.
Eric tightened his grip on her face as he thrust his cock further past her lips, forcing her to take more of him. Tate thrust up while holding her hips against him. Her clitoris ground on his pelvis, building the heat and fire inside her.
And we should show our woman exactly what we can do for her.
Kellen dragged his cock almost all the way out, stopping just at the tight ring of muscle, then thrust ruthlessly back inside. And they were off, setting a pace that took Belle's breath away. They worked in perfect harmony. Tate would thrust up while Kellen pulled back. Kellen's cock would plunge forward while Tate ground up, hitting her clitoris perfectly. Eric caught their rhythm, and his cock stiffened in her mouth. The musk rising up from his skin filled her nostrils. Belle didn't fight the sensations. She gave over completely, submitting her body and heart to her men. She rode the wave they created for her, allowing her body to flow between them as the pleasure built and built. Eric groaned in something close to agony, and she tasted the salt of his essence on her tongue. He pressed in again, his cock shooting off and filling her up. She drank him down, lapping at his cock, ensuring that he not only felt pleasure, but her love, too. Tate's thrusts matched Kellen's as they picked up the pace. Each moved smoothly in and out of her body. Tate wedged a hand between their bodies, pushing up on her clit and sending her flying over the edge once again, tearing a scream from her body.
Yes, that's it. Baby, fuck. Oh, Belle, come all over my cock.
Then Tate shouted, stiffening and arching his back to bury himself even deeper inside her. Belle's whole body convulsed in pleasure as the orgasm nearly ripped her from her body and tossed her into a storm of pleasure. She heard Kellen cry out her name. Then he lost his perfect rhythm, slamming inside her over and over again, marking her as his. He stiffened behind her, shoving his cock deep until she could feel his balls rub against her. Warm satisfaction flooded her. Heat and pleasure became her world as Kellen shared her moment of release and her devotion to their forever. They fell together in a pleasant heap on the bed. Belle sighed as she found herself in a happy tangle of arms and limbs. The light from the candles made the whole world soft and sweet. The moment had been nothing short of perfect. Kellen settled in beside her, his head on her breast.
I missed you, every minute I was gone.
She caressed his cheek.
I missed you too. Don't leave again. Not for a long time.
Hey, scoot over. I think I should be the one to sleep beside Belle.
Eric stared down at Tate. Tate merely wrapped an arm around her waist and cuddled close. He didn't even open his eyes.
You snooze, you lose, man.
Come on, I'll arm wrestle you for it, Eric offered.
Hey, I'll walk serve for the rest of the week.
Come on, man. Tate and Eric argued like big kids about who got to sleep next to the wife for the night. Kellen chuckled.
They're going to be trouble, you know.
Belle just smiled. Yes, her men were trouble, but she'd realized she couldn't live without them. She closed her eyes, sending a silent thanks to her grandmother for bequeathing her a home she and her men could share and eventually raise the children born of their love in. She slept, her dreams untroubled, because her house, like her life, was whole and at peace once more.